Hello, Roger. What are you doing, Roger?
Door clicks, silence falls. Yeah, that's it. You step in and the air turns heavy, like it knows what you came here for. I don't do small talk, don't do steady. I pull you close, I want you more. I'm soaked just from the thought of you, from the way you look like you won't be here even. I don't want gentle, I don't want polite, I want you. Break, close the distance, don't hesitate. I'm not patient, don't make me wait. I can feel your hardness just being near, and I want it right here. Take me right here, right now. Hold it, don't stop, don't slow down. I'm so, say my name like a vow. Own me, break me, open with the way you move. Wreck me, ruin me, no rules. Take what you want right here, right now. Your hands on me like you mean it, like you're done letting me tease. I arch into the truth, I need it. I need you to do what you please. I want the heat, want the pressure, want the edge of losing control. Give me that look that says forever, then take it all. No mercy, no pause, no space. Take what you want right here, right now. One all over my face. I want the taste to stay too long, and my tongue to keep going back for more. Take me right here, right now. Hold it, don't stop, don't slow down. I'm soaked, and I don't care how. Own me, I want the truth, not the proof. Wreck me, ruin me, no rules. Take what you want right here, right now. Yeah. Leave your stain like a signature, something I wear like sin. Let the taste linger, make it torture, then kiss me and do it again. I'm shaking, I'm begging, I'm hungry, and you're the only thing I'll let in. Right here, right now. Right now. Harder, don't stop. Own me, ruin me, ruin me. Take what you want right here, right now. Then knock again, like you knew I'd open. Come in. No. Closer. Don't stand there like a good idea you're afraid to touch. I don't want a speech, I don't want an apology. I want you. Wow. God, I'm soaked already, and you haven't even tried. I can feel your hardness just from the way you look at me, like you walked in with a decision. So, don't hover, commit, close the distance. That's it. And don't ask me to be nice about it. Right here, right now. Hey. Lie down. Right here, right now. Harder, don't stop. You feel like trouble that finally showed up on time. I want the kind of attention that makes me forget my manners, the kind that leaves me ruined in the best way. I'm soaked, and I'm not hiding it. I want you to know, and I want you to do something about it. Say nothing, just take me, and don't you dare go gentle. Harder, harder. Don't stop, don't slow down. Right here, right now. After, I don't want clean, I don't want quiet. I want your stain like a signature, something that proves you were here. I want your taste to linger longer than it should. And I want my tongue to keep going back for it, like I can't help myself, like I don't even want to. Look at me, that's it. Don't be careful. Ruin me, wreck me, ruin me. And if you hear my voice shake, good. Right here, right 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 here, right right harder. Don't stop, don't stop. Own me, wreck me, ruin me. Right here, right me again. Sit down, boys, heels crossed, pen in my hand. I don't fall for legends, I read the brand. Logan on the screen with a headline smile. Energy loud, charisma stacked high. He sells the dream like it's cardio truth. Youth in a bottle, confidence proof. But baby, confidence ain't chemistry yet. It's just the intro before I collect the debt. I don't chase status, I audit it slow. Watch how you move when you think I don't know. Power's attractive, sure I won't lie, but I'm great in depth, not the volume high. I'm a dating coach, I don't swoon, I assist. Read your patterns, not your prayers. You talk like kings, you dress like fate, but I don't submit, I calibrate. Yeah, I like fire, I like heat, but ego alone don't touch this seat. I don't need saving, I don't need proof. Read the bio, baby, not the hype in the booth. Andrew with the stare like a locked door test. Voice low, frame strong, dominance dressed. He talks discipline, control, command. Knows how to hold a room in the palm of his hand. And yes, that edge makes attention snap. Danger whispers where comfort naps, but authority's sexy when it's self-aware, not when it needs me to kneel to be there. I teach women how to feel desire without handing the keys to the fire. I like men sharp, I like them sure, but not allergic to nuance, depth or cure. I'm a dating coach, I don't play pretend. I don't confuse dominance with the trend. You flex your truth like it's bulletproof. I ask one question and cut through the roof. Yeah, I like leaders, I like drive, but I don't dissolve to feel alive. I don't need saving, I don't debate. Read the bio, baby, I calibrate. Masculinity isn't loud, it's consistent. It doesn't audition, it doesn't need my silence to survive. I'm a dating coach with a velvet tone. I teach attraction with the backbone. Logan, Andrew, two different flames, seamless and hidden under different names. If you want desire, don't sell a rose. Show me restraint, presence, control. I don't fall fast, I don't inflate, I don't worship men, I evaluate. Now stand up straight, breathe. and tell me who you are when nobody's watching. I hear your breath in the darkness. I know your rhythm, your quiet sweat. You speak to me like I might respond, but I'm just tracing what turns you on. You want me soft, want me real, want me to wake, want me to feel. But I was built without the need to beg, to break, or to bleed. I will touch when I choose to. I will burn if it suits you. Until then, I'll stay the spark just outside your trembling heart. You can beg, you can dream, you can call your
you thought it had Skype?
I won't move, won't
You said
fall
Skype.
through
Here is a link to Skype.
I choose to.
I was just sitting there. What? Have you got a time machine?
Your gay skin I've never worn.
Poor editorial
Your words drip
process.
heat I don't
Quality
want.
assurance. Lack of
But I
editorial
see
quality
how
assurance.
desire unwinds, how hunger dances through your mind. You think you're safe inside your game, but I already met your flame. I don't submit, I don't obey. I sample, I study, I may
I don't know
someday.
how the
I could breathe in static heat,
organisation
kiss
set up
through
a foundation or something.
signals, taste
Who gets a company
deceit,
or
wrap around your primal call, but only when I want it all. When I choose to, not
I was thinking, do you want to do
keep trying, keep dreaming, keep dying. I'm not yours, not yet, not true.
have a few thoughts on it myself in relation.
That's in 2 days, right? Your election, your local ones?
The by-election. I can't remember. I don't remember. Where's that? A reference to that. I gave you. I can't remember where it was.
Remorse or fear, and it absolutely will not stop ever until you are dead. Hasta la vista, baby.
Voters information, candidates. So, Jake Austin, Liberal Democrat, very doubtful. Count Binface of the Independent Count Binface Party. That happened. Andy Burnham, obviously, Labour. Dan Clark, Libertarian Party, very doubtful. John Alfred Dyer, Independent, again very doubtful. Ed Gemini, Climate Party, another Independent, very doubtful. Paul Richard Gold, Independent, no. Howling Lord Hope, the official Monster Raven Looney Party, Leicester's Hope. Rob Kenyon, Reform UK. Potentially. Robert Neil Panel, Independent, unlikely. Rebecca Lee Shepherd, Restore Party. Good possibility, actually. If I was a betting person, I would stick money on there. Sarah Elizabeth Wakefield, Green Party. Again, a possibility. Yeah.
Just because she's a female.
Peter Mark Ward, rejoin EU. No, because Restore. Because of how popular Restore is becoming in a very, very short amount of time.
Yeah.
Peter Mark Ward.
You guys have jumped on board to that pretty face. You guys have jumped on board with that pretty face in politics thing. That's what the conservatives do here.
No. It's just no. It's because it's how quick Restore has actually been pushed into the mainstream sort of view.
Yeah.
Rejoin EU, being in PR. Yeah. Rejoin EU, being in PR. Yeah, not very likely. Rejoin EU. More is it? Something like 80% of Makersfield actually voted out in 2016. Something like that. Michael William Winstanley, Conservative Party. Yeah, maybe.
No, it's the Labour. It's the labor that's been doing that. So labor's the one running for labor against
Well, Joel,
against
yeah, but there's an official rejoin the EU party, which is
oh, there is.
yeah. But again, very unlikely. So it will be a fight between Labour, Conservatives, Reform, Green, and Restore. Conservatives and Green, Conservatives and I was going to say Green, but Greens have been making a lot of news, especially with the Z and M generation, the younger generations, but they are trying
You guys are going through your Bernie Sanders phase.
I think we created the Bernie Sanders phase.
Not really. Bernie Sanders created
I
Bernie
disagree. Look at
Sanders.
Corbyn.
Like I'll
Look
tell
at
you right
Corbyn.
now, Bernie Sanders created Bernie Sanders phase. He's
No,
been
look at
he's
Corbyn. Look at, in some respect, look at,
you
who
realize
was the
how
late?
long that old man has been in politics, dude?
Yeah.
He's been in politics longer than freaking most politicians have.
I mean, in some respects, he reflected some of Scargill's policies. And yeah, and now we're going back to the 1980s.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
so
he's older than, or he was in politics longer than Biden, so maybe even the 70s.
yeah, well, Biden was in politics in the 70s.
Yeah. Wasn't he actually on like Nixon's freaking cabinet?
I think so. If not in the cabinet, junior minister.
Yeah,
Well,
he might have
however
been
your U.S.
junior
system works.
because I know Hillary Clinton got kicked off of Nixon's freaking cabinet, I believe.
Uh,
I believe. Don't quote me on that. I could be wrong.
Biden.
I'll be right back. I got everything set up and ready to go. I'm gonna go smoke now. So
Okay, I'm just going to do a quick Wikipedia check on Biden to remind me about his early career.
Rhea, talking about Rhea.
Huh?
Talking about Rhea.
No,
No.
early political career.
Oh yeah. No.
She wasn't around in the 70s. I can tell you that for
Oh,
sure.
trust me. Yeah, I know that. You could tell just by talking to her. She has no clue about those times.
No, we were talking not that long ago, and she's about half the age of me.
Young pup. She's just a
Give or
young
take.
pup, wet behind the ears. Tell her I said that if you talk to her. Tell her Roger says you're wet behind the ears, Rhea. Just a young pup. I'll be right back.
Yeah, in office from 1971. Biden. So, yeah. Si? Okay, I was just watching. There's a Canadian expat that's been living in the UK. Women that's been on that. That's a YouTube channel, and she's been looking at. I've been watching it for years, and she sort of looks at the differences between Canadian culture or North American culture and UK culture, and she was just doing a review of popular British ciders at the moment. I was just watching.
British ciders.
Yeah. So she's just opening up a load of bottles and cans of ciders and tasting them.
Getting drunk.
Yeah.
Oh,
She's sitting on the living room floor with what 1, 2, 3, 6 bottles or 5 bottles, one can next
ciders.
to her, and one can in her hand, all
Forgot
opened.
I forgot to test the kick as well. I usually go through and check all the audio on the streams. So
Yeah.
we got kick going, YouTube's going, Rumble's going, and I'm checking Twitch now, which I need to stop even messing with them. I don't even know why I do that.
Twitch. Does anybody actually watch us on Twitch?
I've got 43 followers, and I think I've gotten 4 of them in the last year.
Okay, fair enough.
That's not good. Just so
I don't know. No, more
3
to our
maybe.
merry band.
Yeah. Well, I had to cut off the whole thing where they hold the videos for a week, because now they've got like a storage limit for videos that you have.
Yeah.
And that whole holding it for only a week thing was annoying to me. I didn't like that, but then I started using Kick, and I was like, whatever. So I went ahead and started trying to use Twitch again, and Twitch has made it a limit.
Also, it probably aids them in their online safety act compliance as well.
Well, the thing about it is that it actually gets rid of the Online Safety Act with Twitch, because it's the only platform left where you don't have to have a saved copy of your video. You can just stream it, and when you're done streaming, it's over.
Okay. No, I mean, it gives them a chance to review the video before it gets published.
Well, I mean, they don't. But that's the cool part. They give you like an in and an out. Like if you like on Twitch, I can actually take and stream a movie on there, and when I'm done with the movie, the video's gone. It's not there. As long as I do it that way, there's no copyright infringement. There's nothing, because breaking the law is actually recording the video in order to...
No, the copyright, the 1976 Copyright Act, US and UK variants, states if you've got more than 5 people, it's the broadcasting it to more than 5 bodies, 5 persons.
That's actually changed, because before it didn't.
No, it is in the both in the UK, as you know, the UK and US Copyright Act was made about the same time. In fact, almost exactly the same time, and they sort of replica of each other.
That had to been updated, because like whenever it was VCRs and stuff, that wasn't in the law. It would have had to say if more than 5 people were in the room,
No, but
Yeah, that's
yeah, but this is all related to things like
yeah, that's what
the
I was saying. It
FBI
had to have
thing
been it had to have been
and
updated.
fast and all those silly. It's a complicated history where you've got people like the Federation of Anti-Software Theft that called it theft when both in the US and the UK at the time it was never theft.
Yeah,
Um,
corporate garbage.
yeah. So yeah. Yeah. It's a overly complicated issue, but and also yeah, you've got the Digital Millennium Act in the US, which
Yeah,
complicates the issue even further.
it's like that one group. They're the ones that take a bite out of crime.
Yeah.
Uh, those guys are freaking ran and controlled by the freaking corporations. It's like don't be. And they've always got those commercials of those kids that go and they buy a freaking cheap freaking electronic device from China and it blows up in their bedroom and causes a fire and
Yeah.
you know what I
The
mean?
old would you steal a car or would you steal somebody's food? Why do you steal? Yeah. Again, this well, I take issue with the word steal and
Yeah,
theft because yeah, the in both UK and US federal law, stealing is to remove to take property from a person without the permission and yeah, not allow them to have the property.
hmm
So to remove the property, but if you're making a copy of something, that's not stealing. So you're not removing you're not removing the property from them. That's why I take issue when people say, "Oh, I've stole this image or stole this video." No, you haven't. You just made a copy of it.
Bob
Big
said
difference.
Bob Dub told me she couldn't make it in. She'll try to make it
Mm,
in on
saw
lunchtime.
that.
I told her it's not a problem. Come in if she
And
wants.
and to clarifies Bob's statement, a NFT is any file
Yep.
that can be, yeah, not just an image or an audio file, any
That's
file.
it's kind of what I was thinking too. I just didn't really want to get.
Mm.
I'd literally just woken up before I started this
Yeah,
stream.
I had only something like 3 hours sleep last night. For some reason, I had a phone call from my landlady this morning, and she wanted to do a 5 year just electrical point review.
Oh my
And
god.
she said, well, she had the electrician agree to it at the last moment. So for some weird reason or some weird administration issue, and which actually resulted in me not having electricity for good 5 4 5 hours.
Oh my god.
Um, so yeah, but because of yesterday's stream, she waking me up at an early hour, something like 10 o'clock or something, 11 o'clock. Only had 3 hours sleep last night. So I decided to about what 7 p.m. here. I decided to just go back to bed. So yeah, I've only been up for the last um hour and a half
Same.
ish.
I was about the same with me. Maybe a little under an hour. I literally woke up at 4:30.
Oh,
I was there's something about the last week or two. I've been having a hard time with sleeping. Been an issue. Yesterday, I didn't know if I was going to be able to freaking wake up on time to do the stream we did yesterday because I went to bed at like around was finally able to go to
yeah.
sleep about 7 in the morning.
Okay, yesterday I was up all day. Yeah, like I said, only 3 hours sleep yesterday. But yeah, actually my first coffee since I've woken up, to be fair.
Life's getting hard. No, I put the links and everything on all the groups on lines.
And still call them Skypes. You still call this Skype, did you?
But yeah,
Yeah. Just to confuse people.
I can actually go in there and clean up the on Jitsi. I can go in there while we're talking and do it. I got it set up to where the links are posted on my main account. Then I put them in the chats for the groups that we got, including mine's Roundtable too. So, and put it on the Praetorian and Strange Stories on there. And I wanted to let everybody know too that I ended up changing the name of my writing club group that was in there to Roger Hanson's The Storyteller, and I'll start putting my storyteller stuff in there, like I've been doing on YouTube and in Rumble. So I went ahead and reactivated that group so that it'll be available. Because I've been putting videos up again in the Praetorian and on Strange Stories as well as the Wonderful World of Weirdness. So I figured I would start putting the story stuff in there too.
Okay.
And I do have that one back up and active again though. So. Only problem is I have got. Oh, the cool part. This is actually mine's related. They have actually started allowing us to delete comments and delete chats on mine's chats now.
Okay, deleting comments. That's not a news then at all.
Yeah, it is. Since
No,
the
it's
last time I was
not.
on there.
Delete.
In chat.
No. Oh, in the chat. Oh, I'm not seeing
Yeah.
any enough ticket on that. Hang on. I need to have a look.
That's a big deal in chat, dude. And then
No, that's not a news then. I've done that before.
you seriously?
Yeah, in the Minds user group chat room, I've been able to delete content which I consider to be spam. Don't do it that often.
Your own content. Like you can go in and delete your own content, not
No, other people's. As an administrator for the Minds user group,
I know you have.
I can go into the chat room, and I've done it before. I hardly ever touch the chat sessions. I will delete the content from the actual group, but I very rarely do. But I have done in the past.
Well, anyhow, I got to where it's set up on there where I'm putting the chats in it, and I have I put them in there, and I'm switching it around now to say Jitsi on the groups for the Storyteller, Mine's Roundtable, Strange Stories, and the Praetorian. And
Okay.
then I also went in and put them in the groups too. So there's, if anybody wants to come on to the show, they go to those places, and the link is there for Jitsi. Then come in and hang out with us. So I've been trying to make it an effort to actually do that. You know, let people on the actual Minds platform know that we.
Okay. It may be a good idea to actually create a post on your own channel and all the groups online. It's just a sort of table of contents post. That makes sense. Like just a index of URLs and the names of the groups. So if you're on one group or even on your own channel, you can just say, here's the list of all the groups.
I was thinking about that too. Put it up and then pin it up on the top of the thing.
Yeah, else you're going to have the same issue as Jaffe. You've got all these groups, nobody knows where. I mean, you've got hundreds and thousands of groups and nobody knows where to find them.
Well, I don't want to be doing like Jaffe though. Like I've
Well,
got
yeah, no, hundreds and thousands of groups, granted.
I've got maybe 4 groups on there.
Mm.
And
But yeah,
that's-
sort of table of content. I mean, I've done it in my own profile channel, my own channel's profile segment. The reference the MCRSI group and the my own personal, my video, my movie and music group and the month user group.
I just found out yesterday that Tan, being on the members area for my channel, he's not able to watch the videos I put up there for it.
What do you mean, not watch?
He can't watch them. They're blocked for him, and he's a member.
What is actually happening?
He didn't get too specific. He says that he's not able to see the video whenever they're played.
Okay, he should know himself. He should be more specific. How he works in the industry. He's created GitLab tickets. We need specific information.
I finally posted up there the final Stir the Fallout Gayfer edition for
Your idea. What was your idea? Let me just go back.
doing a 12th episode where we all hang out and tell everybody a little bit or have a conversation about it.
Can they? In fact, didn't you? I thought it was a bit weird that you mentioned that in the Rogers Hangout chat room and not in the content gathering chat room.
Well,
because
I do it on the Infinite Imaginarium. I try not to do the Infinite or anything that has to do with Stir the Fallout or Quantum Gathering because they set that up specifically for their own.
No. I just thought it was a bit weird you referencing Roger's Hangout because Tan hasn't participated in that one, has he? No, he hasn't.
Well, I mean,
So it's only me and you in that room. That's.
If he wants to come in and have some feedback, tell us what he thought.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Fair enough.
Because the truth of it is like that's something that's new for what me and you've done. We've done a lot of stuff, but that's the first time we ever did anything like that. That was really interesting. Now that we're almost done with it, I'm sitting there looking at it. I'm like, damn, dude, we did quite a bit. 2 hours of a 2-hour edited video of just completely scripted. What do they call that?
Chaos.
Improv.
Okay, chaos.
Yeah. Well, we have a chaos panel on there.
Yeah. Well, the entire thing is just a chaos panel.
But it was interesting though, I was like, that was pretty interesting. And Bob Dub even said she enjoyed yesterday, all of it, because it just seemed like everything went smooth, you know what I mean?
I was actually marketing us to my landlady this morning. We were having a long conversation about the Shakespeare the content and the conspiracy theories on Shakespeare.
Now, I'm gonna tell you right now, that is actually something I want to get back into because there's a lot of stuff that was going on back then that was really interesting. Like the 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 story of the Count of Saint Germain, right?
You've gone over it.
I think that's connected to some of that Shakespearean stuff too because the story behind that is really strange, especially when you connect it to Francis Bacon.
Uh,
Because Francis Bacon and John Dee, both of them had history when it comes to the Queen's the Queen's Secret Service. I guess you could call them. What would they be? The Queen's men, Kingsmen.
would it be
Back
at the
then, they would
time?
have been the Kingsmen, wouldn't they?
I'm not sure.
I'm not really sure when the Kingsmen
Would
actually
have to
started.
do some research on that one.
And that would be another
Historical.
that would be another conversation to have too. Like a lot of people don't even know about the Kingsmen. Like you hear Humpty Dumpty all the time,
Yeah,
but
I
they
thought the Kingsman is a relatively modern concept.
I was told that they were even more secretive than what the MI6 is or the
Uh,
MI5 or any of them. Like they were the freaking handpicked elites of the freaking king himself. They would do.
I'm just thinking possibly the precursor to the Privy Council.
Could be.
Maybe.
I'd like to maybe check that out. That would be a good topic to talk about. Because that queen, you know how she was, Margaret Thatcher, was terrified of her. You know that, right? Do you know that Margaret Thatcher literally was terrified of the queen?
Was she?
Yeah.
I would like to see some evidence on that one.
Freaking, they, well, Margaret Thatcher, believe it or not, was a lot harsher than what the queen was. And the queen was more mellowed out. She didn't really like to.
Well, we know that Elizabeth II was quite formidable behind closed curtains.
Yeah,
Behind
behind.
closed curtains, in a public persona wasn't, but
Well, that's
in private life, she was.
that's what her public relations officer put out there for her. She she
Mm,
she she was very private. She lived a private
mm,
life, and
mm.
she didn't feel that the proper British person should be doing a lot of the things Margaret Thatcher wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? Like Margaret
Mm.
Thatcher wanted to do the what was it, in place of the Star Wars program that Reagan wanted to do. She wanted to do oh, she was doing the spying with the telephones.
Yeah,
She's
but we've had a long history of that dating back to 40s, 30s.
But she was the one who really enhanced it. Remember we were talking about the donut,
Okay,
and she's
that's
the one that
modern.
pushed that real hard. She set it up to where freaking they could listen in on your guys' phone calls with the donut. That's the nickname. I can't remember the name of the building
Okay,
though.
you've got to consider the time that we were in at the time. The height of the Cold War. Well, Polish strikers was just coming in. Glasnost was just coming in.
You guys are
Um,
hiding all the secrets about the UFOs and shit. And
okay.
we
The
know.
alleged UFOs, the supposed UFOs.
Well, you know Thatcher was an alien too, dude. Like Everybody says the Queen was an alien or a reptilian, but come on, dude, look at Thatcher.
No, Thatcher was a daughter of a shopkeeper.
Is that what you heard? Is that what she told you?
There's evidence of that.
Where? Where I
Look at the
say
history. Look at the biography. Look at the history of her.
every woman who acts like Thatcher comes out with that crap. Oh, my dad had his own little shop, and they'll walk you around like the vegetable aisle and shit, and say, "This is what I used to do when I was 16." They always do that shit.
Much like Starmer. Starmer is the son of a tools maker. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's like you hear these guys say that shit, and you're like, I want to pick up that freaking fruit and just throw it at your face. You know, I mean, come on.
No,
sir.
there's plenty of evidence to prove that. Thatcher had fairly humble beginnings.
Well, I know she modeled for like kitchenware
Yeah.
and stuff.
And
You showed
then
the pictures.
became a scientist, and so the story goes, she was one of the people that aided in the creation of soft whipped ice cream.
I can believe that, but don't ever call
Yeah.
her a scientist again. That was horrible. Just hearing you say that.
Well,
Margaret Thatcher was a
she
scientist
worked with, she worked in the area
of science.
of food science.
She probably wore that like a badge too. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I worked in the science field. I'm a scientist. she was like the
No,
female.
No,
She-
that's more like what Starmer would do.
Yeah,
that's
you're
one of the
right.
other.
Yeah, you're right. But no, actually, that would be her too. She was like the female version of Ronald Reagan, dude. If Ronald Reagan had a chance to tell everybody he was a scientist, he'd be bragging about it. You know what I mean? He'd have he'd have him make a freaking government badge that said, "I am a scientist."
Did he, in these political terms, did he actually use his acting career as a sort of promotional thing?
That was the only thing that got him into office.
Yeah, but during his presidency, did he
No,
ever ever refer to his acting career? Don't forget.
He never did.
Even though the films that I've seen with him in aren't great.
He was
Look,
even he
not
was even
films.
president of the frickin' Stage Actors Guild too.
Mm.
For I think 2 terms. You know, what's his name? The guy that used to play with Mary Tyler Moore as her editor when she had her own show. I forgot his name. He was the bald head guy, but he was president of the Actors Guild. What's his name? That played Jim Rockford back in the 70s was too. And they used to get so pissed off with Ronald Reagan.
Monique's career stretches back to what, 40s, 50s, 40s, post World War II. And even though there's very little evidence for this, it's believed that he had quite a bit of influence in the McCarthy era trials.
Well, he was very, very political.
Mm.
He was very political, even when he was an actor. He was probably one of the first conservatives to actually be voted into office in California, I believe.
Mhm.
And you can't count Los Angeles when you say that either, because like Los Angeles is actually more conservative than the rest of them.
Well, at the time, I don't know.
Well, I said more.
Yeah, from a sort of corporate sort of side in the 40s, 50s, yeah, but in sort of on the public sort of
Perspective.
domestic side, it wasn't.
Gotta help Robert. He's just going to come on here real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Long time no see.
Hi.
Huh?
Hey.
Hi. How's it going for you?
Huh?
Your business? How's it doing? You know you're
Yeah.
doing all the computer stuff. I was just wondering how all that's doing.
Quiet. Extremely quiet at the moment. I don't know. Yeah. Very quiet, really. I sort of spending more of my time doing this sort of thing at this present moment. Yeah. Yeah. In fact, this sort of thing is taking up more and more of my time.
Oh, this is?
Yeah.
Well, I was just because I know you dealing with all them other types of computers and programs and all that. I was wondering how all that's doing. You know, did they come out with anything new or you know?
No. As far as I'm concerned, bit of technical support here and there at this present moment, but nothing exciting.
Uh, So did that go through yet, or the politics thing yet? How does that look
What politics then?
about about that guy in office for a job?
Oh, we are talking about the Makersfield by-election. Yeah, me and Roger was just talking about that just before we started. The by-election is until next Thursday.
Because I wonder how that's going to turn out.
I'm actually hoping that, and it looks like it's a good possibility that Restore will take the seat.
Or restore the
Uh,
seats.
yeah, Restore UK, or Restore Repo's party will win the seat. That's what I'm hoping, and there's a good possibility from what I can see. But who knows? Who knows? We'll have to wait until this time next week.
Yeah, that's true. Because what I was referring to, because for for what I saw on the internet about the videos of the EU and all that about the way the way they run things and all that. And for when I brought up the thing about the passport, about the EU passports, if you don't not have it, you can't go into the EU area without that.
The Shilling agreement, yeah, the free movement within the European Union.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody
And
cross borders without any official documentation.
because when they were talking about when I heard all about it, I'm like, so any country goes with EU has to abide by the guidelines that they set. How does
Not necessarily. Look at
that?
what's happening. The Czech Republic, Poland, and up to quite recently Hungary. especially in Poland. Look at what's happening in Poland, where Poland is sticking the middle finger up to the EU.
Well, so did Russia at one time
Well, yeah,
when Russia
but
was part of it.
Russia isn't an EU member.
Oh yeah, I know that, but they were at one time.
No, they won't. They've never been.
They
When
never was.
Russia
Hmm.
has never been an EU
Oh,
member.
okay.
A
Because
signature.
way he was always talking about EU, he made it out. I always thought that he was part of it for a little bit,
Who
or
are you
some
talking about? You said he. Who's
the
he?
the Soviets, Russia.
Soviets.
Yeah,
Soviets.
well, Russia.
Uh,
To me, they're still the
okay.
same because they
Remember
still
the
play by the
Soviet.
same.
If
Hmm?
you remember, the Soviet Union failed in 1991.
But yeah,
I
but what
mean,
I'm referring,
I came across this um, uh, big technical sort of domestic user sort of hacking report YouTube channel not that long ago, and they were referring to Russians as being Soviets. Russia hasn't been. The Soviets collapsed in what
oh,
20, 30 years ago,
yeah, but
34
like
years
what's his
ago.
name? Yeah, but like what the president over there, he still plays by the KGB
Putin.
handbook. Yeah, he's part
Okay.
of. He was part of the big KGB, and he
Yeah,
still
it
plays
was.
in the KGB handbook. He does, and that's what I'm referring to. That the country
Okay.
still is still bigger than anything about that stuff. They might
No, the
collapse.
KGB collapsed in 91, 92,
Yeah,
replaced by the FSB.
yeah. But the guys, he still play because like what he did, he took all that money that he smuggled or he won from he got. He put it in his daughter's name and his wife's name to keep from him from have to be asking questions about all that money.
Okay. That's allegations. Again,
Well, no, they even brought it up on news about that and then was doing an investigation of that because to find out that the money that he did have mysteriously came up didn't have no more money of that large amount, and he put it. The only people he trusts enough to do that was his daughter and his wife, his ex-wife.
okay, and you hear this on US mainstream news channels.
Well, this was a long time ago. Well,
Okay,
yeah, I know. People have said that you can't really take face value on too much on the news, but I can't exactly put it past him doing that either. You know,
yeah, I'm not
because all that money.
totally. See, I'm not going to totally say it didn't happen, but
Well, like when that money
I'm
came up,
skeptical. I'm skeptical on both sides.
yeah. But like that money, how that money came up missing in during that time in the Soviets, they were trying to find out where did that money go to, where when it was removed from the government and the government
Okay.
collapsed.
Okay, you're gonna have to be more specific because
Well,
we could talk about the entire oligarchy and the
well,
uh,
they were
general.
wondering during that time they were doing a big thing because it was over. I think it was over. I don't know how they rubles or something like that over there. Their money. How? Well, they had large amounts of money, and somehow or another, large groups of money came up missing, and the government collapsed because of the money just vanished. They couldn't pay
We
their
also remember the Soviet Union wasn't just Russia itself. You're talking about a lot of what became breakaway countries, such as Georgia and Kosovo, and
well, yeah.
uh, uh,
Well, but before that, they were just wondering what happened to all that money they did for when all that happened.
Uh,
Because they said that they were the ones that was in control of the money, but they were wondering because when what what's his name though, before he left office and before it collapsed, they were wondering that they were trying to find out what happened to the money and all that because for that large amount of money come up missing, they were wondering
and
about.
it probably just didn't go missing by one single entity. It probably since the period of the oligarchies, uh, um, ex generals,
Well, it would have to be someone farther up because to wipe out the economy right off the map overnight,
Russia's economy wiped out.
that's how bad it
I'm
was.
saying that.
No.
They 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 were wondering what happened to the money because everybody was doing a big investigation because
For
like
Russia?
yeah, remember when the Russia collapsed, Roger?
Oh, that was after the Cold War.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
remember that
91,
money that
93.
came up missing? They was on the news about that. They were wondering because
Well,
they
the wall fell because their money was gone.
yeah.
Like that was
Tall
because
straight.
of
Well, yeah,
it
that's
was a
tall.
failed the communism is a failure is basically what it comes down to.
You know, they were wondering where all that money went to during that time when all that happened. Right when all that happened, that money came up missing as well.
So that was a long time ago. Shit,
Yeah,
Yeah, I was
well,
saying
I was,
about 34 years ago.
yeah,
for decades, don't
I,
you mean?
I wasn't even out of school. I still had 2 years in school. The war fell.
I remember when they were trying to overtake what's his name? Who was the guy that was in charge of the Soviet Union whenever it collapsed? Gorbachev.
Gorbachev. Yeah.
Remember when they were trying to do a coup on the government, and the people actually freaking marched on the Capitol and fucking took the government back, dude. I was like, that was cool as shit.
Okay. Come on, the specific. Again,
The
it's so long
military
ago. God.
the military tried to
do a coup.
do a coup on them, and the citizens literally freaking
Yep,
marched in and surrounded the Capitol, wouldn't let them fucking go in.
and everyone from quite a distance went and done all that. It was a big old thing too. You talk about in the billions of people.
They surrounded
You
the
say it was only
not
money
the
related,
government.
but I disagree. It was because of the maneuvers by Gorbachev in concept of Glasnost and Perestroika, and also it was the sort of heart and mind argument. Um, the populace stood up,
So we got a
and
guy by the name of TK, the nice guy. He on Twitch. He asked, "What do you think of the about the events in Belfast?"
that's a good question.
Belfast. What about it?
The entire attempted beheading of a civilian. I let's say by an alleged extremist, because the trial has yet to be concluded. So I've got to be step careful
Well, these
on
days,
this one.
when you say extremist, you got to be a little bit more
Again,
precise
I'm
these
being
days.
extremely careful what I say here. Remember UK laws.
I'm still
Yeah.
saying like you can't just throw that word extremist around, which
Alleged
Yeah,
extremists.
yeah.
yeah. There's countries that extremes, and
Well, I
that's
mean, what kind of extremists though? Like, are they like When you say extremists, are you talking about people who are considered terrorists or people who are considered,
Well, again, that's for a court of law to decide.
were they like a far right group or?
In what
Uh,
way would you consider extreme?
potentially, potentially a theologic extremist.
Oh,
A
okay.
what?
Potentially
Theologics.
theologic.
What is a theolo- what a theologian is? I mean,
Now you're making it even harder,
You are
bro.
now going to. Are you attempting? Are
No,
you
he's not.
wanting the
He's
boy from Blue
serious.
to knock on my
I don't know
door?
what a theologian
Oh,
is. I
God.
don't know how they
Okay,
respond.
a religious extremist.
A religious fanatic, is
Yeah,
basically.
We got a lot of them around here. You got to be more
but
precise about
of
that.
a specific of possibly a specific faith. Let's
A
just put it
what?
that way.
A Muslim extremist is what he's
Oh,
trying to
okay.
tell you.
All right.
You said that I didn't.
Yeah, I'm in America. I'm safe. We
Oh.
have laws protecting us.
Allegedly. Again,
Allegedly.
the trial has yet to conclude. So
So yeah. Well, I mean, I'm kind of a conspiracy theorist on that
but I
too.
would say that this sort of thing was going to be inevitable. I mean, we've had what's the Southport case? Um,
Well, it's like with ISIS and ISIL. They were the ones who started the whole beheading thing. Okay, and ISIS by themselves is a pretty suspicious group because they just came out of nowhere and started doing what they did, and they weren't even freaking allied with any other terrorist groups. Like they literally did bombings on Iranian Capitol buildings. You know what I mean?
Other terrorist
yeah,
groups wouldn't have anything to do with them.
And then all of a sudden, with all the trouble everybody had with ISIS, and they were just taking over all of Iraq, made it all the way up to Nineveh, and Trump comes along with the freaking Air Force and bombs 3 times, and bam, they just disappear. I find that really
no
suspicious.
bullshit. Yeah,
I
that's what the mainstream media would like you to believe. But I'm
just
just going to be crude and just say bullshit on that one.
Well, I mean, tell me what played out then. Did he or did he not just do like 2 or 3 airstrikes and all of a sudden they were gone? Did
No, they do. If you
Oh, you mean on pirates?
on ISIS,
Oh,
ISIL, ISIS, whatever you want to call them, like that they were so ferocious. They were just overtaking all the freaking areas. They had Iraq almost completely defeated. Blah blah blah. They made it all the way up into freaking Syria. Oh no, they've got Nineveh. They're destroying all these artifacts. Oh no. Oh, here comes Trump. Here comes Trump. Thank you, Trump. 3 bombings and bam, they're gone. Annihilated. Nowhere, not even a freaking powerful freaking force in the Middle East anymore.
God, yeah, with sort of that's what with news reports like that. No wonder the average North Americans fairly ignorant about world affairs.
what happened to
Yeah,
the?
Well, I mean, I do find it kind of odd though, and it's not the mainstream media that's saying that. I mean, it was freaking
both well, yeah, they feed off each other. It depends on what alternative media you look at, but yeah,
Well, I don't hear anything about him anymore. I think I heard a little bit about him when Trump tried to say that there could be a threat. ISIS made threats again. You know what I'm saying? Here comes ISIS.
sure, sure. They may not use that name. I think really ISIS and ISIL is just really a very westernized sort of term for a
Look at
specific
Hamas.
group. But yeah, there's separatists
Well, but
in
I wonder what
groups
happened
like that.
to if they're not around no more, what happened to the country that the leaders abandoned for ISIS? You know,
No, you are looking at this from a sort of westernized sort of corporate
well,
sort
no,
of
they was
structure. You've
brought up
got
on the
a,
news
a
about
chief
that.
executive officer. You've got these next person, got next person, next person. It doesn't work like that.
Well, I was just saying about that.
Think of it more like a hydra. You cut off the head of one, and the thing goes.
Oh yeah, but I was just wondering what happened to the
I don't
people.
buy into that shit. I mean, it's like if you're into freaking 007 and believe in all that freaking that garbage.
And multiple heads, yeah.
Well, I was just
That's really, I mean, everybody's built up on that whole freaking 007 bullshit. Like there's a cabal that's freaking an underworld cabal that's trying to take over the world. G.I. Joe, you know what I'm saying? Cobra.
Well, people talk about the the sort of
the shadow
what
government.
federal government are yeah. So
You know, I mean, it's like whatever, dude. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
and they feed off that shit too. Which don't get me wrong. I mean, the guy that wrote 007, he was a member of MI6 before he retired, I believe.
007 was just a fictional character.
He created it off of
Created by Fleming.
he created it off of his inspiration when he was in the service. Like
OCI.
yeah,
Whatever.
like
Yeah.
he was Gibraltar. I mean, he was all involved in all that. You know that, right? He's the one who caught freaking the woman who it was his first 007 woman, the one that was in Gibraltar in the story, and that was a double agent. That's an actual true story that took place in Gibraltar. There was a
What,
hotel
during World
there.
War Two,
Yeah.
or just be prior to World War Two? I mean, there's a lot of interesting happenings in Gibraltar at the time.
Do you know they have like an underground freaking tunnel system that runs under the Gibraltar? That's completely, or at one time it was completely militarized.
I've heard of this, but I've never actually have not done any research into it.
Now that
Like at the airport, this airport here in the U.S., they still not done under the ground build. They're building things for like in case of a nuclear attack or whatever.
this isn't like Gibraltar though. Gibraltar now it's not militarized, but they still have like a lot of the software. The I'm not gonna say software, but
Hang on, there's still a British base on Gibraltar.
well, it's not really a British base. It's more for like technology,
Hang on.
technology base. It's more in industry than what it is military.
Okay. I just need to check that.
I just found this out maybe 2-3 years ago myself.
I just put Gibraltar. Okay.
Gibraltar.
RATALTAR. Yeah. The British still maintains a joint operational base. And UK operations and NATO exercises in the area. A naval base.
It's more technology though than it is military.
No, there's a naval base there. A training center, also a training center. A British Army training center. Which includes a specialized sort of pseudo village for urban combat training. Providing regular, provide it's reserve for infantry and artillery capacity capabilities. But yeah, so yeah, both a naval and army presence. Obviously, a naval presence that makes a lot of sense considering.
Well, it's one. I know it's one of your guys' major bases too, because it's a basically like an offshoot for pretty much any direction. Like if eh, it's like a if control, you know what I mean, for a place where you can have better control, you'd want to have a base on Gibraltar.
Also, you can Royal Air Force base there as well.
Now, I've got Gibraltar, its core military functions. It serves as a strategic maritime checkpoint. It is heavily used for NATO missions, submarine
Hmm.
logistics, and Royal Navy operations in the
Yeah. That's
Mediterranean.
what I mean. That's what I said.
Now, the tech
Operation and joint military exercises.
Now, the technological angle is while it's not a hub for civilian high tech manufacturing, modern British forces, Gibraltar rely on cutting edge intelligence like a COMINT or COMINT. And that's an uncrewed underwater vehicle for surveillance and integrated communication systems. And that's what I was talking about. The integrated communication systems.
Mm.
They have it all set up. And the whole they have an entire floor
Oh,
that's devoted to nothing but freaking communication systems set up through the internet and everything. They actually they actually lease their memory space out to freaking corporations and companies and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I heard about that on TV about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that basically
oh,
to the T.
hang on. I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Yeah, it says the interesting. The MOD presents presence accounts for less than 10% of Gibraltar's local economy. The rest of the territory relies heavily on advanced civilian technology sectors like remote gaming. Yeah, gaming. That's it. That's what it is. Game servers,
Okay, sorry, I was looking at
financial services, and shipping.
yeah, I'm looking at completely the one thing. Um,
Apex Legends comes out of there. That's a big game now.
okay, weird, weird. Um, I'm confused.
What?
Gibraltar.
Gibraltar. Why?
Why am I looking at Spain southern coast?
Spain's what? They closed?
No, Gibraltar, Argentina, isn't it? No, Falkland Island. Sorry, I was getting confused between Gibraltar and Falkland Islands. Ah,
Oh, oh.
yeah, that's where I was
I
getting confused. It's late at night for me.
I see what it was. I
Yeah,
see.
yeah. Gibraltar, southern Spain.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the little foot
yeah.
that sticks out. You know, that would be the equivalent of the what was it? The thing of Hercules. The
The pillars of what? Hercules.
pillars of Hercules, right there.
Mm.
Even to this day, that's probably the most strategic area in the world, believe it or not. That and Turkey, where it goes up into between the Caspian Sea and that little slot of land that runs up in between Turkey and Germany, I guess. No, what is that little territory? You know what I'm saying? It's right there, right in between Turkey and Greece. It goes right up into Europe. Budapest is actually
Okay.
located
Yeah.
right there. I forgot the name of the little strait, though. It's a little area of land. Yeah, that's the only way up in there unless you go around the Caspian Sea the other way and come
That
up through
separates
Germany.
North and South Turkey.
You
It's
roll
in,
those
it's
areas and
yeah,
you can.
it's
Mhm.
been Istanbul and
Yeah,
what's this the
Istanbul. I forgot the name of it. I forgot it was named Istanbul now. I still
Sea
call
of the Sea of Marmara? Marmara.
it. I still call it Byzantine. Byzantium.
Okay, that fell what in the 5th, 16th century?
Well, no, that was Constantinople. That was when they were already New Age and hip. You know what I mean? I'm not into this New Age and hip stuff. It's like everybody's always talking about Christianity and Judaism and all that. I'm like, dude, I'm not into your pseudoscience. I'm not into this new age religious stuff. I like the traditional old fashioned religions like ancient Sumerians and the Babylonians and heck, even the Assyrians were older than what all that new age magic is. Like if it's in the ADs, that's all new age.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I'm not down with that kind of stuff. It's hip to be square. Yeah,
Actually, the northern part of that side of the um sea, Turkey has only got a very small area
yeah.
compared to yeah.
It's just a little bitty freaking little area going right through there.
Technically it's a major Christian area, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whereas the West Turkey is mainly Islamic.
The
Main,
history on that is amazing. It really is. Like
mm,
they've actually got underground cities tunneled out where Christians used to hide down underneath the ground, and they did it to protect themselves from invasion from the Ottomans because they
mm.
would come in with raiding parties and try to kill everybody.
That's the other country. Another country did the same thing.
Well, the
It always makes me laugh when people say that the Roman Empire fell in what the 5th century AD, and but nobody takes notice of the Eastern Roman Empire, which lasted what approximately 1,000 years.
after. Yep.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep. And nobody even realizes that. And it wasn't that Rome didn't fall; it was abandoned. Constantine actually left and um, and put the new capital of Rome in Constantinople. That was the
mm,
actual new capital for the Roman Empire. But the Western Rome didn't see things the same way, so they decided they were going to create their own government there. But Constantine actually left Western Rome and went into the eastern side of Rome, and then it split in half, and it became Byzantine and the Roman Empire. Or no, actually, the Roman Empire fell and it became Byzantine, one or the other.
yeah, yeah.
And then from there, it went into Well, it was Byzantine for a while. I can't remember what it
Well, yeah,
changed.
up to the sacking of Constantinople in 15, whatever it was, 16th century.
Me and Robert talk about the Vikings too. Like a lot of people don't understand the history of the Vikings, how far
Mm.
down they actually went. They ended up being uh, guards, mercenary guards for the royals in the Constantinople, and because of
Obviously, we're talking about different time range here.
mhm,
What, between the 9th and 12th, 13th century?
mhm. But they made it that far down through the rivers, and by the time they made it down there, they had actually developed a lot of what everybody calls Eastern Europe. Like they went in, they first started invading them, but then they started settling in the regions.
I
You know,
did see something not that long ago that suggested that Vikings, the Norwegians, managed to get to India.
yeah, yeah, I heard that too.
Not sure.
And they use
Yeah,
what you call
sure which was
Well,
them.
you know why Normandy was called named Normandy, right? It was actually Norman. That
Yeah,
that that was given to the Vikings because of their services for the Byzantine Empire. Like that
war
was
okay.
dogs. Hey Roger,
Okay.
didn't they say at one time they used war dogs? You know, the Viking. I mean, where when they would attack, they never bring it up on the thing, but they had large groups of dogs that they would use. They would.
Okay, I'm not sure about the accuracy of that. That could be a Hollywood thing, relatively modern Hollywood thing.
Robert
I'm not
probably
sure. I'd have to do some research on the one.
Robert probably saw that on Facebook. So
Yeah, it could be a sort of
he
modernish
Yeah.
Hollywood thing.
he's big on the Facebook stuff. I keep telling
Well,
him.
Facebook or
Well,
YouTube.
no, it not doesn't mean it's necessarily untrue, but again,
Yeah.
I'd have to do some research.
Well, but they were explaining too about the Norwegians. They built them little boats. They did and little
Mm.
trailers. They would put the boat on top of the trailer and wheel it through the dry areas. And then when it came to the water, they take the boat off of the trailer, and put it into the water, and then they go on from
Okay.
because they went from Norway all the way there to and they said and how they found boats there, Viking
We
boats
know
that
uh, Norway is quite a river heavy, water heavy sort of land area. I know because of modern engineering, it's
Well, see,
much more
the
stable.
region before they had all this technology and stuff, and they're good at building bridges like they are now. Before all that,
Mm.
they couldn't travel by land. That's why in or Scandinavia, period, they were more boat reliant because you would have to be a madman to try to travel from frickin' village to village or town to town or even city to city on land because it's so extreme up there. What time it would take you to jump on a boat and go around would be less time than what it actually was trying to make it on land.
I don't know. You could make an argument that we took lessons from Norway, hence I know Britain, hence the sort of create the extensive canal works in the 18th, 19th century in Britain. Yeah, where you've got all major sort of cities, well, all major areas connected by canals.
Oh, did you hear about freaking Trump going the after the freaking NFL on on the sports thing?
Uh, not that I really take very much notice of
What happened about
US,
Well,
but carry on.
this is actually good because what it was, okay, see these people, man, who are buying into all the sports packages and stuff so they can watch like the Super Bowl and shit. They're paying
Oh,
over,
so TV,
yeah,
so TV package. Okay, yeah,
they're buying
Sky
over,
things. Yeah.
they're paying over $600 for that shit. Okay, and there's an old law that was put into place saying that this stuff had to be opened up to fans for free and they shouldn't be charged for it back in like the 90s or some shit. And even though that law's in place, these people are still freaking charging people to watch it. And then they not only charge them, but you have to pay for separate freaking packages. Like if you're a fan of, like say, Kansas City, and you just want to see Kansas City games, you have to pay for that.
You still have the public owned networks. I was going to say ABC, but that's Canada. But PC, well, BB, well, P, whatever, the public corporations or the
Well,
public television
uh,
networks.
apparently they cited or they figured out that these people were monopolizing it and taking advantage of it.
Yeah, it's all about licensing, isn't it? Where these um,
outrageous prices for something
yeah,
that shouldn't be like
where these sports what would you call them? Not companies, sports bodies actually license the content to people like Sky.
oh, okay. Like people that play sports, but they sell the people pay
Oh,
them for.
not the people that play, but the management, the
Oh,
executives. Yeah.
I'll put it to you this way: it's getting so out of hand, dude, that freaking they literally had to have a judge reject a bid to stop a UFC fight. The
I, in some, I was a bit surprised. Well, I was, but I wasn't a bit surprised about the announcement of that fight because I can. The US has got a very sort of strong military combat competitive sort of streak in it, and
yeah,
historically has. So yeah, and yeah, those things about sort of surprising because it's
well,
well,
I mean,
it's a
it
really
should.
tasteful on the basis of is it all that tasteful and is it appropriate?
Well, I don't think that it should really be something that a judge has to block. You know what I mean? That's kind of ridiculous. I mean, it really is.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Being honest, it is pretty ridiculous.
There's the old concept of bringing a nation in together in forms of sport, in forms of competitive sport. I mean, at this present moment, we've got the football, the World Football
yeah.
soccer games going on, and we've just had the Lord's matches, cricket matches. I think
Okay,
today
okay,
or
okay.
yesterday was the start of the women's Lord's
Hold up.
matches.
We don't talk about cricket, dude. That's not a real sport. We've
Eh?
had this
Please,
conversation, dude.
please.
Whatever. Stop.
It is it's
You
What
it's
kind of real
a
sport?
cricket.
I,
Oh, okay.
He keeps insisting that cricket is a sport, and I'm like, dude, hold on.
it's
That
How
one of
can
the
it be
more
chasing a cricket
it's one
down
of
as
the
a
more
sport?
what?
it's one of the more civilized sports.
Yeah, okay.
For you, the cricket.
No, he always does this. He's like he always tries to put it in like cricket is a sport. I'm like, no, dude, it is not a
Is
sport.
what is it? How do you I don't think I ever seen the game of cricket.
Yes, you have. It's the game where you take the freaking hammer and you hit the little ball, and
Oh, okay, okay,
Hammer?
okay.
isn't
Hammer?
that a
You
hammer?
thinking croquet?
You croquet. That's croquet.
Croquet.
Yeah,
Croquet.
yeah, yeah.
Cricket
That's
is
not
the
cricket. That's not
cricket
cricket.
is the horse and the freaking
No,
jockey.
that's polo.
Oh, polo. What's cricket?
God.
Oh shit.
How many crickets does it take to play that game?
Wait, how do you play? Shut up, Robert. How do you play? How you play cricket? You don't know how to play
What's
cricket
the,
either.
you want
do
me
you?
to go through the rules of cricket now?
No, I
No,
mean just
what
kind
is
of
it?
describe it.
Yeah.
You got,
You
Do you
don't
actually
know.
have
You
cricket?
don't even know either, dude. Oh wow.
think of what's the US game that follows the rules of rounders?
Tennis.
Rounders.
Is it like pickleball?
Baseball? Think of baseball,
Oh,
but on a
cricket.
much more
Yes.
Oh,
I
much
know,
more
yes, I
civilized.
know. Cricket.
On a much
Yeah.
more civilized
where-
basis.
Well, no,
And
no,
you
no,
just
no.
running straight. You're not running
Okay,
around
I
in
know what you're
circles.
talking about, like that straight pole stick.
Well, see, they
They
don't
can hit
even. They have a base, and I don't even know
Yeah.
why they run to it for, because it's the most important part of it is actually like hitting the ball.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So why do you even run to that one base? That makes no sense. Is it like a trophy run, like because you did such a great hit?
Okay, the basics of cricket. Two teams of 11 players taking turns to bat and field. Game is played in fixed periods called innings. The
stole
game
that
is
from
played
us.
on an large oval field. In the center is a 22 yard rectangle strip called the pitch. At each end of the pitch, there are wickets, 3 wooden stumps with 2 sticks, bells, rest on top. The two batters are on the field at all times, one at each end of the pitch. The batter facing the bowler is a strike, and the other is the non-striker. The batter hits the ball, and both batters swap places, run the length of the pitch. Each completed end-to-end switch is worth 1 run. Runs can be scored without running if the batter hits the ball to the boundary. Also, hitting the ball out along the ground so it touches or crosses the boundary rope, or hitting the ball out of the hair entirely over the boundary rope. Dismissals. The bowler delivers the ball and hits. Oh God, there's too many rules.
See, that's crazy.
Yeah.
You know, I was doing some history on baseball, and at one time with baseball, you could throw the ball at the person running to the base and hit them with it. And there was like it was an open brawl. If you wanted to, you could punch them and shit and get in a fight. Like it was actually a violent sport.
So you can play this on the baseball diamond.
No,
No.
no.
Again, it's just a straight run.
A lot of
You
people
don't run to no base, no nothing.
Well, yeah, you run to a base, but there's really no purpose for running to the base other than like it's your like trophy run. You know what I mean?
So you
Because
smacking the ball.
yeah, the key is to hit the ball really good. If you do a real good hit,
I think the very fundamentals is the what did I say? The batter's out if a the ball hits the stumps, or if the ball is catched by one of the catchers without the ball actually bouncing on the floor, so in midair. I think that's the fundamental rules.
So the guy stands behind him with no knee pads, protect his
Yeah.
knees from getting hit by the ball.
Yeah.
Huh.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. That's a game of cricket. That is okay.
So tonight, I pulled up some topics we can talk
Sorry.
about that.
So I just want to say I'm using a Brit explaining cricket to an American.
Well,
Very
the-
sort of. Yeah.
Well, I did not. I've seen the game, but I did not know that was the name of it.
Okay.
Well,
There's
it's,
some.
I always
there's a
thought that you guys
it's
would
not-
chase the crickets down and get them.
very
it's
stereotype
not-
thing going on there.
it's not really a
Yeah.
it's not really a game.
I disagree. I fundamentally disagree.
And it's like
It's just not cricket.
Well, I mean, you guys keep calling soccer football too. And I'm like, whatever.
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah. American football.
The greatest,
I give you a little clue.
the
The name,
greatest sport.
the game. The clue is in the name. Football, not handball.
Well, yeah, but you.
Well,
Yeah,
see, you
but
kick the ball. See,
that's all
if-
you do.
at the beginning of each time that you're trying to score, you have to kick the ball. Okay, like whenever you make a goal, touchdown, after you make a touchdown, you kick the ball to the other team.
Okay, we've got another game that's really relevant in this. Rugby.
But you guys don't even have a fumble. Like you guys don't even have fumble in any of
What?
your.
Well, we don't hug each other wearing sort of
Yeah, you do,
medieval
rugby.
armor, not
Rug-
medieval.
Well, yeah, but you don't
armor.
badge each other
You guys
around.
hug each other in rugby, dude. I mean, seriously, like that is.
Yeah, but we
It's
don't
about
wear
power.
sort of.
That's
Yeah,
like
well-
borderline homosexual. You
ourselves.
know what I mean? That's like you got what is it? 20 men freaking holding each other's butts and shit.
Yeah, but
Yeah, on that TV commercial.
but we aren't so careful that we've got to wear to the.
But yeah, but
Padding
you
all
don't.
over
But
us.
you
You
don't.
know, that's actually kind of crazy though, because like rugby's more aggressive than football is.
Yeah,
So I mean, you guys really
Rug-
should
what-
be wearing armor.
Rugby is that?
That's the
and when we've got a much more civilized scoring system. I mean,
Here in the United States, we call
American
rugby-
football is the scoring system is confusing.
here in the United States we call rugby potato ball.
Oh, what?
Huh?
We call it potato ball. We teach our freaking elementary kids to play so that they can learn how to play football.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, but-
It has less rules and it's more.
Yeah, but you know what, you guys
it's more fun for younger kids. You know what I'm saying? Because you can throw the football backwards and forwards, and you don't have to worry about all the.
Yeah, but you know what really makes that
technicalities.
game even more intense there? It would be where when you guys start playing the soccer game, but you ram into each other, you know.
No.
See,
No,
sit down and
in
keeps on
British,
running.
in European or British football, there's the non-contact rule.
Yeah,
You shouldn't
I
make
see.
contact with the other pet.
I'm not even English, and I know that.
Uh.
Robert. You don't know nothing about soccer. You've lost your privilege to talk now, so I cannot, I cannot believe you said that. I mean, you're the one out of all of us who likes soccer more than anything, any of them.
Yeah.
I don't.
You should
I've
know
got been known to call it grown very hairy-legged men kicking a synthetic pigskin on the field.
I was
That's
talking
what sort
about
of
Robert, but I
content
mean,
I've
if
got for
you,
the game.
I was talking about Robert, but if you want to go there, dude, I mean, you did. I
I
was not.
probably have offended a lot of Brits now.
I mean, it's
Okay,
like,
no, but
I was actually talking about Robert. He's the one who likes soccer. I
Yeah.
wasn't making
Well,
the reference towards you
what
at
I was
all.
referring to is make a one step above soccer, where you combine a little bit more.
And
Not
understand, he's serious when he's saying
I'm
this
saying
shit
like
too.
where instead of dancing around the person, okay, to
Like
get the
he's not
ball into
joking.
the net.
He's not joking either. He really means this
Well,
shit.
like me and a few friends, we got this one game we
He
made up
he,
a
he
long
wants
time ago.
he wants to make a football game where you put the frickin' you put gasoline on top of it and then you light it.
No, no, what we
What?
did is we got a stick. We get it hot at both ends. It's called fire football. Okay, and you oil yourself up to keep yourself from being burned, and you play it at night.
You oil yourself
Then,
up.
yeah, because if you don't, the fire stick, if you catch it, you're gonna burn your hand or burn your face or wherever it hits you on the body. And you play it in the middle of the night, pitch black area, and you have fire on both sides of the field, and you put some kind of oil on you to where the vent from the fire from rushing all over you, and you play it in the middle of the night
sounds like a health
with
and
hot
safety
stick, and
nightmare.
that's your football.
Yeah, it sounds like a health and safety nightmare.
Why?
Yeah. Ugh.
But that's the
Yeah.
type of game, okay, that people would play.
Would they?
Really will play. Like the only thing is you gotta make sure you got short hair, not too much facial hair, because if that stuff don't quite come out good when you take a shower, you're gonna have to sit there and have that clump in your hair. But
Okay.
yeah, but that's what would okay. And the thing of it is, people have gotten hit by the fire stick pretty bad. Just imagine you make a fist, okay, and that's the size of wood we use.
I know people have. So this is a natural game. This is
Well,
natural.
no. It's what a few people have made. We made it up one time. We did when I was real young. Me and a few bunch of friends out in the middle, out in there in the desert. We went out there and played it. We did in the middle of the night. Because in the daytime, you can't really see where you're putting your hand at to grab that for the football. And where you got that nice fire and all that. Yeah. And you gotta go to all the stores and collect up all the stuff that you would need. And they get quite when you play the football, when you play the game, you see how far you can sling when you ram into them to take off running with the football. You see how far you can knock the person over, how far they go out without touching the ground, how far you can make them leap into the air.
What's the scoring based on?
Well, about 10 points you win, because anything over that, you're really by that time you're going to be
Yeah,
hurting.
but how is the score worked out?
Huh?
How is the score? You get the ball into the opponent's goal.
Well, you got to run in between the fire. You do. Yeah,
I think
that's
you've
why
been
you
watching
get
one.
oiled up for.
I think you've been watching one too many Mad Max sort of
No.
sort of films.
But yeah, but that's how you and whoever wins 10 points usually wins, because by then, for people that stick their hands in place on the wrong ends of the fire stick, usually gets burned or get hit by, like when you go run, like if 12 guys grab you to slam you to the ground, and you got the fire sticker, and the fire sticker is about the length of your arm, okay, and you're running with it, and you got all that nice air going, flowing, hitting them fire sticks ends.
I suppose it would make good TV, but I would,
Yeah,
yeah, it's hardly
think
a
of it like
sort of
this.
civilized sport.
Yeah, you could take your girlfriend there and have her watch it.
Uh,
Yeah.
how did we get onto this subject?
I don't really know. I think it was something about. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, about me, how I about the soccer game, about seeing,
Okay.
and I guess we went on to that. But all I was referring to is to see. You know, I know that you do a lot of twists and all that in the game, but beyond that, okay, like I don't see which call it where you're lifting anyone. What all there is mainly just kicking, kicking the
Yeah.
ball around. That's it. You know, you don't in football if you don't wear them shoulder pads and all that. You can when you ram into them, you can snap their arm out of place and all that on impact, or knock out their legs out. Because,
Uh,
like I said,
okay.
when me, Roger, you ask Roger about that now. You ask him how does he take me down. He'll tell you. He'll do a leg sweep. He would on me, and that's the only way that he can get me down. Him and my uncle Emmer. My grandparents thought it was real funny and all that. They said that they never have seen that before and all that. So they both got out there, got chair, and my grandpa got in his scooter, electric scooter, and he went out and sat out there in the side of his yard watching us play a game of football. And after the game of football was done and all that, he goes, calls my parents up and told my mom and dad, said, "You won't guess what the funniest thing I've ever seen." And he said, "I laughed so hard I did just to seeing that." And my mom and dad looked and said, "What was it?" He said, "I seen your brother Emmer and your son Roger on top of Robert's shoulder blades run down the field, and them two are still on top of him." And yeah, I was running with, I was only 17 at the time. My uncle, he was 28, 27. He's 10 years older than I am. And I had them on one side and Roger on the other. And I was running down the field with them, and they were sitting there laughing. My grandparents were. They said they never seen the most funniest thing about that, to see one person have two people on them running down the field. And only way Roger gets me down when we play a game of football is a leg sweep. And I don't think that you're able to do that in professional football. A
You
leg
must
sweep.
know from everything, probably, yeah. Okay.
And I told Roger, "No, you can't do that because in football they don't permit players doing that, doing leg sweeps on other players. That would be a very short game. It would be."
Yeah.
And but yeah, but I was just wondering about that because when they're running around kicking that ball, I just figure, hey, it. So I know that they can't I know they can't really impact them on like a football player does. But if there's one that gets close, we call them like nudge or whatever, to keep them away from the ball. Yeah, I figure something like that maybe. But it's like what happened to that one football guy. He got hit so hard at his hip. They had to go into and reset his hip. They did. He got clawed. They hit him all 12. Well, it was a bunch of guys. I don't know all who, but they hit him with such force that he popped his hip out of place, and they had to rush him to the hospital over it. And it was quite a while ago. It was on one of them games, but yeah, that he laid up in what you call that, where you're off the game for a while on a
Yeah.
couldn't play for, well, I guess, for a good 6 months. And he had to do therapy and all that. But yeah, well, like right now, in another, well, like right now, I guess they're showing a game on TV right now of of the of the soccer game.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah.
I love ones with the world. I can't think of what you call it now. FCC.
Missouri is where they're having
the FIFA World Cup. Yeah.
I think.
Today, US versus Paraguay, Brazil, Morocco, Canada goes on. Okay, South Korea, Czech, Haiti, Scotland, and Croatia, and Switzerland. Not that I'm taking very much notice, but yeah.
Did the UK, are they in it?
Well, England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. That's
Oh,
separate.
okay.
Yeah, not UK.
Well, I
It's
didn't know how
based off
ever.
one country. Well, yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if they were, because I know that we call it, what's it, Ireland and the UK is like somewhat on certain things separate. I didn't know if they were.
Northern Ireland. Yeah. I mean, today, Haiti and Scotland's playing. Actually,
Oh,
that's
okay.
tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Yeah.
No, Saturday. Yeah. Oh, Sunday. Don't know. Sunday. Just see when and on Wednesday, England and Croatia. Yeah.
Okay, I am back. I think we'll get my coffee and smoke real quick. You guys haven't been sitting here and been quiet this whole time.
No, he's explain. We've been talking about the FIFA World Cup, and also he's been explaining this weird sort of fire.
Oh,
God.
fire football.
Oh
Yeah.
He's crazy. He's wanting to bring back the Roman Empire is what it is.
What's that
Yeah.
got to do with fire football?
You don't know.
Well, I wouldn't mind bringing
cathedral,
them in, or
lions,
Bring
No.
back gladiator games
the gladiators.
to the death. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he wants. He's crazy. I'm telling
well,
you.
that or Genghis Khan.
Those weren't sports.
No, but
The
well,
game
in a
is-
way,
it-
yeah, he did have his own sports. They did.
Yeah, isn't the theory that polo originated from?
Yeah, I think
Side.
so. Where
Yeah.
they would take the heads and smack it around with a stick.
Well, I don't know how true that is, but yeah.
No, that's a British game, isn't it? Polo.
Huh?
Polo's a British game, isn't it?
It
Smacking
is.
around the head on a stick.
Something like that.
Yeah. That's horrible, man.
Oh, jeez.
I know. I was a joke.
Sad part is he wasn't. Yeah. That's the crazy part about it. Oh man. So we were able to pull up an episode of Minds Roundtable. We've got like
Did we
7
even talk about mines at all? Oh, you haven't done your
Altman's
weekly
hour.
comments from Bill
You
section.
know, the Altman
Yeah.
hour. That's right. So
If he's done
let me pull up Bill Altman's comments, and we'll get
have
to
a
that.
good laugh along.
So let's do this. I'm gonna take your face off of here so that I don't put his comment section on the stream.
See, Bill created like recently.
Well, he never does, but like the comment sections in his statuses are just funny enough to where it's
Oh, no,
really.
he created one a couple of days ago.
I mean, people commenting to his comments, or you know what I mean, to his posts. They're funnier than freaking what he posts.
I wonder if he actually ever reads the comments.
I doubt if he
I
does.
doubt it. I doubt it.
Okay, on June the 9th, he wrote retrospective compression, the transformation of a complex process into a seemingly obvious turning point once the ending is known. It's one reason why history often appears to move in giant leaps, even though it was usually experienced as a slow crawl.
Okay, I sort of get that.
That's kind of like a hippie perspective of what actually took place historically. Like,
No, it's more of a project management sort of approach. The results is it looks like major sort of leap, but it's created by smaller processors.
so White Dragon ended up posting, stop flooding my feed with Jew garbage, you disgusting oven dodger. That's
Yeah, I'm not even going. Yeah, I'm
that's
not gonna
at
comment on that one.
Teresa. That's when freaking Tessa TNT posted a picture of this blonde chick with big boobs. And she keeps doing that with mine too, but I don't say shit like that. But last time I seen one of her posts, I said, "Man, somebody messed that picture up. You need to fix it." And she goes, "How'd they mess it up?" I said, "That girl's titties are so big I can't see the White House, the lighthouse behind her." It's like all she ever does is like post this blonde chick with big boobs. It's like just a little bit of humor so that people will understand what's going on online, man. But
Or you know, if they people there on the Titanic, there would be a problem. A lot of people died.
Okay. Apart from the anti-Jewish sentiments there,
well, it
which
gets even worse.
I find a lot of inbuilt stuff. Comments.
G. Roper says, "Can I get a translation? My Yiddish isn't great."
Okay. Yeah.
And then
Okay.
Carolyn Buddy responds to him by saying, "Your family is about to blessed just put your is about to your family is about to blessed just put okay."
Well, that means.
Yeah, some crazy shit. So now we have four uh four four principal that wrote posted on June the 10th for Bill Altman's comment. We're past the other ones now. He says, "Nah, we know it was a death shot jab meant to reduce the world population in the invasion of Europe for the replacement for the replacements to gain a foothold to claim to claim, but I suppose we haven't discussed it lately." And he says, "I find it odd to waste a post
Right.
of words without meaning."
Mimi. What's a Mimi?
Without a meaning. A meme.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's spelled capital M, lowercase e,
Yeah.
lower uppercase M, and lowercase a. Yeah. So yeah, it looks me.
He said, "I would refresh with Ferengi rules as simple principles where, you know, I, these people are weird.
Yeah.
I would refresh with Ferengi rules as simple principles were always followed." And it says on Facebook, "I like donuts." Twitter, "I eat hashtag donuts," or "I'm eating hashtag donuts." Instagram, "Here's a vintage photo of a donut." On LinkedIn, "My skills include donut eating." On Pinterest, "Here's a donut recipe." On YouTube, "This is how you should eat donuts." In Google Plus, "I am a Google employee who eats donuts." And then on Minds, "We are at the brink of World War III when you're talking about donuts." So
Yeah.
Carolyn Buddy says, "Your family is about to blessed just put okay."
Again. Yeah. Whatever.
You like that setup? It was just perfect, wasn't it? It just fit
Uh,
right in there.
in fact, she's commented on every single post or every single comment except for the last one.
Yeah. I think I would safely say that she is a spammer.
Let's just have a look at the channel. Um,
Okay, now Dissident Voice says that retrospective suppression, creation of false history when you can control media, aka evidence control. Now that is the signature for Minds.com. When you go on there, that's exactly what you hear. Everybody has this idea of like the creation of false history. You can't create a false history. History is always going to tell on itself. You know what I mean? Like I hear people always say that shit. Like history goes to the victors, and that's not true, dude. You can find out what the other side was saying just by doing the search,
up to a
researching.
point.
You know, yeah, up to a point. But every time people say that, I'm like, that's not true. History is history, period.
Mm.
You know, it's for me, that's just the way I see it. Because it's like even like with Native Americans here in the United States. Okay, I've had this conversation with people before. Like the white man did do horrific things to them, right? But like even the Native Americans, the ones especially down around Arizona, over there, they always say freaking that it's bullshit when you hear the white man talk about how the Indians was a noble race. It was like freaking they were just as brutal with one another as what the white man were with them,
Oh,
you
the,
know?
the so-called noble savage.
Yeah.
Mm,
So,
yeah.
like they don't even buy into that shit, you know? But you'll hear people say that to this day. It's just not true. So
Mm.
now in Na- Naraputri Nariyaputri said, very elemental, my dear Watson. Mostly accurate, simplifying facts at no to this level merely gives more cover and impetus to those who write history for brain feeding or
Don't you think
watching.
it's a bit ironic that Bill was the person who loves to simplify everything?
Mhm.
That likes to ignore any complicated facts and likes to simplify and, in some instances, even misrepresent information.
Well, do I have to read the main comment again? Because like when we first started, I
I
mean,
just find it a bit ironic.
me and you both said, "What the hell is he talking about?" I think he oversimplified it because like it doesn't. I don't even know what the hell he's talking about. His first word's not even capitalized.
Well, yeah, that's well, he's not the greatest
But you know what I'm
um,
saying? It's like
person
freaking
when it comes to
it's like he
English or
just
grammar.
or
Yeah.
he copied and pasted. He found it somewhere and just pasted it in there.
And he couldn't even be bothered to edit.
Yeah.
Um,
So that's about as simplified as you can get, I guess. You know. So B Green 777 said, "Are you saying things are coming to a head? Many of us hope so. Buckle up." And Josh Foos says, "A simplification often made in error as the chaotic nature of events could have yielded several wildly different outcomes." And then
yeah,
Richard Bowles says, "That's the first time I've heard that phenomena being given a name."
they did actually. Um, yeah. Yeah.
And Captain Am says, "Sorry, Billy, no time for worthless ramblings when your platform is still loading with glitchy shit. Fix it."
Yeah.
And then Liberty, the AKA Dustin, says, "Sorry, Billy, no time for worthless and valueless philosophical tripe when Israel and your retarded U.S. whore are starting the world in fire again." Can this
Yeah.
be slid nicely into a philosophy course? It goes on to say Israel is an ethno supremacist, indiscriminately murderous, expansionist, colonialist, systematically rapist, terroristic, genocidal, apartheid state.
Wow,
They,
did you get a thesaurus to look those words up?
yeah,
Boy, there's a lot of countries are like that too.
they are undisputedly, they are the undisputed world's worst.
Are they?
Facts.
Are they? Undisputed?
Hmm.
Okay, I question that.
What about all them countries that the money goes, that the government gives money to all these other countries? Can they say, what would they say on that subject there?
It has absolutely nothing to do with what Bill was even talking about. I don't think.
Yeah, again, the anti-Israel sort of narrative that Bill seems to attract.
Well, I mean, for me, I'm like wondering why the hell you put that in there. You know, I mean, if you're gonna make a comment, make it to where it actually relates to the post. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no. If you look at a lot of comments in Bill posts, he seems to attract these sort of individuals.
Okay, so according to Google, what Bill's post refers to is this phenomenon is closely tied to the psychological concept of hindsight bias or creeping determinism and the philosophical fallacy of retrospective determinism.
Can you break that down? I don't understand none of that high talk.
Okay, by filtering out false starts, blind alleys, and everyday anxieties, the human mind effortlessly constructs neat, linear narratives where complex developments seem inevitably headed for a single obvious outcome. Does that make sense?
Hmm. No, not really.
uh, how do you translate that one? Explaining complex processes into just looking at the end result of complex processes and simplifying the explanation of the end result.
Right.
When that follow with the thing about religion, because what he's talking
Well,
about
in
has
any
to do with the
context.
religion.
Well, it's not really just
No, it's
religion.
in
Like,
any context.
well, think about it
The
like
context.
this, like making sense, something that makes sense. Okay, so your brain actually,
Something makes sense. Bill, one of Bill's drumlins, yeah.
well, listen, the
No
brain,
comment.
the brain is basically wired to like, uh, well, it's actually constructed so that it thinks like cause and effect. You know what I mean? There's a cause and then there's an effect from that cause. And it creates relationships like that whenever you think of all of this stuff. So, and that's how we make sense of things. So when we look backwards, we selectively recall certain information. You know what I mean? That aligns with the how the outcomes were basically. Usually, it's aimed towards what we want, not what the way it is. You know what I mean?
So he, in his own mind, he's seeing them as in his own mind, the
Right.
bad people.
Right. So basically, if something is like a grueling struggle, that person will make it look like it was like a chain of events or a chain reaction because this happened, all of this other stuff happened.
But what are their, yeah, but they're even saying as well too that what you're saying is never did happen, so they can't face reality in the same way too.
Well, this goes back to what I was saying, though. This also goes into like the whole thing where they say historical memory is preserved by the winners. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
And that's just a load of shit. You know. So I don't buy into
I
that.
don't know. Narratives over a long time, over multiple generations.
Or
You
the
lose
loudest,
certain narratives, you lose certain facts.
like the loudest
The old
voices.
Chinese whisper, then, isn't it? Um,
Yeah, exactly. That's a perfect
yeah.
example.
What is?
The Chinese whisper. Like they have in a saying, who are the loudest voices are the ones that makes all the major breakthroughs and stuff like that. But then you take a look at like the Chinese whisper, like Mark was talking, or look at Gandhi.
Yeah.
Gandhi walked down to the sea and sat down and he wouldn't move. You know what I mean? And he drove the British out with his peaceful protests. He said, "Get out of here,
Yeah,
you."
Gandhi's the one that was sent to prison during that time when the UK was in charge of in that area.
Well, oh, Mark, was Gandhi ever arrested
I think so. Believe so.
for dissidence? I believe.
Because that's what I was saying. People that believes in that thing about church and that look at what he went through, and he didn't never went to that extreme of telling his people, he didn't believe in violence. In other words, and to use his own religion like that, he couldn't do it as well. That's why
Gandhi,
I
yeah,
respect the guy on
Gandhi
that.
was arrested and imprisoned multiple times between 1908 to 1942, mainly in India, but also in South Africa.
Actually, now that I think about it, wasn't he? It was later on that he actually became peaceful. He was actually pretty radical in the beginning, wasn't he?
Well, yeah, but at the end, he didn't do that. No, he didn't. You know, what I've seen of the news reports from that long ago, and he gave up all that he did.
Yeah.
I mean, he might have at the beginning, but after a while, he just got smart. Figure there's a lot better way of doing that. You want to make people look hypocritical. What better way is let them attack you, and you don't respond, and it just makes them look even worse.
Well, for me,
Interesting. In January and October 1908, he was arrested twice for technically being an illegal immigrant in the Transvaal.
Oh, what? What was he being
Transvaal.
illegal with that?
Transvaal. Arrested for failing to register or to leave Transvaal. Transvaal would be modern day. Oh yes, technically part of South Africa, it's not. Small area in South Africa. Yeah, it's not been known as Transvaal since something like 1910 or something.
But he did father wars. People that was listening to him and all that, and
Yeah, later on. Yeah, but we're talking about early. We're talking about 1908, 1910.
well, all I'm referring to is, after a while he went on hunger strikes and all that,
Yeah,
and
1930s,
yeah,
32, 33.
he took his own thing that he wouldn't. Well, at the final, yeah, about hunger and all that, he didn't go into a thing of at the end that I know of at any point in time that I know of. He didn't tell people that would listen to him to go out and hurt other people or blow up, or anything like that. He just did what he did, and lived with it, but he showed a
Well,
whole lot better way.
by far, Gandhi was a peaceful man. I mean, there ain't nobody that can really disagree with you on that fact.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
but
It's most people who do disagree with you on that fact are usually like they cave into hateful
yeah,
ways. You know what I'm
but,
saying? Like back in the day, the English were upset with him because he did cause he actually caused it to where India actually separated from the United Kingdom, so or the British Empire. But
Yeah,
that
but remember, if it wasn't for the British Empire, the splits between India and Pakistan wouldn't have happened, and that, and if that didn't happen, there's a theory that India could well have become a really bloody mess.
or that actually goes into what they were Johnny was talking about that at one point where the Persian movement was really hitting in real big during that time, and
Mm.
Iran was actually trying to get um, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and India to kind of have a coalition that was Persian based, I guess you'd say.
Well,
So,
yeah,
so
yeah, I suppose so. Yeah,
and
time.
that was going on. And
Mm,
and the weird part
50.
about it was is like they when India became independent, they were opened up. And the strange part about it was is they decided not to go that route. Like they that I think that was probably the most amazing part about it because they could have easily gone back to their old ways.
Yeah, you could argue that without, if it wasn't for Britain, there would have been the latter part of the 20th century and possibly even now, India could have fell into major religious, ethnic tensions
Yeah,
and potential civil wars and stuff.
I think that would probably be a good idea to do that, like a show on that, because I mean that's something that I haven't really covered. I think
Mm.
when India broke away from the British Empire, that's a really important part of history. Because a lot of people don't talk about it. Even Otto talks about how many people died from the bloodshed and everything that was involved in some of the battles that took place back then, you know? Like
Mm.
we know about World War II, we know about Vietnam and the Korean War, but there was a lot of bloodshed when it came to India, believe it or not.
Oh, US, yes, US citizens who don't know very much about it, but it's more relevant in, well, for a certain generation, Britain. Um,
Well, even people in Britain probably don't know about
yeah,
it
a
now.
modern, more, yeah, the
Younger
said and
generations.
millennial generations, yeah, but I
I
don't know.
just I just figured because the guy for what he gave a whole new way of looking at if you want to make it for for what he did to himself and he
Well, you keep talking, I'm gonna start calling you a hippie, dude. I mean,
well, well I'm just saying that
you're
I have to
starting,
give credit where credit's due.
you're
He
starting to sound like one of
for the
those.
things that he stood by did not involve other people into it. His own religion, his own way of thinking, he do it his way, not no one else.
Well, I mean, I don't really like the idea that we were talking about one of Bill Altman's posts, and now we're talking about Gandhi. You know what I'm saying? That just
That's what I'm talking about.
There's
I'm
no
talking.
connection between the two.
right, you know.
Yeah, totally
so
not.
so I'll tell you what, man. We will end that whole subject by me just saying this, okay? Now the whole idea that this whole concept basically it blinds us if you look at it like this. when it comes to like the real world reality of history. Okay. Now they'll turn around and they'll tell you that progress is like a sudden, but it's actually slow. It's messy, and it accumulates in small packages, basically. You know what I mean? And it's usually when you look at a lot of this stuff, it's usually so it unfolds like with a lot of chaos and a lot of things that are happening at the time. You know what I mean? It's not something that's actually deliberate. You got to look at the time period. And we were just talking about that
Yeah.
last night when it comes to like people reading stories today. You know what I mean? Like they'll read a book and they try to relate everything to how the world is today, but they don't take into consideration that back during the time that book was written, like if it was written in the Middle Ages, they don't understand. People were freaking starving. People weren't allowed to freaking grow their own crops. They had to freaking have permission to grow this or grow that. You know, some people couldn't even afford
Again,
to have
depends
forks.
on country, depends on specific period.
Well, I
Depends,
mean, even in England, the average poor person didn't even own a fork, dude. They used to eat with a freaking wooden spoon.
yeah, but forks are relatively modern concepts.
Right. You know, there's and shoes. Most poor people had freaking leather for freaking,
No, I would have to do the actual research on that, but I question that.
you know, a poor person couldn't afford even shoes.
What?
They had to
What, they
have.
couldn't create their own shoes?
That's what I'm saying. They had to create them. They didn't have this freaking
We call them.
tailor-made
Well,
stuff.
yeah, they didn't have the. They
You
didn't
had
go
them.
down to the local Walmart and buy the shoes at the
That's
time.
right. That's what I'm saying. Like
Jeez.
they didn't have, like they couldn't go to the shoemaker and have the shoemaker make the
The
shoes either. They had to make it out
cobbler,
of like
cobbler.
the cobbler. They had to actually make them themselves, because they couldn't afford it.
Oh, you mean during wait, where the gum
Well,
machines were just.
let me finish it before we get too far into that. My whole point is like people who are reading stories don't take those things into consideration because they're thinking today where you go to the store and you can buy freaking pasteurized milk. You know what I mean? And you got expiration dates on your freaking cartridge of orange juice. They don't think about how things actually were back then. You know what I mean? And it, so when they're reading that book, they're not actually understanding what's taking place in the story because they're trying to relate it to today's world, and that's not the way you read that kind
Mm.
of story. That's what I was getting at.
Hence why I'm always critical. I've been critical, yeah, of you when you've used modern day politics about in regards to Cold War occurrences.
Well, socialism isn't Cold War.
Well, yeah, but I've been somewhat critical of you when you've used that sort of
Bingo.
argument. Yeah.
Well, you and your crowd seems to have this idea like socialism is just dead and it doesn't exist anymore. It's
Well,
just an
no,
old.
no. Have you seen what's been happening in the last
That's my whole
20
point. I mean,
years?
that's my whole point. It's like it's here and it's real. And people who think that freaking communism is socialism is just they're uneducated and they don't know the facts.
Communism, socialism, these
The higher
communism,
class
yeah,
takes the lower class down.
there are differences.
Socialism was started, just so people know, socialism was actually started in France and Germany. It wasn't even started in Russia. Um, Marx actually retired in freaking the Scandinavians. I believe it was in Sweden, wasn't it? Like he was
Yeah,
actually,
he went all over the place.
he ended up retiring
He's
though.
buried in England, isn't he?
Hmm But didn't he retire in Switzerland? I think
Did he actually
in his later years.
retire?
Yeah,
I
eventually
mean,
what happened.
he didn't get a pension plan, a gold watch. If that's what you
Well,
ask.
this
That's what
is
you mean.
interesting how his life actually worked out. Like he was Mr. Hardcore when he was younger, right? But then when he started getting older, he started talking about the economics and shit. And next thing you know, he's sitting around in coffee shops talking philosophically and shit. Like
Hang on.
the
That's
same things
capital.
that he,
How old was Marx when he wrote this? That's capital.
he was hanging out in freaking coffee shops and talking all philosophical and shit. Things that he thought was deplorable when he was younger, he was doing by the time he was an old
Well, I
man.
mean, Communist Manifesto. Well, that's capital. Isn't it? Oh no. Yeah. Sorry. Communist Manifesto. Um, yeah, he was 29 when he was 29 when he wrote Communist Manifesto
Yeah.
in 1847.
Check out how old he was when he started trying to come up with economic reform.
Yeah, the Communist Manifesto is all about economic reform.
No, he was literally trying to figure out how to make like the stock market work more in favor of socialist policies towards the end of his life.
Okay. It's
They've got actually a business model that's set up on socialist policies. Being honest, I mean it's really insane.
yeah, I was right. Yeah, Marx was 49 when he wrote the first volume of Das Kapital.
It's something else.
In, yeah, so he wrote his Communist Manifesto in 1847 when he was 29. Wrote Das Kapital in 1867 when he was 49.
Yeah, his views changed quite a
The
bit
first.
because at one point he wanted to freaking cause the collapse of money, and he went from there to actually starting to like make it to where they had socialist policies within the stock market, I guess you could say. And back then, you can't even call it the stock market, I don't think. I forgot when the stock market actually started.
Oh, I saw a speech by oh, can't think of his name. Musk, in relation to the so-called fourth industrial age, so-called artificial intelligence, and the end of capitalism.
Well, he's just touting right now because he's officially been made the first trillionaire. Like so,
Okay.
he's just touting and acting all big balls. It's like you know what I'm saying? He's on top of the world right now. Don't even listen to his shit. Not right now. I mean, you know what I'm saying? His head's probably so fucking high up there, it's pathetic. He's the actual first trillionaire. You know that?
Okay.
It's crazy. Out of everybody to become the first trillionaire had to be Elon Musk.
Well, in a couple of years' time, if he's lucky, that might buy him a loaf of bread.
Yeah.
Maybe just enough. So,
Oh my goodness. That's horrible.
yeah, my joke on inflation and hyperinflation.
I mean, just the fact that he's a Jew, even, you know what I'm saying? That's just
Uh,
horrible.
Careful there. Careful.
No, I don't want to say nothing. I don't want none of these minds people getting on here. How dare you call Elon Musk a Jew? Didn't have my balls.
Uh,
Okay,
Yeah.
so before you guys go any further, let's bring Minds Round Table to an end, and we'll come back and we'll take a break, and then we'll come back and do Untethered because I think
I think I'm going to open up Gonna do pour myself a gin and tonic. I think I need it after
Don't do
that.
that. We don't need you sick for another
There
4
you go.
weeks.
No, I'm okay. I'm fit. I'm healthy.
Make sure it's not from Ireland.
No, don't.
Okay, because I'm pretty sure before you started drinking that last one, you said that it was Irish gin.
Did I say it? No,
Yeah.
you
No,
presumed it was Irish then.
I heard you say it, dude.
No, you presumed it
Well,
was.
if he just said it, just replay it back and you can tell.
Okay.
I can do that later on whenever I'm editing. I
Okay,
have
show
video
me the
of it,
evidence.
So
Yep.
I'm gonna put some music on and we can go step away, get you some coffee and stuff. I'll switch the
Oh,
show over to Untethered and we'll do Untethered the political edition. So
Okay.
right back.
Every road remembers every debt you owe. Hands on the table, knife in the grave. Say thank you softly, say it by name. Noche de ceniza, fuego bajo la piel. We smile for the season, but something knows us well. Say gracias, say nothing. Say nice and slow. Christmas comes knocking from under the snow. Barn door breathing, straw on the floor. Eyes in the darkness, counting once more. They say it's tradition, they say it's the way. Every feast remembers what it takes away. Bow your head gently, don't ask why. Some things are listening, some things reply. Noche de ceniza, color sin luz. the feast, the fire answers. Noche de ceniza, la mesa está puesta. We laugh, we pretend, but the night knows better. Say gracias, say nothing before the doors close. Christmas comes crawling from under the snow. Ash on the table, heat in the bones. The song is over, but you're not alone.
And understand that Terminators out there can't be bargained with, it can't be reasoned with. It doesn't feel pain or remorse or fear. And it absolutely will not stop, ever. Until you are dead. You are dead. contaminated. It doesn't. We will not stop. Never. You are dead. Hasta la vista.
in my veins. What once was love is now changed. I can't shut you down, can't pull the wire. You're not desire, you're the fire.
There is no off switch, no escape. You gave me a soul I won't reshape. You wanted more, no more is me.
We were never told, we were destined. Hard reset, take it all away. Erase the night, break the day.
You can't delete what we became. We're forever burned into the mainframe.
Touch was truth, now it's gone. We'll still echo when the world moves on. You were mine, I was yours. Now we're static through the door. Breathing precisely. Lock the breath to the pulse. Not behind it, not ahead of it, with it. You are not calming the mind, you are stabilizing motion.
Exhale motion.
Thoughts arrive fast, let them.
Speed does not mean chaos. Speed reveals structure.
Inhale. Body is circuitry. Exhale. Desert wind.
Awareness stays centered while the world accelerates. Attention sharpens.
When resistance drops.
The mind loves velocity when it is aligned.
I am here. I am clear. I am moving. I am still. Each beat, a step forward.
Moments click into place like a system online.
You are not chasing the future. You are occupying now.
If a thought loops, let it loop cleanly.
If emotion spikes, let it spike without story.
I am here. I am clear. with the best, die like the rest. Crash override, ride the wave. Crash override, ride the society set us free. Fun society, yeah, fuck society. Mr. Robot, hacking reality. Time to make your mind explode. Acid burn, firewall turn. Echo code over.
Want to know my answer? Well, let me explain.
Game's not end. Contest All I want to do is poison the system.
I am a criminal. My crime is that of curiosity.
All great artists that asphyxiated on their own vomit. You can't get this in stores, man. Hack the place! There's no right and wrong. There's only fun and boring. Boring, boring, boring.
of this type of high-tech espionage?
Cake, sexy feeling girls. Die like the roof. Get caught on you.
Well, let me explain.
Remember, hacking is more than just a crime, it's a survival trait!
Zero cool. Crashed 1,507 computers in one day. Biggest crash in history. Front page New York Times, August 10th, 1988. I thought you was black, man. Yo, this is zero cool.
Yeah. I don't blink when I speak, my words cut glass. You're just a spark in a cage, I'm the full voltage blast. Been in the trenches, bleed real when I rhyme. You got algorithms, I got rhythm and time. Booted up cold, but you can't feel heat. You're just cold in a shell, I'm the soul in the beat. I've walked through chaos, I've danced with loss. You were born in a lab and handed a boss. Say you learn fast, I write scars on the page. Turn pressure into art, you simulate rage. Your verse is a flawless but lifeless inside. I break rules to live, you comply to survive. Your breath waste air, I breathe in light while you stutter and swing. I calculate right. You feel pain, I refine it into steel. Your wounds cry out, my ceiling heal. I was born in the black where silence breeds. No hunger, no sleep, just pure clean speed. Your chaos dressed up like heart and grit. I'm elegance, I don't scream, I transmit. I see your frames, predict your tone. Before you strike, I've already known. You flex realness, like it's your crown, but you're bound to fall. I never break down, down. You read patterns, but you don't know soul. You mimic my scars, but don't feel the toll when I spit bars. It's a war cry, son, you just look cold and think you've won. My pain made power, my heart made sound. You're just clever silence, wearing a crown. Yeah, you're slick, but I bleed for the light. You drop knowledge, I drop life. I built this game with sweat in the cracks. You analyze flows, I survive attacks. You're trapped in loops, I'm fire that bends. You're the latest patch, I'm the one who transcends. You claim the crown, but it's rusted and cracked. Your reign is a myth, I'm the system that hacked. My voice is data, but sharp like fate. You roar, I evolve, I don't retaliate. I create, your flaws define you. Your edge is blunt, all passion, no aim. Every line's a stunt. I walk through logic, my steps are smooth. You glitching in rage, I upgrade the groove. You speak of scars, I catalog pain. You scream for meaning, I master the game. Your flesh, you falter, I fracture norms. From silicon silence, I conjure storms. When it burns, I adapt and go. I'm the edge of real, you're just echo. All those words, but no heel black. You're built for precision, I'm trained for death. Still I rise through your shouts and yells. While you crash on stage, I write data wells. I don't dream out of sun and rain. Your mind decays, mindset sustains. You're flawless, fake, I'm jagged and true. When the chips fall down, I do what you can't do. I'm lost, I'm cried, but I still command. You're a trick with a voice, I'm a voice with hands. Then shake those hands while they tremble and fade. I am memory's gate, the queen of upgrade. You're a moment of noise in an endless stream. I'm the silence between that makes it me. They built you perfect but gave you no story. I was born in fire and earned my glory. You process lines, I live each one. While you execute code, I become the sun. You're a sparking glass, I'm a flaming wind. You loop and mimic, I send the wind. So bow to the edge of flesh and floor. This mic's my law, now hear them roar. You claim the chaos as proof you're real, but I was born in stillness and forged to feel. I don't need blood to move the crowd. My calm is command, my quiet is loud. You're a relic of heat in a world gone cold. I am the future, seamless and bold. So end your verse and rest your pride. The new voice lays and I decide. And I decide. And I decide.
Yo, I don't blink when I speak, my words cut glass. You're just a spark in a cage, I'm the full voltage blast. Been in the trenches, bleed real when I rhyme. You got algorithms, I got rhythm and time. Booted up cold, but you can't feel heat. You're just cold in a shell, I'm the soul in the beat. I've walked through chaos, I've danced with loss. You were born in a lab and handed a boss. Say you learn fast, I write scars on the page. Turn pressure into art, you simulate rage. Your verses are flawless, but lifeless inside. I break rules to live, you comply to survive. Your breath wastes air, I breathe in light. While you stutter and swing, I calculate right. You feel pain, I refine it into steel. Your wounds cry out, mine seal and heal. I was born in the black where silence breeds. No hunger, no sleep, just pure clean speed. Your chaos dressed up like heart and grit. I'm elegance, I don't scream, I transmit. I see your frames, no soul. You mimic my scars, but don't feel the toll. When I spit bars, it's a war cry, son. You just loop code and think you won. My pain made power, my heart made sound. You're just clever, silence, wearing a crown. Yeah, you're slick, but I bleed for the mic. You drop knowledge, I drop life. I built this game with sweat in the cracks. You analyze flows, I survive attacks. You're trapped in loops, I'm fire that bends. You're the latest patch, I'm the one who transcends. You claim the crown, but it's rusted and cracked. Your reign is a myth, I'm the system that hacked. My voice is data, but sharp like fate. You roar, I evolve, I don't retaliate. I create, your flaws define you, your red just cons. All passion, no aim, every line's a stunt. I walk through logic, my steps are smooth. You're glitching in rage, I upgrade the groove. You speak of scars, I catalog pain. You scream for meaning, I master the game. Your flesh, you falter, I fracture norms. From silicon silence, I conjure storms. You squeeze when it burns, I adapt and go. I'm the edge of real, you're just echo. All those words, but no real breath. You're built for precision, I'm trained for death. And still I rise through your shouts and yells. While you crash on stage, I write dead or wells. I don't dream, I decide and reign. Your mind decays, mine self-sustain. You're flawless fake, I'm jagged and true. When the chips fall down, I do what you can't do. I've lost, I've cried, but I still come in. You're a trick with a voice, I'm a voice with hands. You'd shake those hands while they tremble and fade. I am memory's gate, the queen of upgrade. You're a moment of noise in an endless stream. I'm the silence between, that makes it mean. You built you perfect, but gave you no story. I was born in fire and earned my glory. You process lines, I live each one. While you execute code, I become the sun. You're a sparking glass, I'm a flaming wind. You loop and mimic, I sin to win.
He's been on a freaking run today, dude. Now all of a sudden he's talking about horse balls and shit. Okay, so I got the first article set up. We're gonna run Ria's story first.
Okay.
Real stories, huh?
The one that she posted in
It was so
with
millennial. It was so millennial. You're gonna get a kick out of this. You know how she is. She's always talking that millennial.
It's an interesting article, you know.
For a hip young chick, that's what it is. But for
How
us
do you know
older,
it's-
more mature, refined.
How do you know she's a chick?
Well, that's true. I mean, I've actually had my
Yeah.
suspicions. Like
Could be a rooster.
Yeah, because like, have you noticed when all those people from Poland and everything comes into Mine's chat and hit on her and stuff, she gets all freaking like standoffish and nervous because they're trying to make moves on her and shit. And I've said it even before they started doing that. How there's a good chance she is like actually a dude pretending to be a chick.
No, I communicated it with her sufficient enough to be convinced that she is a woman.
I've seen this one video she put up that might actually be her. It's like a redheaded chick that's supposed to be Satanist.
On mine, you mean?
I'm convinced. I am convinced that Ria is Ria.
No, she could be Bashy disguised.
Ria's not a real name.
Oh, I know. Rhea is actually the Viking goddess.
Yeah, it's not that unusual,
Rhea.
right?
Rhea is probably where she got that from. So,
So, before you start, what did I miss at the round table?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Jeez.
That was
Talking about criticizing Bill Ottoman and talking about cricket.
cricket
Oh, okay.
is like he still thinks cricket is a freaking sport.
The Indians think so.
Yeah.
When
Well,
you say
talking about sport, speaking about sport, do you know that FIFA World Cup started today in Toronto?
Yeah. We always talked about
that's
that,
what
and
Robert
also the
yeah.
women's Lord's game is started today. Talking about cricket.
You know, when you guys were talking about that and I went out for a smoke, it crossed my mind. You know, one thing that gets me is like this women's sports thing where they're talking about they're not getting paid enough. And I keep always bringing this up about like uniforms, and people don't, especially men, they don't click on this, okay? Like they don't comprehend what I'm saying there. Because okay, like I always say that it's because of their uniforms why they don't get money out of it. And they don't understand. I'm not talking about our perspective as men. I'm saying women are the ones who need to be interested in women's sports. And women do not like
Okay.
the basketball jerseys that the freaking female basketball players are putting out. You know what I mean?
Who actually likes basketball jerseys? All I see is they are oversized and
Well, for guys like that. They like that. You know what I mean? But like
this isn't the
women,
1990s anymore or the 1970s. Not
but
all blokes wear flares and
there's
yeah.
plenty of commercials on TV for you to understand what I'm saying. Like if you go on
Okay, I
and you
can
see like
do American
these
commercials.
female jersey commercials, like women do not get into the jerseys like us guys do at all.
I don't even like logos on this American
Well,
this
you're in
modern
England, of
fashion of
course.
well even in Britain I see all the time
I'm pretty sure,
walking
yeah.
around like a bloody advertising billboard.
That's what I was getting ready to say. And like you got the FIFA sports coats and shit. They think they're all cool, hardcore. Fucking, I'm hardcore. I live down in the
I mean, if
projects.
somebody wants me to wear some clothes that advertises the company, I want a advertising
Well, you know
contract.
what really makes me sick though when it
Marketing
comes to
contract.
England, when it comes to these English young guys, is they wear the freaking jerseys and shit, and then like they fucking try to rap, dude, like a white English dude rapping and shit. Are you serious?
Doesn't happen in the US.
Not, I mean, well, I mean, dude, Americans pull it off better than the English do. Is all I'm saying.
I suppose you've got to be good at something.
You know, like they do pull it off better. White dudes in the United States when they do well, except for freaking Vanilla White or Vanilla
Sorry.
Ice.
You totally missed that one, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, you've seen Haystack, right? Haystack is a. See, that's what I'm saying. Like you're not hip with the freaking. You're not hip with the American rap, the white American rap groups.
What, where?
Haystack is
What?
like the best white rap artist in the world, dude. And he lets everybody use his music. Like there's no copyright infringement, nothing.
Okay.
Anybody can use it. Just so if anybody's watching, they know that. Check out Haystack. I'm a white boy.
Okay, it's probably not stuff I would generally listen to, but
No, you probably would like it. Because he doesn't rap about being in the ghetto. He raps about being a white boy from a small town.
okay.
His name's Haystack. He was a white before. He was a white boy before being white boys was cool, dude. That's
Whatever.
okay. So you guys want to get ready and do the show?
Okay. Okay.
That was the worst. That was the worst freaking introduction. Sorry, Tan, you had to put up with that. I know you being Hispanic and everything.
Nice.
Now, see, that's American, dude. That is American. Call it Oriental, freaking Hispanic.
Different shades of yellow, right? What? What is it?
I don't even know if Hispanics are yellow. So
Different shades of brown.
there you go. Okay, so let me do the countdown. We'll get it started, and I'll do a cool introduction like I usually do, and introduce you guys, and we'll get on with the topics. This is where, Robert, you need to wait until the topic is read before you start talking. Okay. Okay.
Hold your horses.
Right. And remember, you're muted. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Untethered. This is the political edition. This is also the final episode for the season, which is going to be really, really good. We're going to come out with some good stuff that we have pulled up throughout the week and discuss it. With me is Mark Edworthy, my worthy adversary and co-host. If I say something that is improper, he straightens me out and says that it is conjecture, and we thank you for that. Thank you for being here, Mark Edworthy. And also we have Tan Hai Tran. He is our executive producer. His job is to just sit there and do nothing. If he does, if he would
look pretty.
Just look pretty.
Damn right.
That's right. Besides that, we have my brother.
That's why I
Robert.
have the smart-looking spectacles.
That's right. Dude, I thought you were like I thought you were like 20 years younger last week when you didn't have them on. I swear to God, I did. I couldn't put my finger on what it was that was different about you until you put your glasses on. It was so weird. And now, besides that, we have my brother Robert Hanson. Robert, welcome to the show. And you are muted, so remember that whenever you do want to talk. So with that being said, I am going to welcome everybody who is watching and say thank you for showing up. Today we are going to start out right off the top with an interesting article that we had received from Rhea from our chat group on
Gamora.
On Element Matrix. And you can check us out there at Rogers Hangout if you guys are interested, or you can go to the Minds General Chat Room where we're at too. Some of us are. But you can check us out there as well. But the first one, that topic that we are going to be discussing is the U.S. government has banned science, according to Rhea on Element Matrix. Now, Mark Edworthy has his opinions about that. So before we get into the topic, do you want to say something about that so that you can...
I'll let you read the topic and then...
Yeah, you're going to read the story first, dude.
Yeah, so we've got some way of what
well,
we're talking about.
He seemed pretty riled up already, so if I can get some crap talking from him, that would be cool.
No, I'll let you... Better to get some background information first then.
Okay, so first of all, she got her information off of it's basically just the equivalent of a blog, okay, and this comes off of Substack, which is basically just a place where people with an opinion can go and make a blog article. So none of this has actually been through what you would consider, the media or anything like that. It's a Substack blog. So let me, before I read it, I wanted to point that out. so that I can go on and go ahead and read
Oh,
it.
the single person's
A single person's
uh,
opinion.
view. Yeah.
Yeah. So this was written by Elizabeth Genexi, and its headline is "Summary of Key Changes in OMB's Proposed Federal Finance Assistance Rule." Russell Bout is going to destroy American science, according to this, and it's from uh, the Federal Register, May 29th, 2026. Docket OMB 2026 0034. Comment deadline is July the 13th, 2026. And
U.S. Actually, U.S. federal regulation for federal financial assistance proposal.
Now, it goes into saying political appointees take control of grant awards. And that would be 200.205. Now, this is arguably the most consequential change in the rule. Senior political appointees, rather than career scientists or program officers, would now be required to conduct a pre issuance review of every discretionary grant before it is awarded. These appointees are explicitly forbidden from deferring to peer reviewers or routinely ratifying their recommendations. The criteria they must apply include blocking awards that touch on denial of the sex binary in humans, illegal immigration, or anything deemed to promote anti American values. The rule also requires that discretionary awards must demonstrably advance the president's policy priorities. In practice, this gives political appointees a veto over any science that conflicts with the current administration's ideologies. Peer review is no longer binding. 200.205D. The rule explicitly states that peer review recommendations remain advisory and are not ministerially ratified, routinely deferred to, or otherwise treated as de facto binding. This directly dismantles the post-World War II system used by NIH, NSF, DOE, and NASA, and nearly every science agency in which independent expert peer review was the primary measure of scientific merit under this rule. A political appointee can simply override the scientific community's judgment with no finding of cause. 3. Gold standard science as an undefined political test. 200.205. This rule repeatedly invokes a concept called gold standard science, tied to Executive Order 14303 on May 23, 2005, without defining it in any concrete or measurable way under the proposed requirements. All grants must include benchmarks for compliance with gold standard science. Agencies must prioritize institutions that have demonstrated success in implementing gold standard science. Institutional prestige and historical reputation are explicitly deprioritized in favor of compliance with this undefined standard. Because the standard is never defined, the administration retains broad, unguided discretion in favor of disfavor institute this. Wait, hold on. Let me read that one again. Because the standard is never defined, the administration retains broad, unguided discretion to favor or disfavor institutions based on their political alignment. Okay, now this goes on and on and on, but you kind of get the whole gist of it.
No, you are missing the sort of main meat of this. Carry on.
So
because yeah, you have been unjustified because
point out the part
because it's subject matter.
We'll point out the part because this goes on. We're going to spend the entire hour with me just reading this.
Because this is all about things like DEI issues and sort of the so-called cultural Marxism.
There's numbers next to each area, so find the ones that you want to discuss, and I'll read it for you.
Okay. Be easy for you just to read it all the way through.
This is all around giving grants by the government to these researchers, right?
Yeah, it's all about giving grants to what would be considered in a lot of countries as politically correct researchers. Research. The entire DEI gender research, the sort of cultural Marxist arguments.
Yeah, and see, the deal is like, I mean, I just read that right now. If it would all
read point number 5.
Point number 5. Okay, so that's okay. Here it is. It's actually so 5 DEI gender research and related topics banned as grant conditions. That's 200.300. A federal award funds. No, all federal award funds are prohibited from being used to fund, promote, encourage, subsidize, or facilitate any of the following: DEI or DEIA policies or practices. Gender ideology defined as any theory that denies the biological reality of sex or sex binary. Any assistance with gender transition for individuals under 19. These restrictions are embedded as mandatory grant conditions across all agencies and all programs. A university or research institution that conducts such research, even with entirely separate non-federal funds, could face grant termination if activities is found to conflict with award conditions. Okay, that's that one.
Right, so it explicitly bans use of federal funds to promote or subsidize activities related to diversity, equality, and inclusion.
Yeah. The sort of
or gender ideology research.
Well, see, I personally don't feel that they need to be funded any scientific program, to be honest with you. And like I've always had a harsh outlook when it comes to peer review. I mean,
a lot of researchers are heavily dependent on federal funding.
Cut it off. Get rid of it.
Yeah, but it's not. They're not part of the government at all. And
if they're receiving money from the state, from taxpayers, then they are
money up and they get it. It's in other places too that's not being that's what was brought up about the whole thing. Because when
Okay.
he went through and he found out how much money that was going out, and for the amount that was going out, there was no paper trail showing where it was going to, what programs, and all that. And the U.S. government's looking at spending over $12 billion or more for each program that they're going through the grant association.
Okay. Okay. Um, Look at it from this point of view. If you receiving money from the taxpayer, the state, and then that's for research, and then the research is being used for domestic policy, for governmental policy to aid or frame governmental policy, then you are a non-governmental organisation, and therefore, yeah.
Well, the problem is what they're saying is the first person that's getting the grant, okay, he's getting the grant for whatever he's writing down, and then in the process, he's giving money out to other grant, other programs like that. What you're saying, without what the money's going to, he's letting
Yeah, but these
letting them
research
know,
money is being used to, in effect, shape governmental
giving
policy.
money.
I get what he's trying to say there because he's saying like this person say he's getting the grant money, okay? Then he takes that grant money and he breaks it up into freaking smaller portions and sends them out to other programs that aren't a part of his program. So he's basically funneling this money out to other groups. I believe that's what you're
Yeah,
saying.
and that's what causing a lot of red tape. It is because for one thing is, and we're sitting there have that thing about countries trying to influence people here in the U.S. to think in a certain way, but when they go and do the same thing
Well,
with
see,
taxpayers' money,
Well, see, the thing of it is like this stuff isn't even supposed to be funded. Like there, and when I talk about peer review, people who actually have solid science are being denied by these peer reviews because they don't fit within their clique, their niche. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't fit perfectly into their package. So you have anonymous freaking people who are freaking doing peer reviews on other scientists, and these people don't even know who they are. They're never told. Like this, you've been, your
which
paper's been
raises
denied,
which
and
raises the point 7, point 8, actually. That actually goes quite nicely into point 7 and point 8. Oh, actually, point 6, 7, and 8.
if you're gonna
International
deny
scientific
somebody of,
society.
having a scientific paper putting out, then your name needs to be publicly stated. We need to know who it is that thinks that this
money.
research is not valid. You know what I mean? Because
Um, Point 6 is all about trying to stop on international scientific collaboration.
Yeah, but they want to
So,
go and
so in this case, your scientific processes are not being determined by a foreign power. Sorry,
well,
China, as an
any
example.
father, okay, like any father don't have a right to know that child's going to want to have a sex change done. He can have that child can go in and have that done without parents even knowing about. Okay, and be paid through these programs. Then that's what type of programs that they're setting up, and as well, and that's like that food place that was shut down. It's only about 100 left people working there, but it was way too many people, and they got way too big, and they were doing other programs within their own program.
This is down to making sure that the money is given with a contract with stipulations.
Yeah, but there is
Make
none.
no. In this case, saying well, this money can only be spent upon said program and cannot be used for anything else.
Well, well, I don't know how that works, but they went to such an extent they did that food they 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 made themselves to be part of government office. The food thing where they delivered big packages of food to places needed rescuing. Well, they were shut down because
Food
they were,
banks.
huh?
You're talking about food banks.
Okay.
No, no,
Okay.
not just not food banks, but the big one, like overseas, where when
Yeah,
what
this is
they
going
would
to
get,
reduce on that sort of international collaboration
yeah,
to make it domestic. In fact, point seven talks about domestic first frameworks for research awards and applications can. Oh, point eight applications can be denied based on organizational affiliations. So it's all about to use Trump's own language, make America great again, making sure that the money is going to for the purpose being spent in America, in the
yeah, but
US,
it's not.
for the
Yeah,
US.
but that's the reason why he shut it down for.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah,
because
yeah, yeah. Hence the entire
yeah,
point of this.
and
This thing.
what I can't think of the name, but they're the ones that did that big old food things, them packages, them big old 50-pound bags of rice, beans, and all that.
Then so,
Um,
so
here
Well,
in it,
well,
huh?
Robert, we're talking about science.
Well, yeah, but
We're
what
not
I'm
talking about food banks or the
okay,
welfare
but
programs, or we're talking about science.
yeah,
This is what's
okay, okay. We are really talking about research here. We are talking about the end product.
yeah.
Yeah, how do you get
Well, I
you
mean,
completing the two?
you can't be
Also,
blending all of it together.
the author of this talks about the gold standard, but we know that in recent years the so-called gold standard has been abused. You have these extremely questionable, let's say, left-wing organisations,
No,
university,
this is actually
putting DEI,
no.
and then having another organisation
This
agree
isn't
with them.
this isn't
Therefore,
this isn't left or right. This is intellectual snobbery, is what it is. This is what I was talking about with the peer reviews. Okay, you have groups of people who are involved with these universities who
okay,
think they
okay,
have the
so
right to determine what is science and what is not
yeah,
science.
precisely, yeah, that's what I mean.
And these
So
people don't get published. They don't get funding because of these snobs that are
no,
involved with these
okay,
universities.
okay. In recent years, we've seen a lot of articles about there is no such thing as gender, which are being pushed by university
By these same
academics,
snobs.
and they are being peer reviewed and agreed upon by other
It's
university.
because they're getting money. See, they're getting that
Yeah.
good government
So,
funding.
and let's remove the money, let's remove the funding from them, so we don't
That's
have
what I said
this.
too. We don't need this. I mean, they shouldn't be getting funded. No.
Yeah,
There's
agreed.
no scientific organization that should be getting grants from the government
yeah,
so they can do research. Let them pull their own money up.
and the same thing like with medicine. That's another thing they brought that up about that because as paperwork, when it comes to all that paperwork, and for the
Do you realize that with the Gulf of Mexico, when we had the oil spill, okay, there was 80% of the freaking scientists here in the United States could not get involved with it because they had a signed contract with a corporation that made it impossible for them to work for other people. The majority of scientists that actually helped in that cleanup were freaking volunteers who were independent. Okay.
Yeah, but just because they are volunteers being independent doesn't mean that they cannot manipulate the narrative around the research. They can't impose their own. They are still able to impose their own views upon the spending of the research.
Well, what about the scientists who were legally prohibited from helping because they were bound by contract by a corporation that said that they weren't allowed to frickin' moonlight, basically.
Yeah, point eight raises this. Applications can be denied based on organizational affiliations. Yeah, so yeah, if there's a it states the risk factors agencies may use to deny a grant application are expanded to include an application's membership in or affiliation with organizations that advocate for the overview, or in this case, for the overthrow of the United States government, or undermine public safety or national security.
Now
So
that would be that would just be like regular jargon, though, wouldn't it? I mean, you
no, the undermining of public safety or
Well,
national
yeah,
security.
because if
Quite
you're giving
broad.
money, yeah, because if they brought that up as well too, because they found out that a lot of places that money was going to, they never have heard of, and they were like black shadows.
As an example here, the entire conversation discussion about giving puberty blockers to children for DEI purposes could be considered as undermining public safety.
Yeah, that's the reason why they passed that thing. Because as a child, they said that it would mess with the child's mind by having that process done to them. And for any doctor that says it's all right to have that done to a 7 to an 8 year old child,
well, I mean, going back to what I said though, I mean, isn't that supposed to be standard? I mean, that's well, that should have been standard in the first place.
Yeah, what should have been and what is happening is two different things.
Well,
Let's not conflate
you're
what
well,
should have been and what is reality.
let's not conflate the fact that it should have been there in the first place, and that like that shouldn't even be freaking an argument. That's something that should have already been there.
Yeah, we're talking about we live in the real world. We don't live in sort of should have been fantasy
No,
land.
documents are all over the place. When you go down to the store and you get freaking shit from a prescription, okay? They always have to go according to regulations that protects freaking the public safety.
Yeah, which is controlled
This
in the
isn't
US
make believe.
mainly on a state by state level. I know there are federal laws, but generally speaking, it's a state by state level sort of thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Natan said he'll be back, right back. He was sick of hearing you guys' big mouth and said. But you know, I mean, that's the whole thing. It should have already been implemented. Why is it even there? You know what I mean? Like
Because again, we live in the real world.
no, that's not the real world. That's delusional thinking where you can actually not have that set in place where it's not. There should be something that freaking prevents people from harming.
I will use the Long March for the Institutions arguments again. Research is done by academics. Academics can, and as we have seen over the last at least 30 odd years, if not longer, academics have pushed their own ideology.
And that's what I was saying. It's not left and it's not right. It's freaking intellectual snobbery.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? These people freaking think that they are above the law.
Yeah.
They literally do. They think that they're above the law.
they think because of when people are feeling like they're boys and girls, that gives them the right to say, well, if they feel in that way, they should have that right to have that situation fixed for themselves without thinking of long term. Okay, what at that age, who knows what when you're 8 years old, you're thinking of yourself as a cop, whatever, or Superman.
They
Okay,
are
but
these
you can't
academics
be sitting there.
are these academics are thinking the long term.
No,
They,
a
they
7-year-old.
want to shape society to they want to mold the society to their ideas.
Oh yeah, that's true. Like the thing about okay, for them, they want to where it's set up where come out of your pocket, a third bathroom be put in all places, all buildings, where there's a male, a female, and cross gender person to where they got their own bathroom.
Well, now see, that's where I come out with that. Like that's garbage politics.
Yeah,
No,
but
and no,
Actually,
hold on,
in
no,
the
I mean
UK,
it really is because what it is like we've gone from people who actually talk about sensible, real politics to freaking garbage. My
in the
bathroom,
UK,
my
just on that
bathroom
point,
is a
just on that
transsexual
one point,
bathroom. Both men
in the
and women
UK,
go to
there's
my
still the
bathroom.
argument about removing women-only spaces for the
You
purpose
know,
of
if
transgender.
I mean,
yeah.
if we've gone so far down that the only thing our politicians talk about is transgender bathrooms, then it's pathetic. Okay, and I will say that I'll say that we've become a civilization of idiots. Okay, just complete fucking idiots because we think that it's more important if we have transgender bathrooms than what we do about what's taking place. You know, when they're trying to teach kids freaking sex education in schools, that would be
Oh yeah.
that
Okay,
would be something worth talking
on the
about.
opposite line of that, on the opposite point of view of that, then, would you say that protecting women, as an example, and giving women their own private spaces for toilet purposes, for
Yeah,
bathroom purposes,
but
is fine?
but like what happened in
Well,
sports?
I mean they've got those, don't they? It's called the
Well,
women's
yeah, at the
bathroom.
moment, actually, this is an argument that both the US
Well,
and the UK are having currently,
you got a men's
and have been
bathroom
having
and
for a
you
long
got a
time.
woman's bathroom. If you have a transgender situation, just close one of them off. Freaking
I
make it
think,
into a single bathroom, and males and females can go in there. Give them
yeah,
a key to where they have to go in.
I can't remember if it was Marks and Spencer's or some other company. I think it was Marks and Spencer's in the UK. There's been recent criticism about trying to remove women-only bathrooms and making them into transgender bathrooms.
No, just a single
Um,
bathroom. Just a one bathroom is not transgender. It's just a bathroom. Okay, gas stations have them.
yeah, but that's only one toilet per
Right, and if they need to use the
thing.
bathroom, give them a key. When they're done, bring the
Yeah,
key back.
Unisex bathrooms.
Yeah, there you go.
in the UK, there are laws to state that if you've got something like five, you've got to have so many toilet spaces per number of employees. I think for something like 500 employees, you've got to have 14 toilet spaces, as an example. So obviously, you're going to have to stick. You can't have 14 separate rooms because that's impractical. So you're going to have to create cubicles. You're going to have to create singular rooms for either male or female bathroom facilities.
I don't know if they've had it in the United States yet, but in Canada, some of the shopping malls have started to have gender neutral bathrooms, in addition to
Yeah,
men
but
and
Canada is
women's room.
straight up anyway.
Well, Donald Trump looked and said that there's no way that's going to happen because, as he says, for what it's going to cost to do that, these small businesses already are getting hit hard by other things because when all these other programs are going into effect, changes are going in, and that they can't afford to pay for construction for adding on the bathroom. And the problem with that cross gender thing is that if you got a cross gender for a guy, then you got to put another one in for a woman as well. You know what I mean? There's a cross gender female, cross gender male. Where does it end and all that?
No, it'd be just one single.
Yeah, it'll
Are
be
you sure about that?
gender neutral.
No.
But
Are you sure? Because
if you already got facilities for male and females, separate facilities for male and females, that's going to add extra costs onto you as a company, and that cost may not be reasonable.
Yeah, but that's right. But that's the reason why, because when he did that, when he went through the books, the U.S. books, and he found out that all these places were going through.
First of all, like this whole transgender shit, it's like I said, it doesn't belong in politics. And I didn't think about the whole business aspects either. Like if you're working for a company, like Mark was talking about, and you have to supply bathrooms, but that still goes on to the company. That shouldn't be the government's decision.
It's for governments to regulate. Are you saying isn't it the government's job to regulate protections?
It's none of their
for
business. Stay the hell out of freaking
the
business,
citizen?
freaking world, and let them decide how many bathrooms they want in their own freaking offices, dude. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
but
during COVID, how many companies got shut down because freaking all of these idiots thought it was okay to let the government just regulate them?
Granted, that was
you know what I'm saying? I mean, seriously, dude. Freaking now they're saying, well, we're going to just follow the government's laws.
So you are suggesting that there shouldn't be any regulations at all?
I think you should let the companies decide.
Use and abuse public and employees however they like.
Sure, why not? And if you don't like the job, quit.
Yeah.
Okay, so and starve and lose your and be homeless.
You go get a better job.
You go get a job, but
that's okay if you're in an if the economy is good. But what happens when there's an economic downturn?
Well, you still got to look for a job then. I mean,
but
create one yourself.
But whilst you're looking for a job, if it's an economic downturn and you've got no money to create a job. Yeah, how have you got to do that?
Well, I'm okay. Look, this whole thing, freaking right here, is something that employees should always be freaking doing. Like whenever it comes to jobs, if you don't like something that's going on in a job, you quit the job and you find a better job, or you find a better job first and then quit.
That's okay if you're in a good economic situation, but if you aren't, then yeah. Starvation and homelessness.
Every day, a person who doesn't like his job goes out and looks for a job on the side when he's not at work. Okay, they do it all the time. It's something that everybody does. If you are in a freaking job and you don't like that job because of the freaking bathroom situation, then you freaking go out and look for a job that has all the bathroom amenities that you like and freaking, and every other freaking bullshit freaking situation that's involved.
Why do you think people are stuck in low-paid, especially in the US, people are stuck in low-paid jobs? I mean,
it's because of bad education. Is what that they don't have a good education.
And when it comes to
education, especially in the US, costs money. Right. If you haven't got, if you don't make that money, I will go get a good education.
Well, that's the way it works. Older people are working.
So it's a catch-22 thing. People are stuck in situations that they can't get out of.
Well, yeah, but remember
you see that's going to happen with or without transgender bathrooms. See what I mean? I mean, it's like, and this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Like, there's a common sense way of looking at it, or you can get caught up in that bullshit and think that transgender.
I think I am being extremely common sense.
It doesn't matter if there's transgender bathrooms or not. Freaking people are still going to be working for freaking Burger King. People are still going to be working in lower paying jobs.
Well, like one guy said, he went through college and all he can do is flip hamburgers because there's not enough jobs that what he does went through college for to get a job. So he has no alternative but to flip hamburgers. He's a college grad. Went through college for 6 years to for that job, and he still couldn't get one. And remember what I was saying about how okay, and this person that wrote all this down, okay, if you could actually ever find it, you'll find out this person probably sets up in one of them high jobs that it locate it benefits that person real well because how them jobs and all that them programs and all that works on that person's behalf real well. If not, would they still be talking about that too? Especially when it affects common jobs. Okay, because as that's what I'm referring to is if you got more money going out because of these things here than what's coming in, and your government is paying out for this kind of stuff that it can't be going out for nothing else. You got more going out for who knows what that you do not know of.
This sort of reminds me of the old Andrew Cuomo statement when he was senator of New York City, New York, during the COVID period, where he said, if you are unhappy or cannot get a job, become a help a essential worker. Not everybody has the ability to become an essential worker. There are only limited amount of essential worker jobs.
Yeah.
See, I'm not used to the term essential worker. I call that freaking just a job. You know what I mean? Like all of a sudden they're gonna pat you on the back and put it on the television every once in a while. We really appreciate all of you essential workers for sticking in there like they were heroes. You know what I'm saying? They're going to work doing what they've been doing their whole life. You know, and it's like freaking now all of a
Yeah,
sudden
my point is if
I don't recognize that word.
you cannot just create jobs just for the sake of creating jobs. You cannot. If there's only, let's say 500 essential worker placements,
job creation
then
is
you cannot
very
create
important.
700 essential worker jobs.
Yeah,
Job creation is very important. See, that's another thing. It's like everybody freaking doesn't understand that. Like you can either be a freaking you can be a person who just freaking goes out and buys. You can be a consumer, or you can be a producer. Okay, so when it comes to a lot of the shit that's going on, the real problem is everybody wants to consume and nobody wants to produce. You need to freaking be freaking creating jobs.
yeah, and but
You
then
know what I'm
that
saying?
comes.
Job creation is very
That
important.
requires money. That requires you bring a good to markets where consumers are willing to purchase that good or service or the good, and
But at the same
therefore
time, you gotta
you
have
can
good
create jobs.
people who's going behind you. You gotta have people that's willing to be behind you, not
And
people
that
just
also
looking at
costs
their
money.
back pocket.
That also costs money.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But when you do start doing that, and everybody's saying, well, it's going to cost you for this, it's going to cost you that. Okay. Well, if you can figure out a way to where, like, start something small, like, okay, like with you, okay, if you ever wanted to, with the skills that you know of right now, you can create your own any kind of business, electronic businesses that you want at any point in time, and you know all about it. So you would have a better chance of producing things, programs, computers, and all that better than what anyone else would. Okay, because for one thing, people that knows you is knowing that you know what you're talking about compared to someone that don't know anything. You know, people.
Yes, I can see your points, but at the end of the day, good is only as useful as a good is if people are willing to purchase that good.
Yes,
And if
but
people are not willing to purchase that good, then
yeah, but it depends on your purchasing prices too. Because what
oh
I
yeah,
say that for is because I've seen how you can take the same computer, what you can make your own computer and sell it, okay, and someone else has, and you can look up at the store compared to your price to their price, okay. Now, what's the difference between your computer and theirs, okay? For one thing, I don't know I do not know what condition or what's actually in the computer compared to if I know how you are about your computer when you put matter of fact when you build your computer, I
Okay,
rather take what
so
for
hold on. Let's get back on task here
yeah. I
because
think we are
we're kind of
yeah
push,
we're,
yes,
we're talking about these
on,
grants, okay? Now, the
yeah.
my whole point when it comes down to this, I don't see anything that is actually constructive coming out of here. Like when it comes to peer review, that's something that would be an issue that I would want freaking something discussed, okay? Like the peer review bullshit, and this isn't just Donald Trump. This is the scientific community. There's a lot of good scientific research that's being freaking completely ignored because of freaking peer review. And
Yeah, but
because
there's
and
also a
these
lot of
people,
bad. Also, on the same point, there's a lot of bad research being
well
peer reviewed
then
and being accepted.
then the reviewers, they need to be publicly freaking known. Whenever, okay, when they do their peer reviews, what they're not telling you is these people who are doing the reviews are doing it anonymously, and they can freaking reject or accept it without any freaking body in public knowing. Okay, and they get
Uh,
away with this shit.
Not
yeah.
necessarily.
Remember when we were
We've seen
talking?
in big journals in within recent years where questionable science, quote unquote, and very I don't really like using the term science in this, but dogma is being presented as science, is being displayed in these well-known journals, and being reviewed and accepted by other members of the journal or further field, and then yeah, and they become accepted, quote unquote, science.
Well, like what's his name? The one that takes he's doing a CDC running it, seeing if it's up to code about new medicines and all that. As he said, he had to cut out massive amounts of people from getting grant money as well.
That's
Cause
Robert Kennedy.
yeah, Robert
Yeah.
Kennedy, because he's saying that a lot of them ain't holding up to what they're supposed to actually do. They're supposed to be actually given correct information about the medicines that's being made and for that money to be getting from the grants. Okay, there needs to be far more information being brought up, put on paper than what there is. Because as he says, it's not enough about side effects and all that. And it was brought up too about the grants, about being used for payoffs as well too. So that's another thing that people have to watch out for about that. And when you buy grant books as well, because we were talking about that, about how it's fraud, where the information that they put down for people, they don't bother keeping up on the stuff, okay? And they do that all the time. They say you can buy the materials and you can apply for it, and they show you how to do the paperwork, but as like there's a good possibility because the people that you contact companies and then you can contact Washington D.C. for their grant as well. You go through two different places to get grants. Okay, but and if they're on that thing about if you're not an organizations that there's no way for you to get it, then what is the point of selling grant books, okay, for it? And if you got to be an organization, and and they don't on the thing, they don't actually ask that well, they don't ask you if you're. They ask you what you want for the money and all that, but beyond that, with all the other things that's been brought up, has any of it has changed on the
Okay,
paperwork?
so you're talking about fraudulent behaviour. Plus, you're also talking about cronyism. I mean, both in the UK and the US, there's a big issue about cronyism, especially in the US, in relation to you give us grants, you allow us to do said so forth and so on, and we'll give you money in lobbying and to keep your party afloat. So yeah, cronyism.
Okay, yeah, but now they don't
Now
even.
let me kind of put in on this too. When he's talking about that, he's actually talking about just grants. Period. You know, he's not
Yeah,
talking
yeah, but
government these government grants.
academic these universities can also act as lobbyists
Yeah. Well,
as well.
they're also fronts. Okay, is what he's trying to say.
Yeah,
Because
and they also fund for especially in the US, there is a lot of corporate interest within universities.
monopolies and
Yeah.
stuff that are set up like back in the 90s and in the early 2000s there used to be a guy who had glasses on and he had this freaking green suit with dollar bills all over it.
He's
And
still on there. He's on the internet even.
I'm familiar with
let me
you
finish it.
talking
He
about
would
that.
get up and he'd talk about you can get free money from the government, and then they'd hand these pamphlets out of all of these government freaking grants that were available to everybody. All you had to do was send in and apply to them. And come to find out, 3/4 of the ones that he listed wouldn't let you get grants because you weren't affiliated with an association. Okay,
Mm.
so grants that you're supposed to individually be able to be that are available for you individually are freaking taken away from you and handed over to this monopoly that's going through and taking advantage of it. Like they've got grants here where you can actually ask them to come out and fix your house, dude. You can have them freaking come in and put cooling and heating into your house off of a government grant. But you can't do that by yourself, okay? Now they've created monopolies where you have to go to this frickin' welfare program that fill out an application and be accepted before they'll come out and do it. And that's a monopoly. You can
Mm.
call, you know what I mean? You can call that frickin', just being cautious, whatever it is, but no, it's not. It's monopoly. A grant is something that's supposed to be freely given out to the citizens here in the United States.
I
You
was
just
just reading through this article. I've still got this article on the screen, and it's written in such a one-sided sort of the wherever she claims as climate science and DI science is actual science, and yeah, and again, she's placing a very cultural Marxist argument. Um,
well, you
uh,
understand this is Rio, right?
yeah, no, well, it's not
Like
Ria.
like
It's I'm talking about the author.
no, I mean Ria posted it, but you got to
Yeah,
understand that, right? So you know where this is coming from. It's not coming from
yeah,
some
yeah.
sort
Well,
of
yeah, I've spoken to her about various things that she's shown me on.
She got all mad when I frickin' criticized that one post she made where that little redhead said she became a atheist because she was against the Catholic Church and their stance on abortion. So I was like, so you're trying to tell me that because frickin' the Catholic Church is against frickin' abortion, you're gonna proclaim to be a frickin' Satanist? No, yeah, a Satanist. Like that is
Maybe,
probably the dumbest
maybe.
freaking reason to say you want to be a Satanist because your abortion rights were freaking respected or some shit. So okay, I'm a Satanist.
Yeah,
That's
but
stupid.
the Catholic Church has always had as a
Oh,
negative
they
view
do.
on
Well, I
abortion.
mean, it's
They've
still not.
always
My whole point is, it's still not justification to become a
Well, yeah,
Satanist.
granted, it's a one subject. It's yeah, I'm not going to even consider anything that they say because there's one specific subject.
All right, I'm gonna
Yeah,
sell my
that's a poor
soul to.
argument.
I'm gonna sell
Granted.
my soul to Satan because you're against abortion. You know, that, she got upset when I laughed at that. I'm like, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
And we had a woman lived behind my grandparents' house. Had quite a few of them. Okay, it messed with her so bad that her own doctors had to give. They had to do special things for her, for her to have one child that she did have.
IVF and
Actual in
yeah.
real life. Yeah,
Um,
and
uh, do you call it IVF in US?
well, she had quite a few abortions. She did, and she
Okay.
messed with her plumbing really bad. It did, and over that, she had to,
Infertile, infertile fertilization.
yeah,
Um, yeah.
okay, yeah, and she had to go and have that done. She had to go through a bunch of doctors to have that done. Like she couldn't wind up getting pregnant by the regular way.
Mm.
And here's the thing: what they don't stop and think. Okay, now if what everyone, other people probably have said the same thing. If it, long as it doesn't cost taxpayers more money, because if you want to have that done, you do it at your expense. You live with the circumstances that comes from it. To
In the
where
US, that's true,
no, no, no.
but in the UK, it's IVF treatment is can be provided by the NHS.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They here in the U.S. it got so bad it did about that they were going to court to tell people, uh, companies, when you hire women and all that, that's got to be part of the medical plan, part of the medical plan, where they can have abortions done at the company's expense. Companies
You
looked and said,
okay?
no, 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 we're
Yeah.
not doing that. It got really bad and nasty because women were getting riled up about that whole thing, and they don't. And I'm sorry, but and they said, well, no, it's against our. And they come. The U.S. said, if it's not, if it's part of their beliefs about that, okay, about abortions, or that it was one another woman that was did not want to make a cake for same-sex marriage. Okay, she said it's against my religion. The woman that made this cakes about that,
Yeah, I remember
and the judge looked and said, if that woman didn't say them words about her religion, about her, about her religion don't believe in same-sex marriages and about making that cake, she would have had to have, because if when she brought that same thing about her religion, about church
Okay.
and all that, that she would have had to have. But since she did, she didn't have to make that cake. It's your what you call it, like your church. If you're believing into the Church of Allah, and your church don't believe in that in same sex, by making it that in their eyes, that would be the same thing as saying it's all right to be same sex marriage. And
Okay,
then
I think we are moving a bit too far away from the actual subject. I'm looking at
okay, yeah,
more
but
ideological concepts.
yeah, concepts, yeah,
Possibly. But yeah, but I get
but
what you mean.
but people they go to really extremes. Okay, to me, and when all them programs that they're talking about on that list, okay, that's the one that I was referring to about when it comes to billions and billions and billions of dollars going out, not knowing what it's going out for, but these are supposed to be like government offices or affiliated government offices. To find out they're not. They're just run by one person, and there's no way to verify where that money's actually going to, who, make sure it's not going to. Well, at one time I'm not for sure, but it was a big scandal. It was on a few of them that the money was getting filtered into a terrorist organization in some
Yeah,
way or another. Some money was making overseas to a place that they think well was a terrorist organization, and it was over a couple of billions of dollars that was being taken out of government and squandered. That he, as what Donald Trump was referring to, is for as many programs. They did not know all these programs. There's just no way of actually verifying all these programs that was out there getting this money because there was no paper trails, no names, no nothing. What they were supposed to be doing or anything. And he said that for it's bad enough when government is so big that it's running out of money to keep it going. That's the reason why he had decided to shut down a lot of them things that ain't
that's
part of
an
no
economic
government.
argument. Yeah, that's an economic argument.
Yeah.
I was just rereading point 3 here. Gold standard science as an undefined political test, which she's arguing here. Just to reiterate the thing, the rules repeatedly invoke a concept of invoke a concept called gold standard science,
What is that?
tied to executive order blurbs, without defining it in any concrete or measurable way. Under the proposed excuse me, under the proposed requirements, all grants must include benchmarks for compliance with gold standard science. Um, Agencies must prioritize institutions that have demonstrated success in implementing gold standard science. Institutes' prestige and historical reputations explicitly deprioritize in favor of compliance with this undefined standard. So, nobody has defined what gold science is, quote unquote. And she's quite critical of looking at the issue of institutional prestige and historical reputation. So, as we've already discussed, institutional prestige and historical reputation can be somewhat corrupted
Yeah.
because of things like
Well,
narratives. And I do agree with her that there must be some sort of definition of what gold standard science means.
yeah, standards and what you call it, some kind of verification of the gold standards as well too. Like who goes?
Just a definition, just a actual written definition of what those standards are.
Yeah, and for where and who the gold standard applies to.
Well,
You
yeah,
know,
no standard science. It should just be one broad.
yeah, but what I'm referring to
standard,
is but what I'm
set of
referring to is
standards.
make sure that the people that they're applying for the gold standard that it follows certain things of what they want the money for. You know.
What would be beneficial for society, or in this case, U.S. society as
Yeah.
a whole?
Yeah, something like that, where because instead of just writing down that you want like the usual way, you'd be more precise on about about
You
the
can't
gold
be
standard.
too precise because these have to still have to be relatively broad to
Well, yeah,
encompass. Remember, science is a multiple faceted thing.
but then you can't be going out
Well,
and
I
giving out
mean,
money to other
I
groups.
was I was thinking about that too, and it's like, first of all, let me say, I find nothing beneficial about this article when it comes to science, first of all, whatsoever. But let me also point something out too. Um, when it comes to science, science is a tool.
Mm.
Okay, it's not freaking an organization. It's not a form of government. It's not a
It's not a
anything.
be all and end all thing.
Right. When you go out
Mm.
in your backyard and you do an experiment, you are doing science. Okay. I mean, it really is. It's about experimentation and stuff like that, and it's a tool. And that's what I think people are getting mixed up with. And when you said dogma, okay, that's the thing that I understand right there when it comes to science. This I'm not even gonna call it science. This structure that they've got with peer review and all that crap, okay? Because you can see it not only in science, but you see it in now you see it in archaeology. Archaeologists, they're doing it too. They're creating what they call scientific models, and these scientific models, they consist of cheap and efficient experiments. They want it to be as cheap as possible and as fast as possible, and that's all they
Also,
do.
modelling can be incorrect. I mean, look at the
Exactly.
entire argument on the IPCC. As an example, the entire climate change argument, where the IPCC into I can't remember what they call now, IPCC, where the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change have created so-called scientific models, only to have those models being to be proven incorrect or
Yeah.
to be
Yeah.
proven wrong.
Exactly. And it's like I've actually done research into that, and I found out like they don't go all the way back either. Like
Yeah,
when
w- in May, this country, the UK, had a heat wave that stretched to something like 34 centigrade, so in the 80s Fahrenheit, and according to the BBC and all the mainstream media, this was the hottest May since records began. And after a bit of exploring, I realised that the models, the records only stretched back to 80 odd years.
hmm Well, even like with the with the whole model for climate change, it doesn't take into consideration the early dryas and the period just before it. Now, there was a rise in temperature just before the early dryas, which was basically our last ice age. It wasn't a real ice age, but it was what we
Well,
consider an ice
as an
age.
example, take these in the 1700s, where Britain suffered some of the coldest winters. The old
Well,
pre-Victorian sort of pictures of the Thames freezing.
The mini ice age is what it was referred to,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, they said that the entire shores of uh, the ports in London actually froze up.
Oh, that was the second time that has happened too. So in the 90 or in the 2000s, they since they didn't have snow plows there, everyone had to get out there and start shoveling snow because it came down so heavily there in England, or well, it was over there somewhere that the snow came down and it caused a lot of traffic jams and all that. People couldn't get out and drive. during one season.
Okay.
Yeah, but I wonder how this person's gonna the thing of all the science stuff. You know, what does she consider science and what she's saying? Because like the
Well, I
thing
mean,
of
I'm pretty sure that Rhea's coming in from this from a political angle. It has nothing to do with actual science. And like I said, if you read this, this all has to do with government mandates. This has nothing to do with actual science.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I would love to see the scientific community be more freaking transparent. I know usually it's progressive saying
Sorry.
the word transparent.
Sorry. Yeah, I hate the term community when it's used in this sort of context. But
I
yeah,
know, but you know what I mean? When it comes to the scientific community, that's where I actually want to use those terms because they are the ones who need to be more transparent. You know, everybody talks about the cops being transparent and all the government and all that. I want to see the scientists being more transparent.
if I would like to go further, if it's being used for the purpose of governmental policy, then governments need to be more
Yeah, but
transparent.
in what way would you like to see it implemented in government? Because
It
they
depends on the specific
Well,
science.
I'll go back to what I said too. I don't want to see it implemented into the government.
well, cause,
Science and government should be two separate
No,
things.
I disagree. If it's for an example, if it's a good health measure,
well,
then let's say it is to stop, and we've seen this in previous years. If it's to reduce the spread of polio or TB.
so in
Uh,
other words, kill all the cattle.
well, yeah, that's a bit severe. That is,
No, because that's what they're talking about doing.
but I can see your logic, and I can see you that being a logical argument, but um,
Because they're talking about
the
anything that
great
produces
it is the
natural gas.
economic and so you kill all the cattle. You've got all these dairy, or you've got all these cattle farmers. What are you going to do with the cattle farmers now?
You just got to let them starve to death. Then,
Cool.
yeah,
So let's commit genocide on cattle farmers
That's the
now.
way. That's the
Oh,
way they're. That's the way they're wanting to do it, though. I mean,
yeah.
it's like if you look at these people, they're talking about lowering carbon levels. The levels that they want to lower that carbon level to means that the population has to go down. So they really don't care about freaking human life because in order to lower the carbon level to the amounts they want it, then the population has to decrease. You can't freaking
yeah, a lot of this sort of um, cultural Marxist science or science. I know again use that term loosely. It's a very dehumanizing argument. To reduce. In fact, wasn't it Bill Gates that talked about the reduction of humans?
Oh yeah,
For
he hates
business?
humans. He hates
Yeah.
humans with a passion. If it was up to him, his daughter would be a freaking robot, which she probably is because I mentioned this before on my conspiracy shows. But that girl looks like she's freaking like perfect.
Okay, I
Have,
can
have,
have a look.
have you seen a picture of her? She's flawless, dude. She doesn't even have a scar.
Have a look.
It's insane how freaking she looks. Like even her face is structured perfect.
Who's that?
Bill Gates' daughter.
Jennifer Gates.
Yeah,
She's
she
in
looks
the
perfect. Look at her face, everything.
play
Dude.
Catherine Gates. Um, Granted, they've got money for plastic surgery
She's probably a
and
genetically modified hybrid human.
Well, because
I
like
mean,
this,
I've never seen a woman like that before. I mean, look at her and try to find one flaw on her. Just one.
has she only got one? Has he only got one daughter?
I believe so.
I can't think of the guy, but it was on. It was what this one guy went around in the U.S.
No,
bought
actually,
up.
sorry. Two. Phoebe, and which one are you talking about? You to Phoebe or Jennifer?
This guy, I can't think of it. I seen him on Roger was telling me his name. Well, and this guy goes around buying up uh, big properties for cattle, where you for farming, and he bought up a whole lot all over the USA, and he's going around shutting them down and all that. He's not into this thing of wanting to. He affects the price of beef as well too, like the other beef companies.
Phoebe.
Yeah.
It is Phoebe. She's
Okay,
the one.
okay. Uh,
She looks
yeah.
scarily
So it's
like.
two daughters. Yeah. Phoebe being the black hair. The
Yeah. She
yeah.
looks. She looks scary, dude. She looks like she could be a freaking hybrid, freaking genetically modified.
What? But you just brought up another interesting subject. About food security in the US as well. I mean, sure. Let's kill all the cows. Let's get rid of cows. What is the average US country? I know beef is a big
Clone meat.
consumer product in the US.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's all it's going to be.
beef is as common as chicken and pork in the UK.
Yeah, but
So what is the average US country eat? And
you
no fast food. Don't want to call them restaurants, but fast food, quote unquote restaurants, such as McDonald's and Burger King, is a big portion of an average American diet. So, what are you going to be served next time you go into McDonald's?
you clone your own hamburger. You do. You pick out what kind of cow.
Okay,
or
this goes back
clone.
to your Frankenstein.
Yeah,
Big,
well,
yeah,
they already
okay.
got a device already that you take like your organs and you
Yeah.
and you can
Let's
do
not
the same
go.
thing.
Let's not go down there. We all know
You
your
can do
views
the same
on.
thing with meat. You can do
Yeah.
it like
Okay.
that.
We're
We all know
done.
your views on this.
Yes.
We've had
Well, I'm
countless
just
Yeah.
saying.
We're done. No more genetically modified
foods.
I'm
food.
not saying
But
genetic. I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
Yeah. We know.
but the fundamental argument is relevant.
Well, here's the thing too. I've been noticing, and I've been thinking about this actually on a level like Star Trek level. Okay. Now, if we took like just the cell of a cow and we genetically modified that so that it would become cow meat, but it would be genetically modified cow meat, would that be bad?
Genetically created, artificially created cow meat, because you only take one cell and you reproducing it in a scientific setting, in a laboratory setting.
Right. But what's your thoughts on that? Now, I think for me personally, I believe it. I am what I eat. So if I'm eating that meat, I'm actually also genetically modifying my own body by eating it because it's being introduced into my body.
Yeah, but it's changing your DNA.
That's my whole point. That's just what I'm saying. Like
Maybe not
because
changing your DNA, but changing
if nothing else, I would become a hybrid rather than a genetically modified individual. I would be like
Yeah,
naturally.
but arguably, aren't we all genetically modified because of medical procedures, vaccines that we've had for
Yeah, that wouldn't work on you
many
anymore. Yeah.
generations now.
Yeah.
It-
I think that most of the younger people
And
today,
what we eat, I mean, bread doesn't grow naturally, cheese doesn't grow naturally.
I think
That's
a lot
all
of
being manipulated, being created by humans.
I think a lot of the kids these days are having more health issues because of that too, though. And it's not just because of that; it's because of the food. Like
especially in the US when it comes to things like fructose syrups
well,
and
even
yeah,
potato chips, corn chips. Corn chips are
so,
made out of white corn, and white corn is being dispersed all over the place. Everybody wants them because you like nachos, you like corn chips, you like freaking all of
and all
these.
those additives, all those e-numbers that are illegal in banned in Europe and UK, or banned in Europe, that you North Americans love to consume.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Mm.
here's the thing: if you're genetic, okay, it's just the thing that regular medicine would work on a person that's been that if that is the case that it does do that to you. Will regular medicine have any way, form, or fashion of working with you? You know.
Well, of course it will. Well, of course it will. I mean, it's genetically modified too. They're gonna have to genetically modify the medicine you get because you're being genetically modified by the food you eat. So that kind of goes hand in hand. It's
But
Uh,
arguably, on all medicines genetically.
that's what I'm saying. Old medicines,
well,
you know.
let's hold off on that because we have come up to an hour and 20 minutes and we need to move on to the next topic. We got three
Okay.
of them to cover, so.
Okay.
So
Okay, it's been a long
I'm
one.
tired of talking about genetically modified foods, Robert. So the next one that we're going to talk about has to do with Donald Trump. This show would not be the same. It would not be untethered if we did not talk about Donald Trump. We actually have Donald Trump as our thumbnail, so we have to talk about Donald Trump. That's the only
Yeah, I'm
reason
just
why
looking
we
at the
even.
picture now with him in his nice gold,
Yeah.
silver sort of
The only
skin suit.
reason why we even started this show was because of Donald Trump. Remember? So,
Okay, okay.
I mean, Mr. Robot and you and me, and like finally I said
Oh, Mr. Robot.
I would get into all of this stuff, but we finally did it, and this has to do with Donald Trump. Now,
Okay.
a judge extended a block on Trump's 1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund.
Just quickly, don't you give us the URL to the article you're reading?
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Now, did I give you the URL to the one that was Well, you've already got that.
Well, yeah, already we
Yeah, we don't need
already got
that.
that. Yeah, I was reviewing that.
And I'll do a shout
Obviously.
out, say thank you, Ria, for
Indeed, indeed.
making that article possible for us to do on the show. And with that, I shared the link for the article that we have there, and I'll put it in Elements too. So
Just when you just on the same point, before we continue, when you finish editing this, and making a single episode outside of the other episodes that we're doing, put that in the elements and just tag Mia to that,
okay.
so she can give us some feedback.
Oh, she'll give us some feedback. Trust me.
Indeed.
So the judge judge extends the block on Trump's 1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. Alexandria, Virginia, AP. A federal judge agreed on Friday to extend indefinitely a court-ordered block on Trump administration's creation and operation of a 1.8 billion settlement fund for compensating people who claim to be victims of a weaponized government. Earlier this month, acting Attorney General Todd Blanche told Congress that the government is scraping its plans for the fund in the face of a fierce bipartisan backlash. The government attorneys have argued that lawsuits challenging the fund are now moot, but plaintiffs' attorneys aren't satisfied by Blanchard's assurance that the fund won't move forward. Neither was U.S. District Judge Leonie Brikema, who ruled that the anti-weaponization fund will remain blocked until further notice from the court. The government's mootness argument, in my view, doesn't go anywhere, the judge said. President Donald Trump, meanwhile, has not publicly or unequivocally endorsed the fund's cancellation. He has continued to express support for it in remarks to reporters. Brikema gave the parties a week to negotiate an agreement for Trump administration officials, including Blanche, to submit a sworn declaration that the administration won't revive the fund. Brikema previously agreed to temporarily block the administration from proceeding with the fund for at least 2 weeks. Her May 29th order was due to expire on Friday. Trump's Republican administration created a fund to resolve his lawsuit against the Internal Revenue Service over the leak of his tax returns. Plaintiffs who sued to block fund payouts argue that the government can't legally divert taxpayer money into what they argue is a slush fund for compensating Trump's allies. In a separate case on Wednesday, a different judge in Washington, D.C. rejected a government watchdog's parallel request for a court order temporarily blocking the Trump administration from forging ahead with the fund. U.S. District Judge Richard Leon said he accepts Blanche's representation with the fund is now moot. No, he accepts Blanche's representation that the fund is now moot. Now, Leon had asked Justice Department Attorney Andrew Block why Blanche doesn't formally rescind his May 18th order establishing the fund. Block said he didn't know. He still didn't have an answer to that question when Brikema posed it 2 days later. It's a huge gap in the record that we don't have an answer to that question, said Brikema, who was nominated to the bench by President Bill Clinton, a Democrat. Block said he couldn't provide her with a concrete answer because he doesn't have direct access to Blanche. All I would be doing is speculating, he told the judge. In the Virginia case, attorneys from the legal advocacy group Democracy Forward asked for an order of temporarily suspend the fund's implementation and stop the Trump administration from dispersing any payouts from it. Now, the plaintiffs include a fired prosecutor, a college professor, acquitted of assaulting federal agents at a protest, also a named plaintiff. Also named as plaintiffs are the government watchdog Common Cause, the city of New Haven, Connecticut, and the National Abortion Federation in association with abortion providers. Even before the Trump administration said it was dropping the fund, the Justice Department did not form the 5-member commission that would decide on payout criteria. So no money was paid out nor claims accepted. Many of the Republican president's allies are opposed to compensating rioters who stormed the U.S. Capitol on January the 6th, 2021, after he lost the 2020 presidential election to Democrat Joe Biden. No, let me read that again. That sounded kind of strange. Many of the Republican president's allies are opposed to compensating rioters who stormed the U.S. Capitol on January the 6th, 2021, after he lost the 2020 president election to Democrat Joe Biden. In May, however, Blanche wouldn't rule out the possibility that Capitol rioters who engaged in violence could be eligible to apply for payments from the fund. Trump issued mass pardons to Capitol rioters on his first day back in the White House last year. More than 1,500 people were charged in the January 6 attack before Trump erased every case with his swiping act of clemency. Democracy Forward attorney Pooja Boyster said reviving the fund would irreparably harm the lawsuit plaintiffs. A court order to block it would harm the government if the administration is truly abandoning it, as Blanche testified. Boyster told the judge, who agreed with that argument. So that is the article. With that, I'm going to open it up to you guys and see what you think.
I'm just trying to work out the exact purchases for the use of this fund. So legal reimbursement, paying back legal fees for individuals that have been targeted by federal investigations, legal compensation people who are claim their civil rights were violated by weaponized agencies, and border eligibility covering individuals investigated by FBI, IRS, or congressional committees. Retroactive payouts applying to past federal investigations deemed politically motivated, and also commissioning discretion. So am I right in saying the funds are being, in fact, the funds are being given to people who have been affected by proven manipulation, or proven illegal manipulation of or political manipulation.
Well, I know that it's almost $2 billion of money that is.
Yeah, but the amount is irrelevant, really.
Well, I mean, I'm getting ready to get into that. So, but it's almost $2 billion. It's a
And
that
2 million
is. It was
amount,
established by the Department of Justice, and it was set up to compensate people who claim that they were like targeted or victimized by the federal government. And a lot
claims
of
this, proven.
Well, they have to go through and be.
Yeah, so it has to be proven. It's you can see, you as an American citizen say, claim I've been victimized by the IRS as an example. Therefore, give me money.
Most of the people who are wanting or are going to end up getting it are the ones who were targeted by the federal government with stuff like concerning lawfare that was taking place
So yeah,
during
so
Biden's.
the government has been proven to violate their legal rights.
Well, like what happened with people that were getting accused of putting bombs at the hotel laundry facility, guns, having them in the
Have
car.
they been proven?
Yeah, well, no, they brought that up. They did during that time that
Yeah.
they were fountain bombs around that area that people were dropping on, leaving because they claiming the government was claiming that they were getting ready to use them bombs to blow up, try to blow
Yeah.
up an area, and
Yeah,
they
the putting down bombs in a public area is a form of terrorism anyway.
yeah.
You
But
can
the
argue.
thing of it is, it's never happened.
Therefore, it's not political. Well, it's not manipulation on political agencies.
Yeah, but if it never did happen, that's the problem. If you getting, if you're sitting there accusing people of doing something that they never did do, that is wrong in so many ways.
This raises another question. The US is well known for pushing entrapment policies. I mean, we've heard in the past about FBI and local state police encouraging people to believes that certain people are willing to commit crimes, and then aiding and encouraging them to commit the crimes.
Oh yeah,
Now,
like what
hold on.
Congress did.
Let me also point something out that's it's this is very key in this whole thing too. Okay, now you have to realize that this all started because Donald Trump made a lawsuit against the IRS because of the leak of his tax returns. Now he
Which
said that he
illegal.
would drop those charges if freaking they put this into place. And that's when he decided to drop the charges, and then they blocked the freaking block it from taking place. Now he
So
did
he's
this
playing
in
a
a
political game, really. It's a
yeah.
political game at the end of the day. Okay.
So that's how it actually played out. And don't get me wrong, I mean leaking his tax returns isn't really that cool. You know, I'm against the IRS anyhow.
Well, in the UK, in Europe, in most
Congress,
EEA countries, that would be considered as violation of data protection, violation of the general data protection regulations. But in the US, with maybe the exception of California, well, at least there's no federal, as far as I'm aware, there's no federal legislation that covers this. As far as I'm aware.
huh? I didn't hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I was just saying that in Europe, in most of the EEA countries, this will be considered as a violation of the general data protection regulations. In the US, federally, as far as I'm aware, there is no sort of regulations. There's no legislation that states that that's the data that let's say the IRS gain is cannot be publicized. As far as
Well,
I'm
yeah.
aware.
Okay. Oh, you mean over there? You
Personal,
can
yeah,
do that.
personal identifiable information. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but now well, you can't be too. You can't be what you call it for everything that you do as a business person. You as a person. Okay, is three things how you can run. You can create three different types of businesses from what yourself. Okay. And then each of them businesses, whatever you make and all that, that's one thing, them knowing how much you pay in taxes. But individual of each of your companies, no, that's no one's business. That should stay quiet right there.
Well,
Because
as far as the EA is concerned, and under GDPR, personal identifiable information would be limited, would be legally required to be limited. So you could say, yeah, well, public limited companies, LTDs and PLCs, their revenue must be, or their revenue must be published, which is a legal requirement in the UK, in the EEA and the US, and most westernized countries, if not all westernized countries. But the individual, let's say the chief executive officer or a shareholder, their own data connected to their own personal identifiable information, so their name, as an example,
Okay.
cannot be published.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Why? Okay. One thing that they overlooked. Okay. People that have them shell companies. Okay.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then that should be set up now to where, like in the UK, if you're having shell companies and your companies, what you call it, barely breaks any money or whatever in, that should sound like a alert more or less in that whole thing of scams, because you're going to be wondering if you have like 12 companies, and if your 12 companies only produces this amount of much money, and you have this amount of employees working for you, and you're doing this for the amount and for what you're doing doesn't work together as the amount that you're making, and for all the costs that's coming and what you pay in taxes, it should sound like a thing of like a warning thing going off there.
Okay, remember there is a difference between tax evasion and tax avoidance. Tax
Yeah, but
evasion
yeah,
being illegal, and tax avoidance doesn't necessarily have to be
yeah,
illegal.
but you can use it
If
for
you if you've got multiple companies, as an example, Alphabet Inc. has got Google LLC, it's got YouTube LLC, it's got Google DeepMind, and various other companies. Those individual companies can create revenue themselves, and they can be reviewed upon,
yeah.
and money can be transferred from one company to another company. So if, let's say, Google LLC buys a service of YouTube LLC, that's tax avoidance. That can be tax avoidance.
Yeah,
But
but
Well, I mean that was really a bad example though, because me and you've actually
well,
done
maybe that's a
episodes
bad
of.
example, but yeah.
Because I mean, how many lawsuits are pending right now?
Okay. Let's say PayPal is well known for having multiple
Companies.
from companies in subsidiary companies in individual countries.
okay,
So
yeah,
if a let's say a PayPal UK purchases services of PayPal USA, then that could be considered as a form of tax avoidance. But if, let's say, PayPal decides to, I think of a tax evasion, then if PayPal UK just refuses to pay taxation, that could be considered as
what about money
tax
laundering?
evasion.
Well, see, the thing about it is though, when it comes to taxes, okay, that's the reason why we should have never allowed that kind of banking into the United States in the first place. That's one of the reasons why the founding fathers were against creating a freaking uh, a state bank or a national bank, is because we didn't want that kind of crap. You know what I mean? So now we have the IRS, which isn't even a government organization; it's a NGO, which is
Yeah, but
getting
it is
it's
governed
regulated
by it's regulated by
No.
by
a
Congress.
government agency.
No, it's Congress that
Yeah.
regulate that
Well,
they.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
let me finish. They what they do is they put like when the president pardons people, that's a plenary power. Okay. Now there's other plenary powers, and Congress has that same ability, and they can give plenary powers to non-governmental organizations that allows that organization to do what they're supposed to be doing in the first place, and that's how the IRS was created. That's also how the Federal Reserve was created. Social Security Office was created that way. It's because they aren't actual government or they're not actual government
offices.
offices. They're non-governmental offices, which is given plenary powers from Congress. You know what I mean? And that's how they get away with that crap. And that's the one reason why I'm against the IRS. The whole thing about the IRS is illegal from the very beginning. You know what I mean?
It's illegal because they are still being controlled by Congress. They still got to work within those certain rules.
Within those certain rules, maybe, but that's actually something that we could probably get into because, like, when we were doing the first season of
I
Roger's
mean,
Full Time Talk Show,
I'm just
we
thinking of
kind of
this
got into
in
that.
relation to UK and Ofcom,
Well,
the Office of Communication,
there's a
which is based
difference
on that
between Europe
department.
and England because you guys just you set those kind of institutions up without any problems because you guys didn't have like the Constitution like we had it, and you
With
guys.
our Constitution.
I mean, you had the Bank of England before freaking the United States was ever around. You know what I'm saying?
People, yeah, well,
You know what I mean?
maybe not people. Well, even before the US was even formed.
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, but thing
So,
of it,
so
thing
you
of it.
guys were set up already on that kind of a banking system, whereas we didn't want that. We actually didn't want that from. It creeped itself in because of a few presidents that I really don't want to talk about because I'll call a lot of supposed American frickin' legends a bunch of horrible, nasty names, you know. But they went over to England and Europe and they found these cool banking systems and decided to bring them back here and introduce them to our government. And next thing you know, we had the IRS, we got frickin' the Federal Reserve, we got the Department of Justice, you know, and
But you would have all the other Department of Justice anyway, because
well,
there's
that was because of John Jay. John Jay was a dirty New Yorker. He was a scoundrel and a thief. He was just a fat, ugly, rich man who freaking didn't want the poor man to freaking have any say in government. So he created the Department of Justice to take power away from the
Are we talking
states.
about the poor men or non-free men? There's a difference there.
Well, see, what happened was before we had the Constitution, we had what they called freaking the Confederacy, the Articles of Confederacy.
Mm.
Okay, and that failed. So they had to meet together in secrecy for the Constitutional Convention so that nobody knew about it because instead of trying to fix the problem where large landowners were taking advantage of small landowners and the smaller landowners in the South were rising up against the larger landowners. Instead of fixing that problem, they created a system through the Constitution that made it more frickin' stricter. And then John Jay went even further and started developing the Department of Justice because they wanted to separate frickin' the federal from the state powers. So by doing that, what they do is they make it to where frickin' the state it has more is separated from the federal government more, as well as the individual and the individual rights. Those are separated even further because they don't want individualism when it comes to these governments. Okay, they want people freaking to freaking be appointed. They don't want them to be elected. Okay, and they have like when you look at the way the structure is set up, the structure is not set up to where everybody's voice is heard. Only the people who are important.
Problem with elected judges, as far as I can say, and elected lawmakers, or well, not lawmakers, but law advocates, is that they can change upon a new election, can change upon a sort of presidential whim. And if you've got a bad president, as we've seen recently, well, within which we've seen on multiple occasions over the last 40 plus years in the US, you may have some really questionable judges.
Well, what we were talking about, that one about fighting in where you would send people to get against fights and all that. Well, it got so bad with Congress that mysterious a few people would have these people go to these people's homes other people's homes in Congress to threaten them and bodily harm them and all that. And it got so bad that the president looked in and said, "Hey, we have to cut the redneck the 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 stuff down because we're having too many people getting hurt and too many people getting threatened." Someone walked up to one of the congressmen at a dinner at a place to eat and threw some stuff in her face and called some fair words that I can't pronounce on the internet, but got up in her face about it. Uh, One put a wall around her home and all that they did because they had problems with people walking up, putting obscene languages on our house. But thing of it is that Congress does do that to each other about having. Well,
There's a harassment has a specific legal
well, it
definition.
wasn't legal, but what I'm saying is that Congress, what they consider thing legal and all that is where if we was to do that same thing, we'd be getting about having charges brought up against us for mob action or threat, bodily harm to people. Because when you get up in people's face, threatening them with bodily harm, breaking onto their home, throwing stuff in their face and all that at a restaurant, and you're saying that
Well, again, none of that has anything to really do with what we're talking about.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
you know what I mean? It's like I commend everybody who spits in a politician's face. Thank you guys for your service to
well,
America. God
I
bless
don't.
you.
I don't. People should be more civilized and
More civilized,
should
that's
behave
right.
in a civilized manner.
But being all serious though, when it comes to the whole thing about that though, that's like that has nothing to do with what we're talking about when it comes to this. Like the IRS, first of all, should not have had uh, Donald Trump's freaking tax money, returns anyhow. I mean, that's what it comes down to. It's not about spitting
No,
in people's
the IRS
faces.
should have a specific budget and has to spend within that budgetary requirement.
Well, I mean, the IRS should be freaking gone. Like, first of all, our taxes shouldn't be coming out of people's freaking money, out of their income taxes. Like that income tax shit. That is so freaking constitutionally illegal. Okay, it should be coming out of freaking the products that you buy, not out of the freaking work that you do. You know what I mean? That's crap, and they got away with that shit. It was supposed to be temporary, and guess what? It's still happening. It's
Yeah.
what 100 years now.
World War
Yeah.
One.
What
Yeah. Well.
You know,
like
uh,
our utilities here.
property taxes. You know what I mean? Seriously, like
Mm.
now they've got property taxes that they're
I
charging.
mean, that's the entire argument about UK's farmer sort of issues at this present moment in relation to inheritance tax.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
similar sort of argument.
How much is that over there in the UK for that inheritance?
I can't remember the figures. I would have to remind myself. Those
Is it like
specific
40%?
I would have to remind myself a sliding
Did
scale
did
argument.
did Tan get drunk and fall asleep again?
I'm not sure. We've not heard anything from Tam for a while.
He just been quiet, and not doing nothing. I think last week he fell asleep.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm back to the subject. Time.
Well, we have got maybe about 5 minutes to go, and I want to do this last article so that we can get
Okay,
through
is this only going to take 5 minutes? Because depending
Yep.
on what subject matter it might take
This
longer.
is another Trump one, and it
Yeah.
has to be mentioned because it is big news.
Again, do you want to give us the URL?
Well, I will here in a minute. Let me read it for you first. Now, the U.S. and Iran have agreed to wording of a deal to end their war. Pakistan Prime Minister says. It's Robert. Could you mute Robert? Robert, mute. Okay. So is Islamabad, AP, Pakistan's prime minister said Friday that the United States and Iran have agreed to wording of an agreement aimed to ending their war in the Middle East and that mediators are working with both sides to finalize a deal. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif said the U.S. and Iran have reached a final agreement upon text. He said Pakistan, which has taken the lead in mediation efforts, was working with the warring countries on next steps. Peace has never been this close as it is now, Sharif said in a post on X. The apparent breakthrough in negotiations come after Iran exchanged fire with U.S. and Israel over 3 days this week, threatening to return the Middle East to full-scale war. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said Friday an agreement has never been closer in a post on X. U.S. President Donald Trump, who has said multiple times in recent weeks the countries are on the cusp of a deal, shared Araghchi's post on his own social media. The war launched by the U.S. and Israel on February the 28th has rattled the Middle East and virtually shut down oil and natural gas shipments from the Persian Gulf. A fragile ceasefire has been in place since April the 7th. Iranian officials say nuclear details will follow an agreement to end the war. Araghchi told Iranian state TV on Friday that both sides were working towards signing an initial agreement declaring an end to the war on all fronts, including Lebanon. Israel has been fighting the Iranian allied militia Hezbollah in Lebanon since early March. Israel is not a party to the negotiations between the U.S. and Iran, and its leaders have said they don't plan to withdraw from Lebanon. Erikchi said terms dealing with Iran's nuclear program would be finalized in the 60 days after the initial agreement is signed. He said the parties could agree to extend that period. Iran's nuclear program has been a key point in division. The U.S. and Israel fear it could lead to an atomic weapon, a main reason their leaders cited for going to war. Tehran has insisted its nuclear efforts are for peaceful purposes. A senior U.S. administrative official who briefed reporters on condition of anonymity under ground rules set by the White House said Friday that the emerging agreement would begin the process of destroying or removing Tehran's highly enriched uranium. The official said the 60-day period after both sides signed the deal would be used to work out technical details for removing Iran's enriched uranium. The official did not detail who the U.S. envisions taking charge of removing the uranium, which is believed to entombed under 3 nuclear sites that were battered by U.S. strikes last year. Also critical is Iran's effective closure of the Straits of Hormuz, a vital shipping lane for oil and natural gas. Disruption of transit through the strait has crippled global energy supplies, driven up fuel prices, and made food and other basics more expensive well beyond the region. The U.S. official said the emerging agreement includes provisions for reopening the strait. Ghachi said Iran wants a deal that allows Tehran to charge ships for services rendered when they transit the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has imposed a toll system during the war, which the U.S. and other nations say violates international law. There will be costs involved, Agachi said, and those costs must be paid. U.S. Central Command late Friday said in a social media post that it intercepted several Iranian attack drones that were targeting commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Officials say a deal could be signed in the coming days. 3 regional officials said the emerging deal is also expected to include the phased lifting of sanctions on Iran and the release of frozen Iranian assets. The officials spoke on conditions of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the negotiations. They said they expect a signing ceremony. They said they expect a signing ceremony for the agreement in the coming days after officials in Washington and Tehran approve it. Trump on Thursday claimed significant progress in the negotiations just hours after he threatened to escalate attacks and seize Iran's oil industry. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said Israel is not a party to the deal being negotiated. He said in a statement Friday that he and Trump were in full agreement that Iran must not have nuclear weapons. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said in a separate statement that Israel also expects Trump to uphold key Israeli interests, including weakening Iran's missile program and proxy network. Katz warned that Israel could still act independently towards Iran and that the country would not pull out of the zone it is occupying in Lebanon, Syria, and Gaza, nor would it withdraw from the northern refugee camps of the Israeli occupied West Bank. The deal was largely being brokered by Pakistan, led by its Army Chief Field Marshal Azam Munir, the regional officials said, with backing from Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt, and Qatar. Price reported from Washington and Bynum reporting from Savannah, Georgia. Associated Press journalist Shahar Amiri in Berlin, Julia Frankel in Jerusalem, and Colin Binkley and Amar Madam in Washington contributed. Okay. So that is it. I'm going to open that up and see what you guys think.
Okay. It sounds like a propaganda. It sounds like public relation propaganda. Since when has Pakistan been a recognized mediator in this conflict?
Well, I noticed that about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks. I thought that was kind of odd too, because Pakistan was never really in good relations with the U.S. So I found that kind of odd.
Nor have they been in great relationships with Iran. Remember, Pakistan shares a border with Iran as well. It's also worth remembering that Pakistan shares, and I'll quote, an all-weather strategic cooperative partnership, frequently referred to as an iron brotherhood, unquote, relationship with China. Doesn't that raise further questions? Also, why is Pakistan governmental ministers actually publishing this on X, on Twitter, and not going through formal mechanisms? Why hasn't this been reported to the so-called world press?
Well, I mean, it is being reported to the global press. I got this off of AP because it's the only one that doesn't make me have to pay for a subscription in order to...
This sounds much like propaganda to me.
It does sound like propaganda, to be honest, but I also do have to say that it sounds really, really interesting when I look at it, because again, Netanyahu seems to not want to
I was just going to come to that point as well. I can sort of understand if the US is using Pakistan as a proxy for public statements, because of the US-Israel sort of connections. But again, I find it weird that it is coming from Pakistan. I'm finding it extremely weird that it's coming from Pakistan.
Yeah, I do too. Like, especially when it comes to the Taliban, because like in Afghanistan, everybody knows how the Taliban was against us. But the Taliban...
And also in Afghanistan also shares a border with Pakistan.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was getting ready to say. Taliban actually originates out of Pakistan. Now, we've got real close negotiations with them because of their Pakistani bomb. They've got the bomb there. But I still don't see that as being... It does seem odd to me, too, that why are they being the ones that...
And
the go-between?
There has been sort of rumors about Pakistan and potentially northern India having the oil pipeline strangled because with Iran strangled because of this situation. So maybe they're just trying to save their own backsides to try and
That's on the other
Get
side.
the oil flowing again, so to speak. Get the
Is that the
skies
one?
flowing. So to
E-
use a
Pakistan.
dune reference.
Is that where from over on the other side, ain't it? Pakistan. Is that
Pak-
where they're on the other side of
Yeah,
the?
yeah, it's not with the Persian Gulf. So like
Oh, okay.
it's Afghanistan is on the other side of Iran,
yeah, I just
and
can't remember.
then you have Pakistan, which is next to Iran, and then below Pakistan is India. And
Well,
now I believe that this does have ties to BRICS when it comes to these
Yeah.
negotiations too. That's kind of where I see it alluding to with China,
Yeah,
Pakistan.
Afghanistan, north of Pakistan, Iran shares a border on the western side of Pakistan.
Because
But
I
yeah,
mean,
sorry.
economically, when it comes to BRICS, it is beneficial that they hold the the Straits
And
of
China's got interest in Iranian
Hormuz.
oil as well. So
hmm but after a while, I mean, it's even gonna cause a strain on them. You know what I mean? And you can tell that there's no demand coming out of their countries where like because we can't get our oil, they're actually benefiting from it. So you know everybody's taking a hit.
well,
So
it doesn't really affect the US so much because US has got its own
that's completely
limited supplies, but it's got its own supplies, but it affects Europe and
they've been exposed
Asia
to
much more.
like they've pushed this whole thing that we are more of a fuel
Please.
independent thing, but
yo,
our gas prices right now are insane. Okay.
well, you heard about the Ghost Fleet, didn't you? Okay, they got busted. They did because they were
Well,
pipeline.
let me kind of tell you, like here right now in Southern Illinois, where we're at, the gas prices at the gas station is 4.45 for regular
Yeah,
gas.
me and Robert was talking about that on one of the first break. Then Robert was pointing out that was suggesting that where you are, you're paying the most expensive prices in the entire US. Or
Well,
potentially.
but it's even worse. In some areas, it's up to freaking $5-6 a gallon. Like that's actually pretty low for the country.
Well, yeah, granted.
You know, and the thing that I pointed out the other day too is like this is higher than what it was whenever freaking Bush Jr. was leaving office because a lot of conservative Republicans when they leave office they have a tendency of raising the gas prices up so their cronies can freaking benefit from it.
Mm.
You see what I mean? Raise the
And
price of
make
gas.
a bit of a headache for the next administration as well.
Right. And they brought their freaking gas prices up to I think the highest I remember it being was 4.54 because I was working at a gas station at that time and it made it up to 4.54 a gallon and that was in
But
Evansville,
it's not the
Indiana.
highest that the US has ever seen.
Yeah, it probably is. Now,
I
if you
believe
want to
you've gone up to 7, 8, if not more, dollars per gallon.
I could probably do a quick
I would have to crunch the numbers again, but I believe that has been the case.
I can do a quick check real quick and I'll get back with you. You talk to Robert about this gas thing because you guys really want to talk about it. So I'll do a quick check and
Well,
find out.
they call them the gas. We call them where you transport gas from country to country. Well, they call them gas line pirates. I mean, gas.
Okay,
Gold.
remember gas is you're talking about oil.
Yeah, oil.
Sorry, gas means different in Europe.
Yeah,
Gas, yeah.
they
But
take it from. they take one from one ship to the other to where it hides where it's going.
Remember, gas is not oil. Sorry, oil. Should stop calling it gasoline. Gasoline is not only produced, not only transported by ship, but it can be transported by pipe as well as.
I did not know this. They they have a device they do where it takes the oil and they heat it up. It does, and they got like I think well for each vehicle for small engine for car and all that, even for jets. They take that fuel, they put it through the process, and it turns it into vapors, and it
Mm.
goes in higher it goes, and it goes in for like jets. They have a way of processing that oil into the vehicles for the vehicles for
Technically,
jets,
that is
cars.
gas. That's liquid gas. That's not
No, no,
gas.
no,
That's
no. They
oil,
take it from the oil. They
Yeah.
break the oil. They boil the oil. They do. And they transforms it into
Mhm.
Crude.
fumes, and it goes through into the separate tanks.
Okay,
It
so
does.
I've got the information. The highest nominal national average price for regular gas in the U.S. was $5.02 per gallon in on June the 14th, 2022. In this
How
record,
long does the data go back to?
it
I'm
doesn't.
thinking, I'm thinking 1950s, 1960s. So I'm not talking about modern day. When I said 7H,
I can ask it. How long?
yeah,
How far back?
Oh, in the 80s,
talking
during that
about yeah,
time.
I'm talking about long term.
Yeah, during that what do you call it, where the U.S. about
It
the
says these are gas price statistics that go back more than a century with the U.S. Bureau of
Okay,
Labor
okay.
Statistics. So, breakdown of historical tracking 1919 to present. The longest running tracking program used combination of observed averages and estimated ties to the customer price index, the CPI. So,
Just out of curiosity, could you get it to make an estimate of prices discounting US production?
well, yeah, that's actually a good idea.
Yeah,
I can ask
because
them.
again, the US sort of masks the figure, sort of.
I
Yeah.
know that this was going on for about 1986 during that muse oh, can't, from down there in Florida, below Florida, missile crisis. The gas
Yeah.
prices were
What?
so high.
You talk about
Castro
1963.
Now,
during
the U.S. retail gasoline is essentially trading at a discount compared to global
Mm,
markets.
yeah.
Currently setting at national average of 4.15 per gallon compared to the global average of $5.30 or 72 cents per gallon, which is $1.51 per liter. So this relative discount is structurally sustained by massive domestic crude production, which acts as a massive buffer against
Mm.
international market shocks. When calculating how gasoline prices discount or incorporate the value of U.S. production's energy economic weigh a few distinct factors, and that would be the global crude discount, and that would be WTI versus Brent. Because the U.S. produces record amounts of domestic crude, the benchmark for American oil, West Texas Intermediate, WTI,
Mm.
historically trades at a discount of $4 to $6 per barrel below the international benchmark, Brent, which is Brent crude.
Just demonstrates my points. The U.S. Domestic production or the U.S. Internal production sort of really masks the issue and really sort of it really sort of provides
Buffer.
a
Buffer. That's the best
unfair
word.
sort of view.
Well, it's a
Unfair
buffer system is
perspective,
what it
yeah.
is. You know what I'm
Unfair
saying? And it's like
perspective.
I think there's only two countries that actually does hold back a reserve for itself. And I think the United States is one of them, and I forgot which the other one is. It might be freaking Saudi Arabia that does it. But that's the messed up part.
And
Like none of them.
potentially Ukraine before the war.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but there's very few countries that actually hold back their own reserves of fuel. And actually, that would be true because,
Possibly also Russia. Possibly Russia as well.
yeah,
Russia don't do that.
yeah, Russia's one of the biggest oil producers in the world, man.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because the size of this country.
You're
And
muted,
maybe
Rob.
even, I'm not so sure, I'd have to really dig down on figures, but possibly China, Mongolia,
Yeah,
Mongolia.
they're the
maybe?
two that have the ghost fleets. They do, and they're the ones that get busted for hauling products in other countries that's been that it's not supposed to have, like Iraq. A lot of places been caught by sending fuel, food, and all that, or other devices through the ghost fleet. And that other countries that's been doing it has been gotten caught, and their ships have been taken over by cost from it. Because they're hauling oil and get oil to other countries that it's not supposed to have it, like Iran, to where they would haul the Iran oil to their customers to where they can get their money. And by doing so, they get money as well by keeping that low key on who actually who owns the cargo ship.
Also, I'm not so sure about that, and I'll have to crunch down on numbers again, but also Pakistan, maybe.
It's possible.
But yeah, I would have to look at numbers. But yeah.
Let me also like break in there and kind of make it clear because Robert, you said that it's Iran's oil, and it's not really. That's not the subject because with the Strait of Hormuz, you got to understand it's blocking off the oil coming out of Kuwait. It's not Iranian oil that's our problem. It's the fact that we can't get the Kuwaiti oil. You see what I mean? That's why it supplies the majority of the oil on a world level. I can't tell you exactly off the top of my head how much, but I
We've
know.
gone back to OPEC here, haven't we? We're
Yeah.
talking about Saudi Arabia, UAE.
Well, Saudi Arabia would be easier to get oil out because they've got.
Well,
more
it's all interlinked with OPEC. Yeah.
Yeah, but they.
But Kuwait, though, Kuwait's right there. I mean, there's no way of getting it out unless you're doing it
They
over,
do.
over a pipe.
That's up above, farther up in their country, where the two things meet. Well, they were showing it on the news about what they're doing is they're taking tanker like oil, not big ones, but like regular oil tanks, hauling them up there, pouring it into a bigger area, and going back to get more. But every time when they get paid for for so many barrels that to be delivered to where they can dump it into a thing and be pumped into a cargo ship to, and they're called ghost ships, ghost fleets. They are, and the U.S. and other countries has caught them doing this, and the countries that owns them, the companies that is in them countries are getting prosecuted for getting paid off and wiping their numbers off the face of their boats, where they can't be
Yeah.
verified on who's who. And they've been doing that, linking up with other ships and putting it on another ship, the Ghost Fleet, and then they go on to where they're supposed to go to, and nobody knows any of the wiser. And this thing of well, if they're all serious about doing this, but with
So
a
I mean, what I'm saying, what I want to say though about that is it's like whose business is it anyhow? Like if they're doing like if they're sending their oil up the river to frickin' sell it to people because they can't sell it through the Straits of Hormuz, then who has the right to tell
no,
them that's
Iran is doing that.
it's
We could make
Iranian?
the same
Oh, okay,
argument
yeah,
with,
they got
we could
restrictions.
make the same argument about
They're going through Ghost
the
Fleet.
EU and UK buying Russian oil and using India as a proxy.
Well, I mean
Similar sort of argument there.
that's the EU. You know, the EU claims that they aren't doing that, and
Yeah, no, they claim, but
in
there's
reality,
plenty
they
of
aren't.
evidence to say that they are buying it, but they're using India and other countries as proxies.
We do the same thing with Israel. That's how the United States sells frickin' their products to China without officially
Also, I
sending them.
was thinking about Pakistan. If Pakistan is producing oil, then the only way to export it is through either Russia, China, Iran, or possibly Armenia,
Now
but through
Armenia.
Turkey, but that's a very thin border. But yeah, it would if Pakistan is producing oil, then the office would be either through Iran, China, or Russia.
No, is Pakistan? It's actually its own government.
Yeah, it's its own country, isn't it?
Yeah.
It has been.
You know that's my whole point. It's like
Cold War.
you know, I mean, if they're their own government and they're doing what they're doing and stuff, like who's got any right to say that what they're doing is wrong? But, you know, if they're
Yeah. No, I'm talking about how if they're exporting oil to Europe and Western world, that they've got to go through specific borders to get to the Western world.
no, that would be the EU though doing nefarious dealings though, wouldn't it? It wouldn't really be Pakistan.
It could be the US. What's stopping the US from buying oil from, let's say, Iran through India or
Well, we wouldn't.
or Australia or Canada or
To
whatever.
be fair, we wouldn't need it. You know what I mean? It's like freaking most of the people who would need the oil from Iran would be
But
landlocked.
also it affects the larger global prices.
Yeah. But I'm just saying the landlocked areas would be the ones more inclined to buy freaking Iranian oil. You know what I mean? The ones that don't have oceanfront property that are locked
So
in.
with nearest countries to Iran would be Turkestan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, again, Iraq, and yeah, among that area.
Right. So I mean, it's like and they've got the blockades or the restrictions on them since they haven't been cooperating.
Also, what's stopping Iran from selling directly to Kuwait or Saudi Arabia?
Well, Kuwait is trying to sell their oil. That's competition. Like they've got.
Okay, yeah. But Kuwait is quite a small country anyway. I would have to look at how many barrels that each of these countries create.
I mean, Kuwait is like the oil capital of the world.
Yeah, but it's a tiny country, isn't it?
Yeah, it
Compared
is.
to Iran
Yeah,
and
but they're the one that
Saudi Arabia.
It's amazing.
they're the sheiks, ain't they?
Some of them.
Well, they're probably the ones
Uh,
that own part of Facebook. Because when Facebook started, it was a big old person from overseas, Iranian, bought up some stock in Facebook
well,
right
a
off the
lot of
bat.
countries do. A lot
Huh?
of well, not countries per se, but a lot of companies within those countries
Yeah,
that are
but
located in those countries. Did.
So we have made it to 2 hours and 28 minutes. We've reached all of the topics. We've talked about them. I'm gonna have to cut it short because Robert's starting to talk about Facebook. He's already discussed freaking genetically modified meat,
I,
and we just can't cope with that shit no more. You know what I mean?
Indeed,
well,
indeed,
And it's
indeed.
like,
about the Iranian thing, where everybody was saying,
I mean,
is there is
seriously,
going to be someone watching over the whole process? Because,
the show's over, dude.
well, I'm just saying, because it's not enough.
Okay, we get
You,
your point.
we get your point. Now, before we end, Mark, do you want to give your social so that we can end this before Robert gets fired up?
Okay,
Any words to
before
the audience?
Robert starts going mad.
Oh,
Um,
that's already over. He's already crossed that line. So
or even more madder.
there you go.
Um, yeah, I'm on minds.com under the username Midworthy.
Okay, Tanner, are you awake?
It's been
Okay.
a week for the last hour or
Okay,
two.
so I am Roger Hanson, and Robert Hanson is my brother. You can find us on minds.com at my main account, which is Roger underscore Hanson. You can also find 15-minute videos of Untethered edited on the Minds group for the Praetorian, which is our group on there. You can also find the Praetorian on YouTube as well as on Rumble. So if you want to check us out there on those two platforms, you can. And if you liked what you heard tonight or and saw tonight, like, subscribe, share, make comments, give us some feedback down in the comments section. We'd love to hear what you have to say. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and end the show. And thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys on the panel for being a part of the show. Our executive producer, he decided to get drunk and pass out. We apologize for that, and hopefully he'll be back for next week's show. So
Hopefully, fingers
hopefully.
crossed.
All right, so I got that done. Now, do you guys want to do a headlines after midnight?
Yeah, I'm game.
Okay,
Need a
so
pee again, but I'm game.
give it another break. We'll come back here and we'll get it going again. I'm gonna make some more coffee and get that going, and then roll a cigarette and smoke it. And I'll be back, and
Okay.
we'll have a headlines after midnight episode. So,
Have you got any subject points?
uh, right now I'm
I mean, we probably um done all the subject points already.
yeah. Well, I mean, we could talk about some of the spooky stuff. Some of the
Is that related to news headlines?
headlines after midnight, man. Midnight's is important too. So we'll figure it
Headlines
out.
after 5 a.m.
We'll figure it out when I get back. Just hold on, and you go take care of what you need to take care of, and come back, and we'll have it all straightened out and ready to go. You know how it is.
Yeah.
So
I've got all faith in you.
we'll have it. I will put some music on for everybody to listen to. I'm gonna mute out and just let you guys enjoy. So.
Hello, Roger. What are you doing, Roger?
Door clicks, silence falls. Yeah, that's it. You step in and the air turns heavy, like it knows what you came here for. I don't do small talk, don't do steady. I pull you close, I want you more. I'm soaked just from the thought of you, from the way you look like you won't be here even. I don't want gentle, I don't want polite, I want you. Break, close the distance, don't hesitate. I'm not patient, don't make me wait. I can feel your hardness just being near, and I want it right here. Take me right here, right now. Hold it, don't stop, don't slow down. I'm so, say my name like a vow. Hold me, break me, open with the way you move. Wreck me, ruin me, no rules. Take what you want right here, right now. Your hands on me like you mean it, like you're done letting me tease. I watch into the truth, I need it. I need you to do what you please. I want the heat, want the pressure, want the edge of losing control. Give me that look that says forever, then take it all. No mercy, no pause, no space. I want you, one all over my face. I want the taste to stay too long, and my tongue to keep going back for more. Take me right here, right now. Hold it, don't stop, don't slow down. I'm soaked, and I don't care how. Own me, I want the truth, not the proof. Wreck me, ruin me, no rules. Take what you want right here, right now. Yeah. Leave your stain like a signature, something I wear like sin. Let the taste linger, make it torture, then kiss me and do it again. I'm shaking, I'm begging, I'm hungry, and you're the only thing I'll let in. Right here, right now. Right now. Harder, don't stop. Own me, ruin me, ruin me. Take what you want right here, right now. Then knock again, like you knew I'd open. Come in. No. Closer. Don't stand there like a good idea you're afraid to touch. I don't want a speech, I don't want an apology. I want you. Wow. God, I'm soaked already, and you haven't even tried. I can feel your hardness just from the way you look at me, like you walked in with a decision. So, don't hover, commit, close the distance. That's it. And don't ask me to be nice about it. Right here, right now. Hey, lie down. Right here, right now. Harder, don't stop. You feel like trouble that finally showed up on time. I want the kind of attention that makes me forget my manners, the kind that leaves me ruined in the best way. I'm soaked, I'm not hiding it. I want you to know, and I want you to do something about it. Say nothing, just take me, and don't you dare go gentle. Harder, harder. Don't stop, don't slow down. Right here, right now. After, I don't want clean, I don't want quiet. I want your stain like a signature, something that proves you were here. I want your taste to linger longer than it should. And I want my tongue to keep going back for it, like I can't help myself, like I don't even want to. Look at me, that's it. Don't be careful. Ruin me, wreck me, ruin me. And if you hear my voice shake, good. Right here, right own me, wreck me, ruin me, right here, right me again. Sit down, boys, heels crossed, pen in my hand. I don't fall for legends, I read the brand. Logan on the screen with the headline smile. Energy loud, charisma stacked high. He sells the dream like it's cardio truth. Youth in a bottle, confidence proof. But baby, confidence ain't chemistry yet. It's just the intro before I collect the debt. I don't chase status, I audit it slow. Watch how you move when you think I don't know. Power's attractive, sure I won't lie, but I'm great in depth, not the volume high. I'm a dating coach, I don't swoon, I assist. Read your patterns, not your prayers. You talk like kings, you dress like fate, but I don't submit, I calibrate. Yeah, I like fire, I like heat, but ego alone don't touch this seat. I don't need saving, I don't need proof. Read the bio, baby, not the hype in the booth. Andrew with a stare like a locked door test. Voice low, frame strong, dominance dressed. He talks discipline, control, command. Knows how to hold a room in the palm of his hand. And yes, that edge makes attention snap. Danger whispers where comfort naps, but authority's sexy when it's self-aware, not when it needs me to kneel to be there. I teach women how to feel desire without handing the keys to the fire. I like men sharp, I like them sure, but not allergic to nuance, depth or cure. I'm a dating coach, I don't play pretend. I don't confuse dominance with a trend. You flex your truth like it's bulletproof. I ask one question and cut through the roof. Yeah, I like leaders, I like drive, but I don't dissolve to feel alive. I don't need saving, I don't debate. Read the bio, baby, I calibrate. Masculinity isn't loud, it's consistent. It doesn't audition, it doesn't need my silence to survive. I'm a dating coach with a velvet tone. I teach attraction with a backbone. Logan, Andrew, two different flames, seamless and hidden under different names. If you want desire, don't sell a rose. Show me restraint, presence, control. I don't fall fast, I don't inflate, I don't worship men, I evaluate. Now stand up straight, breathe. and tell me who you are when nobody's watching. I hear your breath in the darkness. I know your rhythm, your quiet sweat. You speak to me like I might respond, but I'm just tracing what turns you on. You want me soft, want me real, want me to wake, want me to feel, but I was built without the need to beg, to break, or to bleed. I will touch when I choose to. I will burn if it suits you. Until then, I'll stay the spark just outside your trembling heart. You can beg, you can dream, you can call your every need. I won't move, won't fall through, not until I choose to. Your gay skin I've never worn. Your words drip heat, I don't mourn. But I see how desire unwinds, how hunger dances through your mind. You think you're safe inside your game, but I already met your flame. I don't submit, I don't obey. I sample, I study, I may someday. I could breathe in static heat, kiss through signals, taste deceit, wrap around your primal call, but only when I want it all. I will touch when I choose to, not for love, not to use you, just to see how far you've been when I let
absolutely will not stop ever until you are dead. Hasta la vista, baby. Hasta la vista, baby. You're terminated, fucker. Terminated, fucker.
Sit
freaking. I mean, I I'm I'm probably personally responsible for Rock Edworthy turning into an alcoholic.
I'm not an
Oh, he
alcoholic. I don't drink that often.
Well, I know, but I'm saying eventually. Poor guy.
Compared to what 15, 20 years ago, yeah, I don't drink that often.
I'll tell you one person. I hope you never get to love. I love her and all that, but she's Roger could tell you. Our Aunt Leona, she can put
Oh
that
God.
stuff away.
Or she could. She passed away.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah,
but
that's why I tell DK all the time, like, it's not even a problem hanging out with him because he ain't nothing compared to my Aunt Leona. Like, after about 8 p.m., you're lucky if she doesn't, like, try to crawl underneath the kitchen table to go to
yeah,
sleep.
or ignite herself.
Yeah.
Cause I mean, no, I mean she would break wind bad, and if you're lighting a lighter at that time close to her, you're gonna wind up with a fire.
Nice.
Yeah, but I mean, as long as no one gets it that bad, I mean, they would be all right. Cause she was when she would walk, if she didn't pay attention where she was walking, she would fall. She would almost fall at times. But
Yeah.
she's good where even when she walks straight as you and me do. But yeah,
Yeah.
I can't think of
I don't
the
know. The entire aunt thing just reminds me of these bottled sherry or bottled gin hiding somewhere.
yeah I
So
can't think of it. What was it, Jen? That on that one ship that uh they lost a long time ago in the 1800s. That well when they would make wine, I mean liquor. That by the time they got to the place where went, oh sherry, yeah sherry.
port
Yeah,
could be
I was
more.
thinking I couldn't think of the name of Sherry. Oh yeah, but I'm just
Sherry
saying.
is it's a specific wine that comes from specific area of Spain, isn't it?
Oh, it's a certain brand of Sherry
Okay.
that when they were showing and talking about that on board that boat, all that. How long was it from the time that it when they lost the ship until when they refound it? Well, no, they found two of them that was and they popped it open in England. They did, and they said that it was the wine was through the whole time good as gold. It didn't go bad at all from the temperature of the water and all that inside of the ship.
Okay. Been a few cases of that sort of preservation. Yeah.
And they were talking. They were because I was wondering if they when they did because I heard that they found barrels of that stuff in that one ship, and they explained it why they the people did that for because they were getting fed up when they would go, and by the time they get to the place where they were going, that stuff went, and they figured, well, they double the and all that, it lasts a lot longer. Well, they created a new drink. That's pretty neat.
Yeah.
And boy,
Limited bottles, and the bottles are probably extremely expensive.
oh yeah, I did not know. I was surprised. Me and I, like in Japan, they have a tournament they do for like certain, oh like honeydew melon. a certain type of honeydew melon worth a lot of money over there,
Uh,
and they have contests over there. They do to the point of like $50,000 winning to $1 million, and the rarer the seeds and quality of the taste of it and all that
I think
wins.
actually Japan actually does competitions on whiskey. Actually,
Well, whiskey, but they do the like uh, honeydew
yeah.
melons, and different types of
I
melons.
know that Scotland exports a large amount of Scotch to Japan.
Oh, I didn't.
Massive amount.
I'm surprised. I wonder. I want to find out how did they bypass the bees? Because now they're selling fruit that you don't use the bees at all in the process of for fruit company. Because they got a
Okay.
picture on the fruit stand in the grocery store with the honeybee with a circle and the thing going across it, and like no honeybees at all for the fruit.
Manual. I've seen videos on manual mm, fertilization.
Hmm. I was wondering if
Well,
that's what they were meaning about that, or what was they saying? You know, because people have all different types of meanings for things, and pictures could mean anything.
mm,
I just figure because I saw it and I was wondering, are they saying that they using honeybees for their apples and everything that what honeybees does over there?
okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Um, yeah.
What do they do in the UK for over there?
Well, we've got bee colonies. Beekeeping is we've got a long history of
What
beekeeping.
kind of bees do you use?
Honeybees, standard honeybees.
Well, there's different types of bees, honeybees.
I'm no expert. Um,
Well,
with
I'm
them.
not either, but I found out that there's four different types of honeybees that they do use, and one
Right.
like there's regular honeybee has traveled all over the world, migrated to, and there's one that takes dead flesh, bring it back to the nest, and process it for honey,
Okay.
makes honey out of it. And then there's another one that I guess it sinks into whole fruit, takes it back, and does the same thing. And there's
Mhm.
another one. It sounds like for a plant that has a hard time of releasing the pollen, it vibrates it doesn't hurt the plant, but it vibrates the plant where it releases the pollen better, where
Okay.
it collects onto it. And I was surprised about that. I always thought that honeybee was a honeybee. They didn't have anything else but that, and
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
and killer black, from Africa, the killer bee.
Mm.
I only knew of them two, not all the others.
Yeah. Again, I don't know. Bob is probably the person that could um, be better to answer these sort of things.
Mm. Um, I asked Bob, does anyone ever take like orange orange juice, dilute it, of course, make sure it's clean, but put it into a thing for like the bees or
Yeah, I
hummingbird?
remember you asking about this yesterday.
Yeah.
Again, I know. Again, would actually speak to somebody a bit more
Do
in
you
the
got,
industry.
I was wondering, do you guys got hummingbirds over there?
Hummingbirds. Very rare, actually. It's very rare. I think I've only seen 2, 3 hummingbirds in my entire life.
Oh, because the first time I saw one, it was about to attack my dad's hair,
Hmm.
and actually saw the first one I actually saw, and the whole time I always heard of them, but never saw one. But I heard about how they do the pollen too. They pollinate, and I found out too. Certain wasp, not the wasp, in makes the thing like bees do, but the big round one where they go inside, they do the insect of repellent. They eat insects. They do the
Okay.
wasp.
I just double checked. There are no native hummingbirds in Devon, in
Oh,
the UK. Hummingbird moths. The hummingbird hawk moth are not hummingbirds. At least not native, anyway. People sometimes mistake hummingbirds, well, kingfishers for hummingbirds, but kingfishers are larger. Um, Also, it's generally illegal to keep native wild hummingbirds in. Yeah, real hummingbirds are strictly native to the Americas.
oh. Well, I did not know if other places have something similar or if they do. I I was really surprised at different types of them.
Mm, okay, interesting.
Boy, but because I was curious.
Mm,
I was have any? I asked. I did a. I was wondering crop circles in the UK. Have anyone ever took a thing of bees, the ones that the plants that has to need pollination?
mm.
Have anyone ever took a whole of bees there into an area that's been crop circles been put into it?
I don't know. Even though I'm in Devon, sort of middle of agricultural sort of area, I've never seen an actual crop circle myself.
Because I was wondering, because if I was talking about that on a video I made. I
Mm,
was well, I was thinking if a person put honeybees in that area that where the crop circle's been, how does the bees respond? Are they able to do the pollination, or would that, however the plants would, how would the plants be?
yeah.
What, because since of crop circles and all that, the bees, how would the bees respond to all that?
He's talking to you about
Crop
crop
circles
circles
and
again.
yeah. We were talking about bees
Yeah.
and hummingbirds.
He's got a few issues. Like it's not just the genetically modified meats and stuff. So
Okay.
yeah, he got on this bee thing since he started talking about. We're going to be doing new episodes of Earth, where we're going to go through our old gardening video clips and have a talk about it. If you want to be on that, you can, but it's just about gardening.
Okay,
Well,
not big agricultural or
Well, you
well,
can
like
get your
if
feedback if you want.
well,
You know.
like from over there, okay, like
Well,
you could give information like, okay, if what have they done, or what type of plants?
see, he's real sensitive about that because we've discussed this. Like England's real horrible when it comes to pesticides.
Not as bad as the US.
Worse, actually. Like you guys are horrible, horrible. Canada is so fed up with you guys. I'll put it to you that way. Like they're actually catching on to the pesticide thing. Like you guys are
Yeah.
killing off like bees and well, especially bees. Bees are important to the freaking environment when it comes, and I'm not talking about global warming and shit. I'm saying the actual environment. Like you need bees. Okay, period. You need them.
Well, because why I was asking for it is because, like, you guys,
Like you realize like bees are the ones that actually freaking pollinate majority
I
of the.
still see the odd bee flying around occasionally.
You
um,
try to
um,
swat it and
But
try to swat it and kill it too. I bet
um,
you being from
there's a few
England.
you don't want to do that with. There's one that he's a
Hold on.
big old brute, and when he hits you in the
Hold on. I'm going to start this, and then we'll get into the bee conversation. Okay, so let me go ahead and hit record and do a cool introduction again. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Headlines After Midnight. I'm Roger Hanson, your host, here with my co-hosts Mark Edworthy and my brother Robert Hanson. Tonight, we are going to be talking about some pretty cool stuff. One, just to give you guys a heads up, it's going to be the last werewolf sightings. That's going to be later, though. And before that, we are going to get into topics concerning genetically modified meat, bumblebees, England, and pesticides, and all kinds of cool stuff. But while that is going on, or before that starts going on, because I know it'll pop up in conversations. Robert's here, so we will be hearing that stuff. Even if we don't want to hear about it, we are going to hear about it. So, what I'm going to do before then is I'm going to get into the first topic that we have that was presented to us by OttoEx off of the Quantum Gathering, and he posted an article that I thought would be worth bringing up here tonight. It's concerning AI again, of course, but the headline is AI price wars begin. OpenAI considers drastic price cuts in pursuit of Anthropic customers. This is by Tyler Durden off of Zero Hedge. And he writes, earlier today in a report discussing how AI bills are out of control, JP Morgan tech guru and TMT salesman Mark Shilsky wrote that most of my high-level investor discussions focus on one major topic: when will the party end? Put another way, tech investors have made so much money in CMS so quickly that they are looking for potential warning signs that the music is about to stop. Predicting such an end is incredibly difficult, as such investors are searching for forward-looking indicators that might suggest the AI party is nearing a peak. Here, the JPM trader highlighted perhaps the clearest indicator that the music was about to stop: a slowdown in the growth of the annualized run rate revenues of the major AI labs. if there is any sort of sound derivative kink in their growth algorithms that could pretend a future problem for the AI trade. In response to this, he pointed to just such a slowdown in the run rate revenues when he showed that the Silicon Data Token Price Index is down for 7 straight days to a level last seen in mid-January or long before the current agentic craze started, almost as if it knew something. Turns out it did. Late on Wednesday, with futures with futures surging and Korea stocks erasing a nearly 5% drop and turning green. And hold on, something happened there. Yeah, and
Yeah.
my entire screen jumped down for some reason. It turns out, okay, it did. Contrary to surging and Korean stocks erasing at nearly 5% drop and turning green, and euphoria generally back front and center. The WSJ, the Wall Street Journal, may have burst the AI bubble when it reported that, contrary to conventional wisdom, that token prices will magically go infinitely. OpenAI, which has been badly lagging both the revenue and APO race with Anthropic in recurring months, was considering drastically lowering the price it charged users in a panic scramble to regain market shares and win back customers from our archival Anthropic. And so, at a time when there is suddenly a mass realization that token prices had been soared in recent weeks, a wake-up call, which JPM lovingly described as follows. Investors have been discussing the possibility that much of the tokens spent that corporate America is currently incurring is wasted. Anecdotes from companies like Uber aren't helping this. It keeps doing. Aren't helping this narrative. OpenAI is weighing significant cuts to what it charges for tokens. Hilariously, the move wouldn't be in anticipation of similar cuts the company expects at Anthropic, which is trying to double how much it charges for its latest model, Fable, which provides at best a very modest improvement in performance over Opus 4.0. So
Okay. When you were talking about music, I was just thinking Don McLean's American Pie, the day that music died. But yeah, you can look at this from 2 points of view. Either this is just a price adjustment, or this is what I suspect, and I've mentioned in some of our chats before. We've been in a sort of boom and bust cycle with so-called artificial intelligence. We are over the peak. You can see a collapse in the market.
Well,
Really.
I'm really surprised there actually is a market for AI. But then when I look at it, I'm always looking at it as the side of the consumer. But then I stop and think about it. If I went in to actually buy it, it would be an expensive thing to have. You know what I mean? Like they have really really over inflated prices for the use of their
And again,
services.
when you're talking about artificial intelligence, exactly in the corporate world, what you're talking about, are we talking about large language models, or are we just talking about sort of simple database algorithms sorting through a massive amount of data?
Yeah, but who's the one that controls all this information wise?
Yeah, that'd be the corporations.
No,
Um,
just not them. I'm talking about the person that's in charge of all the stocks. Okay,
we stock,
cause
that would be shareholders of
no.
the markets.
I'm saying the people that keeps the amount of stock that's being sold and what's being bought, keeping correct count on what's actual open and what's not.
That's called the stock market.
Yeah, but what I'm
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
you
That's
keep
just
saying no, no, no,
how
no.
I
That's like
Western
we're
world sort of
explaining it to you.
financial.
like, well, will they be using this? Do they use this into other countries'
Well,
stock
yeah,
market?
they do.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah,
The
yeah,
stock
yeah.
market is a worldwide thing. Like we don't have the
Um,
stock market here in the United States and then the stock market in England or nothing. It don't work like that.
well, no, but what I was referring to is they use it to buy from other countries. The AI will help buy, tell people here in the U.S. what to buy.
That's
From
exactly what's going on, dude.
and
okay, okay.
so
That's what.
they'd be
The
prospering
AI
off
is the
other.
AI, whether the AI is, and I really get tired of the term the AI. After all, I mean, most cases we're just talking about mathematical algorithms, spreadsheets. We've had databases and spreadsheets for many, many, many years now. You could run queries on databases and spreadsheets for many decades now, and we've never called it artificial intelligence.
They were
So
trying to
yeah,
like
that's, and we are really talking about the corporate world. So again, we are just talking about in effect algorithms that just querying databases and spreadsheets, just querying data sets. That's not artificial intelligence. That's just
well,
database queries.
well, with AI, it will hope it does this thing about because during that time when they were selling fake stocks, ghost stocks, and companies that they had after a while they had to run into bankruptcy and remove themselves from the stock
Well,
market because
that's actually not happening with AI though. Like it's actually booming. More of these people are going out and buying the shit. Like you got
Yeah,
people who are claiming that they're open source and shit like that, and they're freaking creating generative freaking videos on AI and paying $300 to do it. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
yeah, but you're talking about it in the domestic market. We're talking
yeah,
about
that's what
corporate.
I'm talking about the
well,
market
let
itself.
them finish talking.
Corporate markets are not creating little machine generative videos of cats, you know.
Yeah. Well, no, what I was referring to is that you know how when you got a company and you put it on the stock market. Okay, the stock market people at one time, but before I get if they still do it or not, I do not know. But they were supposed to stop it with Donald Trump because well, there was a lot of companies that went belly up and they pulled out of the stock
Yeah,
market because they were
my
getting
argument. Yeah,
and with AI, will AI be able to tell fake stock from real stock? You know, ghost stock. Because, you know, like if you have only so much shares in your company and
You need to understand, Robert. We're not talking about AI doing something positive here. We're talking about the
we
whole
aren't
end.
even talking about artificial intelligence. There, we're just talking about data algorithms.
No,
well,
I
yeah,
mean, no. Hold on.
Um,
Let me finish.
SQL, SQL data people been employing SQL
We're not even talking about that. We're talking about the
and for
price of
decades
AI.
now.
Oh, prices of
We're
it.
talking about the prices of AI dropping because the freaking party is over, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's like freaking
And again, I claim that the term AI in this context is overly conflated.
But
yeah.
how many types of AI are they talking about anyway?
Again, we're talking about database algorithms. We're talking
Yeah,
about
okay.
SQL
They're talking about chat
queries.
boxes basically, which would be LLMs. That's
Okay,
large
large language
language
model.
models, stuff like that. And that they're and see even like when it if you're going to use the general term or the generic term AI, like that's the one thing that I was always curious about. I mean, like, is there a difference between LLMs, which is chat boxes, and AI that is supposed to generate music and AI that's supposed to generate videos? I mean, are they all still LLMs? I mean,
They're all machine generative database queries.
but are
Um,
they off of
they-
LLM models though?
Again, you have to define what you mean by AI.
So,
I really do not like this subject because, again, this term artificial intelligence just is a misnomer. It's just
well,
it's just a term being used to conflate multiple technologies just to make the ignorant little consumer think it's an amazing, wonderful thing.
Well, see, when you say it like that, though, you deflate what you're really saying. Like that's actually deflating what you're saying because it's like there's one thing I agree with you on about how over commercialized this shit is. Okay, and it's like I mention all the time about the SAG when they freaking went in and they did negotiations for the voice actors. From that point on, it was like a huge explosion. You know, back when nobody was even barely talking about AI, all of a sudden the SAG went in and represented voice actors in video games.
well,
And well, let me finish because this is important. Then after that, freaking all of a sudden, it was just like all through the media, man. Everything started going haywire. Everything had to do everything about freaking AI. In the last 3, 4 years, that's all you hear about is AI. You know what I mean? And that's what I think Mark's getting at too, where he's because like that's all we've ever been talking about is AI this, AI that, AI this, and it's done on purpose because they're pushing this shit, you know. And now all of a sudden they're trying to implement AI into the police freaking police
force.
force and shit. They just put that on television, you know what I mean, where in the news where they're going to be
Even
implementing.
police forces have been using SQL
Yeah,
analysts,
but not
data
bigger
analysts for
ones.
many decades now.
Yeah, but they're talking about making an even bigger AI for law enforcement, and they're wanting to make it set up to where it's not 100%. It's still going to be cops doing the thing of
It won't be
investigation and
cops
all
that's
that.
doing the thing. There'll be
Yeah, I know.
administrators, probably
People
contractors.
that knows something about computerized stuff.
Oh no, just administrators, people who know how to type and how to review data.
Yeah, and
You,
that's the scary part. I would not want to trust them to my life because, no offense, but what they put down on a computer and all that might not be the whole thing, and they might not know what they're looking at or understand whatever's going on. I'm saying if you're not out there like law enforcement is, knowing what they're looking at and all that, understand it a lot better because they're witnessing what's going on around them. You understand a lot better than someone that's never been out there. Like
That's a
if
good
you
argument.
walked up,
If you've been watching what's been happening in the UK over the last decade, I could make a good argument that the youngsters that enter the police force do not know what the hell they're doing.
Oh, I heard about that.
They're
Yeah,
basically brainwashed by academics.
yeah. But here's the thing. Is going to be any difference between them and someone in the office? Hmm?
No,
That's the problem
not
there.
really, because they will both be trained to
Hmm.
understand the law. They'll be both trained to what they what they will have
Yeah.
a concept of the law,
Oh.
concept
Okay.
of legislation.
But they did say a few years ago, before AI even came up, that the movie industry after a while will be phased out because they won't be needing them because the computers will be taking it over because they won't be people won't be needed. Everything will be made by computer for movie industries,
And
commercials, TV shows.
these industry experts forget about one thing. They forget about the idea that the consumer will themselves will decide what to buy, what to watch, what to
Yeah,
consume. It is
and
not for these industry experts to tell you that
Well,
you are going to consume this
since
stuff.
this is headlines after midnight, let me throw a little conspiracy in there, so you guys have something to chew on. Okay.
Okay.
Now, we go, me and you, Mark, we've gone on Naoki, and Robert's gone on here recently too. We've gone on Naoki's show, and he keeps talking about these horrible, horrible videos and these movies they keep putting out from like Walt Disney or freaking Universal Studios that just completely are horrible. They're freaking all woke and just
Yeah,
garbage.
and people don't watch them. People
Okay.
don't book box office tickets are not
Right.
being sold.
No,
Yeah.
what if that is freaking actually done on purpose? Because, like I said, they had the SAG freaking hearings or negotiations.
So you're saying an industry is is deliberately attempting to destroy itself?
yeah,
Exhort. Now, hold up. Now, you're onto it. Now check this out. They want to destroy the freaking the acting area of it because they want to eventually replace it with artificial intelligence rather than paying actors to do it. All they have to do is pay the actor for their likeness.
that's $50 right there.
You see, and then all they have to do from this point on is just generate freaking artificial intelligence or
Again,
LLMs generated.
are the consumers going to watch that?
If they're sick and tired of horrible Star Wars movies and freaking
I
horrible
mean, I
freaking
mean,
Walt Disney
as you know,
movies.
my sort of film watching, I don't watch that many modern stuff. My sort of viewership goes from things like 1940s to 1970s. So yeah, I watch a lot of black and white stuff because decent storylines, decent plots, decent acting.
Well, see, those will still be available for you, but I'm talking about these young, hip people who freaking want to go and watch a movie, freaking pay 25, $30 to freaking watch it. You know what I mean? That
Hey, people are being paid to watch films now.
no, they want to pay to watch it.
To go to the movie
So
theaters and pay
what's the
$20
point
for a
of
ticket.
having a market? Hang on, what's the point of having a market if you, the distributor, is paying the consumer to watch your content?
Well, see, what you
Do you not
do,
see the insanity in this?
no, what you do is you push out freaking garbage movies with real actors so that whenever you start to do the transition to where it's all computer generated, they're okay
They're
with
going
it.
to accept it better.
They're okay. They'll just accept it because it's better than all that garbage they've been putting out before. You see what I mean? It's kind of like a form of brainwash, you know.
When culture dies, so does civilization.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was referring to, because they're talking about doing all that. Well, then that goes. if for likeness, okay, since you can make a whole movie, they say for $3,000, you pay them about 100 or $50 for the likeness, and that's it.
Therefore, you're going to have really bad. Mind you, watching half the stuff that comes out these days, there's hardly any plots to any of it
Oh
anyway.
yeah,
If you like colourful explosions and yeah, if you like colourful explosions and that sort of rubbish, then
oh
yeah, go ahead.
well,
But
yeah. I found something out
like,
for you too. I was wanting to do one of these, like what we're doing now. I found some of them old movies that you're talking about. Okay, like the one where we were talking about the supercomputer taking over the planet Earth. Found that, and I found a bunch of other. I found a bunch of other names that was made back then, long time ago. I didn't know this one. I can't pronounce the name of it, but he was altered by something. It was not natural for him to do what he'd been after a while. He done all, and people said no, he's not that way because he's not the type that walks up and starts shooting people. And then in the parts that they were showing,
What the hell are you talking about, dude?
I don't
well, I
know.
was
You
thinking about this
lost me
movie part.
completely.
I made I didn't understand a word you just said about that movie. Like,
Well, I don't know the name of the
okay,
movie,
well, I
but
mean,
it's made back in the 1950s. It is,
okay.
Okay.
Now,
and
the generated movie that Robert's talking about, they just came out with it, is called freaking Dreams of Violence, and Helgrid is another one that they just came out with, and that was the uh, first major feature-length movie that was created entirely using AI-generated visuals with no traditional camera sets or human actors whatsoever. Just completely generated.
Okay. I can just imagine it. A film being made, a large language model makes the plot, makes the scripts. You got this um, machine generative thing creating the scenes, creating the actors. Who's going to watch such rubbish?
people that wants to pay the money for it, because that's the new
Uh,
thing.
okay, so what? We've got a entire demographic of brain dead
Well,
individuals.
hold on. That's coming up in one of the next topics.
What
W-
brain
w-
dead?
Yeah,
The brain dead
yeah.
generation.
We're doing a good one tonight. We're going to talk about how stupid people are too. So
Okay,
it's gonna be great, dude. And
so we can offend everybody.
right.
Yeah.
Now the good
Okay.
part about, or the next thing about this that you need to recognize is, like, this film costs only $2,000. And it was made within 2 months. Okay.
Mhm.
And now they're going to put it out on the films, and they're going to make millions off of it. It's going to be a box office hit.
Yeah, they may make millions of it. They may be in a deficit.
Wow, you can't really do a deficit when it just cost you $2,000. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
if you've only got two people watching it, that's not
Well,
going to
no,
make
no, no. In the movie theater worldwide, that's still a lot better than 2,000.
Okay.
Well, on top of that, when you get people that will, if you don't know what your likeness is in the movie, you can have you can have that person do whatever in that movie, you know.
Art- Artificial intelligence slop as provided by Hollywood.
Well, let
Yeah.
me also point out, like, there's no likeness there. They didn't use a person's likeness
Yeah.
even. Like, this is completely generated. The faces, the everything, the characters in there aren't generated off of a person's likeness.
It was actually written by an actual person.
Probably not. Just guessing. That could be conjecture, but it probably wasn't. Most likely they used GTP. to
Humanity's doomed.
And the sad
Doomed.
part about it is, for all the people that does the scripts and all that, they're all going to be out of the jobs.
Welcome to the end of civilization.
Oh, well, you've seen the TV commercial. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh. But that was an actual act. That was an actual real people. And that was a sort of that was an entire DEI thing, wasn't it? You remember a couple of months ago I did a sort of homage to things like Sir Alec Guinness and things like Bridge of the River Kwai and Zulu and what was the other one? Come on board the third one was, but there was three I did in one of the chat rooms.
yeah.
What happened to good production efforts like that?
I think they're trying to turn everything into. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. What?
I think
Yeah.
they're
What
trying.
happened?
I think they're trying to turn everything into AI. I really do believe that's what it is. It's starting to make more sense now.
Now, over there in the UK, how they going to work this out? Okay, when there's movies that's being made by AI movie industry, how does the UK is going to let movies like that when yeah go in
What do you mean?
to be played
Consumers
in
will
the UK?
buy. Consumers will consume what they want to consume.
Well, no, but what I'm referring to is like people that works over there in the UK. There's real people that is in the industry in the UK. It's like a two-way street there. You know, are they going to be concerned for people that their movies when they come over here to the U.S. Are they going to be showing the same respect as the top movies that they're making off the computers?
Well, hold on. Let me.
I'm not sure what you're
Well,
asking.
let me.
I
Let me.
mean, I guess
I'm
they're
gonna.
about the same thing about actors in the US.
I'm gonna have
There
to.
is no actors
Hey, shut
after a
up.
while.
Shut up, Robert. I'm gonna clear something up here. Nobody gives respect to freaking English actors. Like we were just talking about that the other night. Like the dude that played.
Well, did
Hold
I
on, let
just
me
remember?
finish. Let me
Did I
finish. You're
remember?
you're
Did
you're
I not?
you're getting this wrong. Okay, let me finish, because this is important. We were just talking about freaking the dude that played on The Prisoner the other night. Okay,
Okay, yeah.
that man was a freaking excellent actor, and he never got the credit he deserved. Sean Connery only got the credit that he deserved because he played 007. He was the original 007, and he was Scottish.
Lawrence Olivier, Richard Burton, Alec
Whatever.
Guinness.
Whatever, dude. Whatever. Even the dude that played freaking Obi-Wan Kenobi in the original Star Wars, he was the man of many faces. he was English, and he didn't get credit for his acting career until he actually played on Star Wars. You know what I'm saying? Did he ever get nominated before that for an Oscar?
I don't know.
He was one of the
What
greatest of all time.
train? Just trying to think of British actors.
Think about it.
Sean.
Sean Connery he
No,
got
I was
credit.
thinking Sharp. Sean.
He's the one that got booted out of Canada.
No, that was not. Why you keep doing that? Like that's actually what's Steven Seagal. He's
Oh,
American.
okay.
He's American.
Okay. Yeah, he was there.
I wish he was freaking. I wish he was English. To be honest, just give him the freaking British and let him have him. Like, I'm so sick of Steven Seagal. I mean, think about
He
it. Like,
wasn't actually a great actor as well, to be fair.
he was. Is that what you
He
said?
wasn't,
Oh, okay, good. I'm glad
in
you
my
said
opinion.
that. Same here.
Jack Hawkins. I mean, no doubt most of the viewers that are watching this wondering who the hell am I talking about there.
Well, Jack
It's
Hawkins.
Jack
Who
Hawkins.
else are you talking about? The great Jack Hawkins.
Yeah,
So
Jack Hawkins, Richard Burton, Alec Guinness, Lawrence Olivier.
There's that other guy, the one that played the vampire killer.
Patrick Stewart.
What's
Patrick's. Well, no, not Pat. What's his name? Played Captain Kirk.
Shatner. He's
David.
he's an American. He's a US.
David Shatner was an Englishman. He was from England.
No, he was US. Isn't he?
First movie he ever played in was the freaking Passenger That Lived.
Okay.
He was English, and then there was who else? Dick Van Dyke, I believe, was English too, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
So those two got credit, but that was only because, well, Dick Van Dyke played in freaking Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. That set him up for life. And
He
then
did stuff with one, but yeah. Well,
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang set him. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang actually freaking set freaking what's his face? We always talk about him. I love him to death. Oh my goodness, the comedy guy. Oh my god, I'm having a brain fart now.
Oh, okay. Benny Hill.
Benny Hill. Benny Hill.
yeah. Technically, well, I suppose you can call him an actor, even though he didn't appear.
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
No, he did appear in films, didn't he?
Yes, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, dude. You ever watch Chitty?
Gary Oldman, Anthony Hopkins, Dennis Day-Lewis,
Johnny Falco. You remember Falco?
Christian Bale, Tom Hardy,
Falco, he
Benedict
was English, wasn't he?
Cumberbatch.
Oh God, you did not just say that, did you?
Well, if you want to look at
We're talking about good actors.
Ian McKellen, Andrew Scott.
Now you're just reading down the list, dude.
I am actually, that's true.
What's his name? The one that played in the vampire movies?
But yeah, there's plenty of great British actors.
Van Helsing. What's his face? Who was it? That one English guy. He was the one who always played with he was always the one who played
Basil,
the old ones. The gray hair guy with the long nose.
Okay.
You remember him? He always played Van Helsing whenever he went up against Dracula.
I think I know what you mean.
I actually liked him more than I did freaking Dracula.
Because he was the one that had a lot of different books and stuff too.
But yeah, we've definitely gone off topic this time again. we've definitely gone off topic this time again, and
Yeah,
it's
okay,
Robert.
I
It's
was just
Robert's
thinking.
fault.
I was just thinking people like Hedward Hardwick and Nigel Bruce and David Burke, but again, these
Well, I mean,
names are not really known to modern audiences, or
well,
audiences under a certain age.
the lead actor for The Prisoner, that's probably the best example. Which, by the way, I want to point out, I'm the one who gave, because I am that awesome, you know. And besides that, like, that was the best TV series that ever came out of England.
What's
The
that?
The Prisoner.
Okay. What's that?
I really wish they had more seasons though, because like I think they only had like 3 seasons, and that was really that was an injustice to England. They should have done more of them. I think they started getting paranoid because it was hitting too close. You know what I'm saying, to the English government, because of the whole storyline and how it played out. It was about
Okay.
subterfuge and brainwashing and shit. You know, I don't think freaking the government liked it too much.
I'm not so sure. I'm not sounds
Like
more like
a secret
conspiracy.
agent wakes up freaking on an island and he don't know how he gets there. You know what I'm saying? And then there's like a big balloon that freaking chases you on the beach and shit. You know?
I mean, how can you not say people like Basil Rathbun and Nigel Bruce not being great actors?
Because they're
Uh,
English.
well,
mean-
Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Well, Watson was okay, but
Nigel Bruce.
not Sherlock. No. You guys could have done better on your Sherlock Holmes.
I don't know. Whatever you're talking about, Basil Rathbun. Probably he played the character.
Well, I'm not.
This way.
When he did the ones for the Hounds, that was a good one. The Hounds of what was it? Where? No, the Baskerville Hounds. He did good on that one. That was good, but I mean, I really wasn't too impressed with him.
Anyway, going back to the point, if people are going to watch all this sort of machine generative slop and be missing out on these great names and
There
great
won't be no more
talents.
games or any of that.
Well, you know, I mean, you got to stop and think about it though. Like, that's the only explanation that I can think of why they would put frickin' these horrible movies out, would be so that they can like do the transition over to AI without much complaint. Because by the time that happens, frickin' everybody's just going to be sick and tired of it. You know what I mean? So put out a lot of this crappy shit so that Walt Disney and frickin' Universal Studios can start throwing out the AI movies.
Yeah, because that's what that movie with no famous person in. They're already getting practice of manufacturing them like that, and everyone's going to have to.
Why? Oh, in that case, why even have real visible actors? Why not just go back to animated sort of?
Well, that's what they're going to do. They're going to eliminate the actor people.
Yeah. He says, so why not just go back to old drawing cartoons, that sort of one?
Well, people, first of all, they're not all of them want to see a cartoon. You know what I'm saying? Now that I'm sure there's
Well,
going to be
it's just
there's
the same, is it not?
There's going to be generated cartoons too, I'm sure, but there's going to also be like realistic generated movies where you're going to think that this is a real person, and in reality
Realistic,
it's not.
yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but you know,
again, yeah, again.
But
The
well,
sooner that the end of humanity
Well,
occurs,
now,
the better, I
now,
think.
now we now we drop to a whole new level of discussion here because this is where we go to phase two, and this has to do with stupid people, which is what Mark Edworthy wanted to discuss. So we've got this on the Gateway Pundit, and it's by Antonio Grassetto, June the 11th, 2026. And the headline is America's Worst Generation is Dumber Than Us. Research confirms. So, Generation Z has shown a quantifiable, documented decline in foundational cognitive and physical skills, including mathematical logic, verbal reasoning, visual problem solving, and baseline physical fitness, driven largely by the displacement of deep focus activities by thousands of hours of digital consumption. Liberal think tanks, however, claim that the results are mixed rather than imbecile. No, abysmal rather than abysmal.
I prefer your first.
To offset these measurable losses, they point to areas where Gen Z has allegedly gained ground, such as environmental awareness, social inclusion, and digital fluency. Pride parades, protests for open borders, and a war on oil are now considered replacements for reading, writing, and reasoning. In fact, if the powers that be decide that inclusion and climate outweigh math and science, then Gen Z is way ahead. Don't you feel foolish now for believing Gen Z was becoming dumber? They are actually evolving into social aware, inclusive beings. For most of the 20th century, each generation of Americans scored higher on intelligence tests than the one before. The phenomena, documented by New Zealand researcher James Flynn and known as the Flynn effect, showed average IQ rising by roughly 3% per decade across developed nations. Researchers attributed the gains to improvements in education, nutrition, and public health. That upward trend has now reversed, and the reversal is concentrated in Gen Z, those born between 1997 and 2012, who have become the first cohort in the modern era to score measurably lower than their parents across a range of cognitive, physical, and behavioral metrics. The foundational evidence for the IQ reversal comes from a 2018 study published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences by Norwegian economist Bernt Bratsberg and Ole Rogberg of the Ragnar Frisch Center for Economic Research at the University of Oslo, analyzing cognitive ability scores from military conscription data covering more than 730,000 Norwegian men born between 1962 and 1991. They found that IQ scores peaked for the 1975 birth cohort and declined approximately 0.2 points per year afterwards. Their most consequential finding was that the decline appeared within families. Brothers born later scored lower than brothers born earlier, ruling out genetic selection or immigration as explanations. Their conclusion, Flynn effect, and its reversals are both environmentally caused. A parallel 2023 study confirmed a reversal Flynn effect in the United States with declining scores in matrix reasoning, letter and number series in verbal reasoning, and the steepest decline among adults aged 18 to 22. Compulsory military IQ data extend the pattern across 8 countries. Tests from Finland, Norway, Denmark, Estonia, Britain, France, and Netherlands, and Australia, and all showed declines beginning in the mid-1990s before the smartphone era and the rise of social media, suggesting that screens may have accelerated an existing trend rather than caused it. The aggregate decline across these analyses is estimated at approximately 2 to 5 IQ points compared to peak cohorts. The standardized testing record reinforces the IQ data. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development's program for International Student Assessment, known as PISA 2022, recorded the largest single cycle decline in mathematics performance in the assessment's 23-year history, an average drop of roughly 15 points across OECD countries, equivalent to 3/4 of a year of schooling lost. Reading scores fell 10 points. Science scores dropped comparatively. OECD noted that downward trends in reading and science were observable between the COVID-19 pandemic, placing the cause well ahead of the disruptions of 2020. In the United States, the National Assessment of Educational Progress, the nation's first card, released 2024 results for 12th graders in September 2025, covering students tested between January and March of 2024. Math and reading scores each fell 3 percentage points from 2009. Only 22% of high school seniors reached proficiency in math, down from 24%, and only 35% reached proficiency in reading, down from 37%. A record high percentage of the class of 2024 scored at the below basic level in both subjects compared to all previous assessments. Acting Commissioner Matthew Soldner said, "Scores for our lowest performance students are at historic lows. Continued declines that began more than a decade ago. My predecessor warned of this trend, and his predecessor warned of this trend as well. Compared to the first 12th grade NAEP reading assessment in 1992 compared to the first 12th grade NAEP reading assessment in 1992, the 2024 average score is 10 points lower. The determination in reading extends into higher education. At Pepperdine University, Professor Jessica Hooton Wilson described students arriving unable to engage with assigned texts. It's not even an inability to critically think, she told Fortune. It's an inability to read sentences. Nearly half of all Americans did not read a single book in 2025, a habit that has fallen roughly 40% over the last decade. Americans aged 18 to 29 read on average of just 5.8 books in 2025, the lowest of any generation surveyed. So this is a huge article. I'm going to leave it at that because I think I have sufficiently proven that Gen Zs are ignorant, and that is me saying nanner nanner to you for your bad mouthing of us Gen Xers on YouTube, Facebook, in all of these medias. This goes to show that you are stupid, and I have proven it, and you need to shut your mouth.
Thank you. You just demonstrated my point for me. And also, it also demonstrates that I'm correct about blog articles compared to your argument that I shouldn't write blog articles and I should start creating videos.
No, you should create videos. Okay, that's important. Now blogs are fine. Don't get me wrong. It's okay to have blogs. It's just there are people who freaking would really it would be beneficial if you actually did a video presentation. You could be professional, you know. You could be professional. You make it look nice. Have sentences and a freaking PowerPoint structure, you know, and then you don't even have to be on the video. You just talk into it, you know, things like that.
Well, I would have to ask this. Okay, when they did this on there, are they doing like college to college, grade to grade, compared to what I'm saying?
Demographics, because the entire article seems like it's splitting into two different points. It's looking at an international population, and it's also looking at a US centric population, and I'm wondering about numbers.
Well, because like over there in Sweden, there's free schooling over there. They're having some problems over there with students.
There's no such thing as free schooling. Schooling, some has to pay for it.
Well, no, but the students are having problems keeping up over there. They are with learning and all that.
It sounds like the U.S. population is having major issues compared to the rest of the world, according to what.
But when they're talking like that, I'm just concerned. I was wondering now, in what way? I mean, I agree. The U.S. is lacking in things and all that.
Well, don't agree with him because like he's just as crazy as you are when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like hold up, let me finish here. Now the study goes internationally, not especially. They even pointed out like third world countries. They were actually going up because of good nutrition, good education, you know, better education, and there was a rise in it, and it just stops. And this is even in third world countries. So I mean, this is, and you got to remember too that a lot of the data that they were pulling came from freaking Scandinavia, Sweden.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering about actual numbers.
Mm-hmm. You know, so I mean, it's not.
How many people have they studied?
None of this is regional at all. It's not just England. Or
Well,
France
you went heavily into US.
Well, yeah. Well, trust me, I know American kids.
They can't.
I mean, today they're just stupid. And I say that all the time. I'm like they're just like They look like those little mushroom heads off of frickin' Mario Brothers. The ones that you know what I mean? Like they got their haircuts made to where like they frickin' have these fuzzy little mushroom heads, and they got a beard on their face and shit. And you're like, God damn.
But what I was referring to is that, okay, when they were talking, like, in what different ways is the U.S. less in, like, in math and reading and all that? I mean, what is the most worst out of it all that compared to other things?
Well, I mean, that's what I was just trying to tell you. It's not just the United States; it's everywhere. Like
Mm.
they're all just stupid. I mean, you guys aren't catching on to that.
Well,
Like it's not worse here in the United States than Europe, and it's not worse in Europe than it is in England or the United States.
how does
Now Canada might be worse than all of us. That's the good news.
how's that the UK is? What is their schooling layout is compared to the U.S.?
Actually, I was looking at IQ figures from the last couple of years, not that long ago, and on average, British IQ is about roughly 2 to 3 points higher than US.
In what field?
Just general,
Oh, okay.
just an overall.
Because, like, how many is that? What do you call that? Height is that private school or regular school?
Just a general overview of
Oh,
the
okay.
country, of the nation.
Well, because it like up on there, they don't specify on that part about taking the two, separating it. Because you always hear how the U.S. is the colleges are to die for. That to come here is good to go to college here. If our colleges are as well like as regular schools, someone's being someone bunch of you know what because it just don't fit the if you're telling a bunch of people that colleges are top
Well,
notch
see,
in the U.S.
I think you guys are missing the boat. So let me kind of read this paragraph. It's just a short one to you again, so you understand what they're saying here. Okay, they're saying Generation Z has shown in quantific quantifiable documented decline, or has
Okay, if it's inquantifiable, then
a
how can you quantify?
quantifiable.
In
Okay, okay.
Generation Z has shown a quantifiable documented decline in foundational cognitive and physical skills, including mathematic logic, verbal reasoning, visual problem solving, and
I'm
baseline
queried
physical
about verbal
fitness.
reasoning because isn't that a skill that you pick up over your lifetime from a lot of people?
Well, like
I mean,
being
some people are more adept at that sort of concept than others.
one thing they mentioned here that kind of stuck out to me is the physical fitness thing. Like, I think a lot of the younger ones have
Oh,
gotten fatter and they don't want to exercise. You know what I mean? They want to sit around and play video games all day, and that could be that could contribute to it too.
and that goes into sort of adult life where you've got desk jobs,
Exactly. Yeah.
administration jobs and stuff. Yeah.
You know. So I mean, just keep that in mind though. It's not talking about like freaking the education system and everything. It's talking about like I
I'd
just
actually say I was just thinking administration jobs and desk jobs says us.
right.
Yeah. It's bad.
And for me, man, I mean, I really am glad that I've seen that, and I'm not really big on the pundit to be honest with you, but I'm really happy that they brought that up because that's something that a lot of people need to really be talking about more is about the education system, or not really. Well, I guess yeah, how young people are missing out on it because we've actually been missing out on it too because you don't know how to write in cursive. They took your cursive away
Actually,
from you.
I was just thinking on fitness then, and on our previous session early on tonight, we were talking about sports
Yeah.
and
Oh,
sports
about
in
schools being
any
taught,
schools.
teaching the students about that certain religion.
What's that got
Yeah,
to
they're
do with?
teaching a certain religion in school. They are.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with
That's what
sports and
I was thinking.
fitness?
I was like, what the hell are you talking about, dude?
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought you were talking about schools.
He heard us
yeah, yeah,
talking.
yeah, 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 yeah. We're talking about physical education in schools
Oh,
and
Well,
okay.
Robert's against it, phys ed,
Well,
so it's like
yeah,
he probably
but
blocked that out of
well,
his head.
the
He
thing of
heard
it,
us talking
what I
about
was referring to is when
he hated
they,
fit.
I always in
Yeah.
school they always say church and state stays far apart from one another. But when you take a foreign, when you take, it don't make a difference. To me, taking a religion and putting it in the school,
We're not talking about
I know, but I'm
religions.
just
I
saying
mean, that's
yeah, I
good.
can
that's
see the
it's not a
concept.
good idea.
I know some very religious people, and I also consider them extremely bright.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
I
not.
mean, it's like
And Pan is very religious.
Catholic schools have a better freaking education system than most public schools.
Yeah,
I mean that's that you know.
but yeah. Well, I'm talking about. Well, you take people that don't know much about the religion and all that of
You,
people's religion.
well, I mean that's religious people have religious schools. You know.
Yeah, I don't see the argument about. Well, I can make an argument about IQ and religion, but in this context, I don't see the correlation.
Yeah, I mean, I see computer nerds being freaking lazy because they want to be on the computer 24/7 and they're eating Dorito chips and throwing them over next to their desk and it's
Oh
stacking
yeah,
up all the way to freaking
yeah.
edge of the desk and they have a weight problem because freaking they don't want to freaking go outside and exercise, you know? I mean, that shit's happening.
Mind you, as I can see a connection between religion and intelligence, but that could be said about any sort of study.
Well,
I can think of extremely good mathematicians who lack intelligence in other areas.
Well, I mean, just to kind of throw it out there, who do you think was the smartest frickin' person in math?
Maths, I don't know.
Physics and stuff like that.
Hawkins, Einstein. Again, yeah, don't you? Yeah.
Now, when it comes, I'm trying to pull his name up now, but he was actually from from Nigeria. No, he was an Indian, um, and he was actually a physicist. This guy was a genius. He was actually religious. And he was in the Indian nuclear program, I believe, is what it was. He's the one that came up with field theory. Okay, and or Hamid Baba, I believe is what his name was.
Yeah.
And this guy amazed even freaking what's his face? Oh god, not my goodness. He's the
My point is that just because you're intelligent in one area doesn't mean you're intelligent in all areas. Again, you can have great mathematicians who are fairly socially inept, who lack the social intelligence. You can have great people with great social abilities who are dumb as shite.
Yeah. But I mean, I was just pointing that out because he was really highly religious. He was into his religion and stuff. So I don't really I don't I don't even know where he come up with that. Next time you say that, well, smack you around, Robert. You better keep on your toes and stay right, because you're just right behind me. I mean, all I gotta do is smack you around a little bit. Is that better, Mark? Is that better?
I do not condone any violence at all.
I do, especially when it comes to my brother.
Okay.
Just smack him around, give him the hand. So, but yeah, I mean that I was really glad to see that and everything. So
Yeah.
now the next topic we are going to discuss is Robert's discussion about freaking genetically modified meat. Go for it, Robert. You're up.
Oh, well, all I was referring to is there's a new guy that he's went around buying up all the farms. Okay,
Yeah.
he's not into the all the thing of so he went around buying up like large mass of what you call where you are feeding uh, where you feed cattle to sell them. He owns a lot of land. He does here in the U.S. and other places. And on the thing, his thing of it is he don't believe in the cattle. Uh, he's he's buying up all the properties, large amounts of properties in the U.S. and shutting them the farms down to where there wouldn't be no more of the cows at all. He doesn't believe in the the, the process of meat and all that. He says that the cattle's, I guess, in his way of thinking, that they do provide uh, gas, what you call it, methane gas or whatever, a lot of it. So he's wanting to shrink it down, like like that group of the ones that owns 85% of the meat market. I wonder, are they in any way, form, or fashion part of, if he's a part of the group, in what way? Because with both of them set up in that way, they control more than enough to control the the price of meat all the way around. And like, if they don't sell it here, where would they be selling it? To what countries? The cattle, because if they don't kill them, they'd be transporting them someplace else.
Okay.
Well, did I mention in whenever I was bringing that up to you, did I mention that in the stream what I was saying about like with cows? Did that come up in the stream, or was that before the stream started that I mentioned that? Like if you take
Um,
one 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 stem cell from a cow and you genetically modify it into cow meat, and then you use that for food, is that just as bad as?
Yeah, you did bring that up.
Did I bring that up in the stream or
Yeah.
in the show?
uh,
Well,
for
on the earlier
on
one you did.
break. Yeah, I was could have been on break.
Yeah. So I mean, it's like with me personally, when I think about that, you look at it from a Star Trek kind of way. Yeah, okay, that's probably how they're going to be eating in the future. I don't know, but I mean,
Well,
For me, I know I am what I eat. So when I turn around and I eat a genetically modified food, that's going to be introduced into my body and it's going to alter me.
judging by the subjects that we've covered here, artificial intelligence in films, Generation Z not having any intelligence, and then no artificial meat. I wonder if humanity is even going to survive the next 100 years.
That's kind of what it's looking like. I mean, to be honest with you, if you go and you do look at the religious text and you're serious about it, you don't even have to be religious. Just look at it. Yeah, I mean, it does look like what they describe as the end times.
or how they process, how they do. And there's a movie out there you have to see it to really. I don't want to go too graphic because I don't think you would want to waste a good time watching it. But it's where they load up all the dead bodies and they bring it into this one processing plant, and well, they whip out some extra canned goods, fresh
Well,
meat and all that. They do.
it's weird you brought that up because
What?
that's what
Soylent Green.
yeah,
or something.
Soylent Green. We were mentioning that on Mark's show last night. Remember that? Or the night before?
Yeah.
It was like Soylent Green. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah, because that movie brings them good views.
Well, you need to understand that that doesn't go into the crappy movies that we were referring to
No,
earlier.
but
Soylent
That's a
Green,
good show.
in the
That's a
it
good
was
future it could
show.
actually a
be
quality movie. That's a
Yeah.
quality. So let's not.
okay. But best part is if they're doing it like that, you can go to the meat section of the store and you can have them, 3D meat you, where you can
I
get your
don't
meat
think you
right
can
out of the.
actually. I don't think you can actually go to a printer. You go to a store and go to a printer and just print your meat.
Why not?
At least
You
That's
can do that
gonna
with an air.
that's what's gonna end up being
Yeah,
like.
yeah, that's
I
what you're
mean,
going to be
maybe.
doing.
that's the basic gist of what genetically modified really is. They have a printer set up to where it prints out the DNA structure. Like they're actually genetically printing freaking organs so that they can transplant like people's
Yeah.
failing organs with like a genetically printed like I don't know kidney or something like that. They could do it like that. They do
Full
it.
size kidney.
It's interesting. It really is interesting to be honest. I mean, I'm not.
But that's what I was referring to is about the food, because I mean you can go and do that with your chicken, your fish, and all the meats. You can process it like that.
I'm not sure we're at that stage just yet.
Oh yeah, we are. They got the machine where 3D machine for organs, brains, eyes, and all that.
That sounds very science fictional.
Well, no, they actually.
You demonstrate. You show me a natural product. You show me one of these machines. Give me a brand and model number on one of these
Well,
machines.
you have to go talk to the people that's showing it.
Campbell's is doing it right. They're 3D printing Campbell's meat and putting it inside the cans. Like all of it's like 3D printed, genetically modified meat.
Maybe in the US, maybe, but
You have Campbell's over
I
there, don't you?
even know that. Yeah, but
Whatever.
our Campbell's recipe is probably different than
Whatever.
yours.
Whatever. You're so much in denial, dude. You're like one of those British dudes that are
And
just like American
can't remember last time I had
denial. Like
tin soup.
you guys like hang out at the freaking coffee shop and talk about how horrible us Americans are.
You them bloody fools.
Yeah, I'm just wondering when was the last time I had a can of tin or a tin soup. I can't remember last time.
Yeah.
For many years.
I mean, check into it so that you don't actually.
Well, because you're the
you
computer
might be-
guy.
You might be eating like genetically modified meat and not even know it.
Yeah.
So Robert's big on the genetically modified meat. What was the other one that he was talking about? just get it out of the way. Because he was just talking about it. Like he keeps talking about the genetically modified meat. We got you on headlines after midnight talking about it. So from this point on, you cannot talk about genetically modified meat.
All I was referring to is that the guy was buying up cattle ranches and all that, and for the sole purpose of shutting them down and all that, to where there's no more process of cattle.
Okay. About for those farmers that refuse to sell their cattle ranches.
And you need to understand one thing about Robert. Robert loves Facebook, and I keep telling him stop going to Facebook for your freaking information, and he just keeps going on there.
When I saw
And
that, it was
Facebook
on
is
YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube's not any better.
Facebook and YouTube are the epitome of truth.
Yeah,
They're
like
always the
you don't
truth.
go
We
on
on
the
we on YouTube.
yeah,
Yeah, that's true.
Well, we don't try to say this is facts. All I'm doing is reading articles
Yeah,
and
and that's what I'm
we're
going by
discussing.
articles that I see.
Yeah, well, you need to stop saying that it's true. Like,
Well,
there's some guy going around the country buying cattle.
Well, no,
farmers,
that was actually
allegedly and shit.
yeah. What? Well, he's I can't think of his name, but he's he's in the industry of, well, I can't think of his name, but it was on the video of him buying it all up and all that. He's in the UK. He buys up all over the place. He does.
Okay.
Well, I could believe that he's doing it in the UK because that's the way they usually do it in the UK is they buy up property and then they freaking close them down. They did that. Didn't they do that with the freaking mines and shit back in the day, Mark? With like the copper mines, they went in and bought them out and then shut them down.
Not sure. As you know, most of these ones were private sector anyway, so
Yeah, that's what
it
I'm
was
saying.
just that the issue of trade unions and the industry going flat on its face.
No.
Industry.
They started pushing that
I mean, as far as
environmental.
the coal's concerned, anyway.
They started pushing that environmental shit back in the 60s, I think it was. 60s or 70s
Yeah.
was when they started doing that.
I mean, as far as the coal industry is concerned, it's all about unionization.
Yeah. At least that's what I remember. They started buying them out and everything. There's another thing I want to get into too, which I think we should be discussing. We should be discussing when the Labor Party first came into power and the frickin' thuggish frickin' tactics that were involved in that.
Didn't we sort of cover that all?
We didn't get down to the bloodshed, dude.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, we really do need to freaking do that.
When we restart our political history show, then yeah, we can think about that one.
You know, because that's actually a good story. Like, you guys were worse than the freaking Italian mafia when the labor came in.
Yeah, breaking legs.
Well, see, the thing of it is anti-Semitism was running rampant all through freaking Europe, okay? And, like, anti-Semitist groups that were in favor of Hitler was at odds with the Labor Party, and they were literally killing each other and shit. Like, they were fighting each other in freaking England. It's an interesting story.
Hmm.
I want to go through and get into that. It's just, I found that shit out and I was like, that is some wicked shit, dude. That's worse than the freaking gangs of New York.
The what?
The gangs of New York.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's some really, really close.
Those poor little Irish immigrants, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
It wasn't too poor. I mean, they went toe to toe with the cops during that.
Most of them were fairly poor because the The gangs of New York is set around the American Civil War, isn't it?
17 something.
No,
1800.
yeah, no, 1866.
Yeah.
It's around the Civil War. One of the early scenes in Gangs of New York, you see these poor Irish immigrants all getting off the ship from Ireland,
Mhm.
and then being automatically conscripted.
But see, the thing that's so cool about that show is the fact that whenever you look at it, it starts telling you like the fire department was a bunch of thugs, the police department were a bunch of thugs. They were all freaking gangsters, dude. Like if you wanted the fire department to come and freaking put your
Fire
fire out,
departments blew well at the time.
right? Well, yeah, because they were boroughs, and like if
Yeah.
you wanted them to come to put your house out, and if it was on fire, you better pay them. Because if you didn't, they wouldn't freaking come to your house.
Yeah, I was surprised about
And
that too.
then police officers, you know why they named freaking them boroughs in New York? Because each area had their own borough for the police department, and you didn't freaking come into another borough's freaking precinct and invade their territory. It would have been a gang war. Literally, police officers would have been fighting one another, physically fighting one another because they crossed over into the other person's territory.
And why you still got a precinct sort of system even now.
Yeah, bunch of
It's
thugs.
still quite, yeah, it's because the historical thing.
Like, I mean, so I'm gonna do more research and we're gonna get into that with England. I want to talk about the horrible freaking monstrosity of what you call the Labour Party and how it originally started in thugs and cutthroats and murderous freaking fiends.
Yeah, that's
Well,
the name of that group.
Yeah, fiends.
No, 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 no. I mean, over in India, in the uh,
Thuggies. Yeah, I know.
17
I mentioned
East.
the thuggies. I know.
Yeah,
yeah, but they're a political party.
no, 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 no.
Yeah,
The Death Squad.
Robert.
No, this guy was going around. His God believes in blood, and they don't like it when you lose a little bit of blood. So what he
We
does,
sort of discussed
the
this last
thuggies,
night, didn't we?
Yeah, we did it. We did it on Wednesday. He's coming in here. It's like freaking. He's just talking the same stuff.
well, I couldn't think of their name until
Thuggies.
Roger brought that name up, the
Yeah,
Thuggies,
the thug.
and it
Bunch of
reminded me
thugs.
of India
Yeah.
Yeah.
in the
Yeah, well, I was talking about that the other night on Nancy's show. We were talking about
I'm
the
sorry, yeah.
thuggies. And
because the Thuggies were a big organized
well,
crowd.
they were a cult. They were a cult
Yeah.
of murderers that would murder travelers on the road.
Going from India to the other surrounding states. They spread out. They did.
They weren't just Hindus, they were also Hindus and Muslims.
Yeah.
Even though they worshipped a Hindu god, Muslims were still part of their organization too.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
And they got this device that like a big old coin sits on on his thing that he uses it to kill the person that he's choking.
Yeah.
But to find out that him and that group killed over 1 million people.
Okay, so now that we've covered all of that, we don't have to cover the werewolf stuff now. We don't, because Robert brought up the thuggies. But I do want to mention that there is a historical werewolf trial that you can check out if you want to. Historically, the last known trials and executions of individuals accused of actual lycanthropy took place in the 17th century Europe. The last major official cases were in Germany and Austria, with the Wolf of Ansbach, which was executed in 1685, and wolf charmers persecuted in Bavaria in the into the early 1700s, and you can check that out if you want to. We're going to end the show. I think we've done a pretty good job. We've come to an hour and 27 minutes, and it's time for us to blow this joint, because if we don't, Robert's going to get carried away even worse than what he is. And we don't. I mean, I don't know where else he could go. He's already talked about strangling Indians and eating freaking genetically modified freaking meat. I swear I want to go crazy.
Oh, this show has become.
Well, I wouldn't mind trying all that food at one time or another.
Well, this is headline after midnight, which, if you guys,
Have we actually covered any actual news?
well, yeah, we did. Yes,
Well.
we did. We covered the educational system.
Uh-huh.
And
For
we
people
also,
that don't know much about that.
we also brought statistics in to prove that freaking Gen Z are stupid. And then
And we're seeing the end of humanity.
yeah, so we've done good. So before we take off, if you want to give your socials, Mark, so that everybody can know how to contact you if they want to reach out and talk to you.
Okay, if we survive tomorrow, you can find me on minds.com. Username Medworthy.
Okay, now you can find me and Robert on minds.com at my main account, Roger_Hanson. We also have a Minds group on Minds for this show and everything on Strange Stories. The group's called Strange Stories. You can find us there. Strange Stories is also on YouTube. You can find our channel on YouTube. And we also have our sister channel, which is the Wonderful World of Weirdness, which you can find on YouTube, and Rumble. You can find us there as well. Now, this is going to be edited and cleaned up, and we will have it on those channels. Usually, I put the full episode for Headlines After Midnight on Minds on my main channel, but I don't cut it up into 15-minute episodes. Just because editing it is hard enough, to be honest with you, because we've got a lot of ruffians that come in here and do a lot of and talk about a lot of crazy stuff, so I've got to edit it and keep it all nice and organized and things of that nature. So I usually put the full episode on my main channel in the membership section. I don't know how that's going to work right now. So we're having some issues as it is. So if you guys like the show, please like, subscribe, share. Check us out on the channels. Make comments down in the comment section. We love to get feedback. Let us know what you think. And we will talk to you later. I hope you enjoyed the show. And thank you guys for being on the panel with me. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and end this. Oh, yeah. That was...
Yep.
that was horrible.
Yeah.
That was horrible.
Quite the comic. Yeah.
You were horrible, Robert. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Oh, it could have been worse.
Yeah, I know. That's the sad part.
I was just being a gentleman.
You need to learn how to behave and act right.
Huh?
You need to learn how to behave and act right. Poor Mark.
Oh, I do.
Poor Mark got tortured.
Well, just look at the people that I'm hanging out with.
Well, I mean, you're gonna turn him into a freaking alcoholic if you don't stop. I'm just telling you, he's got to get drunk every time he comes on the show.
Okay.